Howdy everyone. We'll get started in just 1 second. Let me get the YouTube link for everyone up. Send it out to the Discord and then we shall get started. One second. Coming in. Send out my tweet. Hunk, I see you. One tick. Boys, how are we?
Morning, guys.
Fantastic.
What's going on?
Oh, this and that.
This and that.
Mate,
Let me turn you
I'm
right
running
up.
to wetlands.
You're running to wetlands. What's going on over there?
For the warrior runes.
Oh, yeah, they were a pain in the ass. Alrighty. Bear with me, guys. I'm just going to send out a tweet.
Your mum sends out tweets.
She sure does.
Is the tweet still a tweet now that it's called X?
Oh, I'm part of the defiant masses that are refusing to call it X or anything to do with that. Over time, people will forget about, I think if Twitter's still around in 3 years, people will start to refer to it as X and Twitter will break down. But in the meantime, I'm happy to still call it Twitter.
I reckon that Elon's going to forget to register the Twitter domain one of these years and someone's going to snipe it.
That'd be so good.
How funny would that be?
Yeah, and just boot it up and it's already got you'd have 5 million people on there out of autopilot from Googling Twitter still.
Yeah, 100%. And all it is a World of Warcraft gold selling site now.
Okay, I'll whisper everyone to put their hands up as well. Guys, just chuck your hands up. Jack, you wanted in, didn't you? We'll get you in here. Anyone else here? Actreve wanted in, too easy. I'll just check the notification again, see who put their hand up. So we got Midas, Sim, Fred, Atsu, Wacklow.
Those last few levels of warrior were feeling pretty rough, even with a level 17 blue weapon.
Oh, mate, don't worry. We'll fucking get into that. I've got a lot to say about that. My opinion has broadened even more after, and I'll mention this again when we start recording proper, but I've leveled a paladin from fucking 1 to 19 over the last 36 hours. So I was bored on Friday night watching Lord of the Rings in bed with the missus, and I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just start up a paladin. Did it, and now just zoomed through. I'm 18, 19, about to ding 19, and it's Sunday morning, and I'm just like, I've got so many thoughts now, not only on paladins but on melee in general in SoD, having compared it to the paladin.
Melee.
I do it just for you.
So
well, I don't just do it for you. I do it for us.
Yeah, for us.
Yeah, for us.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay, boys, we'll start really soon. Just bear with me. I'll message a few people that also said they wanted in. So we're after Fred and Wacklow. I'm just broadcasting our DMs to the world, Hunk, so it's all good.
We don't say anything particularly saucy in there.
We really don't. It's incredibly tame. I'll just take it off OBS. Just because it's a bit rude to do it to other people. So where are we? Window capture. There we go. Bear with me, guys. I'll DM these people and say, where are you?
So it's not fun when you cross paths with a feral druid, coming head to a road, and you're just going, man, is he going to ruin my next 5 minutes?
Pretty much.
Sunbeam me to death. But that one ran past, so thank God.
I don't know why everyone has so much trouble with feral druids. I just told you, I just fear them, throw some dots on them and pinch them and they just die.
I have reached a point on this warrior where as soon as the first one gets cast, I just don't break stride. I just figure I may as well die as close to where I was trying to go anyway, and just keep walking.
Yeah, fair enough.
Don't even try and fight them.
No, I have that same problem with hunters. The moment they open on me, I'm just gone.
Or was that you had trouble with hunters?
Hunk, have you tried battling feral druids yet that have the insignia of the Alliance? You know, the trinket that lets them break fear, the PvP trinket?
No, not yet. I've fought a couple who've broken out of fear, but maybe they didn't really know what they were doing. I was really just making a little quip about how holy priests are pretty strong in 1v1s at the moment. Except against
Dude, that
priests.
penance is just like bam, and it's back to full.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
I'm not advocating for nerfs because I want them to heal me.
Boys, I might just check everyone's volume one by one. I think we're pretty much going to be able to start now, and the stragglers can come in a bit later. So bear with me here. I'll pull you back up on OBS. Let's do that. Very good. So, Hunk, can you just hit me with the testing 1, 2, 3, please?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, all good. I'll turn you up a tiny. Actually, I'll leave you there because your voice wildly spikes. And dips.
You know, I get louder when I get excited.
Yeah, I know. It's tough to you see me managing the audio half of the fucking recording, not just for you, for everyone. Ubiquitous, hit me, mate.
Hello.
Yep, all good. Actreve, hit me.
Hello.
Yep,
Testing.
perfect. Pixar.
Hello.
I'll turn you up. Hang on 1 second, Pixar. One more time.
It's clearly Pixie.
I can try to move it a bit closer.
Yeah, that'd be
Hello?
great. The closer your mics can get to your mouth, the better.
Right, how's this?
That's better. Let me turn you up. Is it Pixie or Pixar?
I prefer Pixie.
There you go, Hunk. Fuck you. I was more correct than you.
It's clearly Pixie.
Oh my god.
I'm just being shit.
Sorry.
Only his Guildies know for sure.
I know. Pixie, one more time. Hit me, man.
Hello. My guildmates actually call me Patrick.
There you go. That's the way. Balazarth, can you hit me with the testing 1, 2, 3 if that's okay, man?
1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect. I'll turn down very slightly. Yep. Jack, hit me.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Atsu,
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'll turn you up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on mobile.
No, you're okay, man. It's all good. Fred, hit me.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Beautiful. I'll turn you up a little bit.
Are we on Twitch?
We are not on Twitch.
Hmm.
Zim, you're in, man. Midas, I'll get you in here if you want it in, man. Zim, can you please hit me with the testing 1, 2, 3? If you can hear me, Zim. Still on mute. That's okay. Midas, how are you, mate?
Hey, long time. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Has been a while. Yeah, very good. You're coming through loud and clear, mate. Thanks for joining us, bro. Zim, can you hear me? No?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. I just to grab your volume.
Gotcha. You still want me to do testing 1, 2, 3?
Yep, beautiful. Okay, I'll turn you up a little bit. Okay, and we're good to go, guys. Thanks so much for that. Anyone else, if you want to join in on this chat, you know the deal. Just right-click your profile picture, put your hand up, and I'll get you in here. But guys, let's get started. Thanks for joining. I'll start the recording and we'll go. All right, another week of Season of Discovery is in the books. I think we're moseying on into week 3. And look, I'm still having the best of times. It really is just so much fun. But it'll be a little bit of a contrast to last week's podcast. And I sort of wanted to do a quick preamble on this one where, like, you know, this isn't the end of the honeymoon period by any means. I really want to emphasize how much of a blast I'm having with this game and how much fun I'm having with it. But, you know, the nature of the podcast is critical analysis. And so we're going to break down a whole bunch of changes that have happened over the last week. And there's been so many to discuss. And I don't want people to misinterpret this as being like, oh, fucking last week he's sucking off the devs and this week he's, pouring over their work and picking it apart. Like, it's not really like that. We're happy to do, constructive criticism, talk about the positives, the negatives, what we would do, what they are doing, all that kind of stuff without, it's not dumping on the game. It's podcast analysis. It's what we do, baby. So let's get into it. I'll introduce our guest very, very quickly in this big town hall that we've got. So we'll rip through the hellos, or we'll be here all day. Welcome back again, Ubiquitous, mate. How are you?
I'm good. G'day to everyone. Keen to be back.
That's the way. Actreve, mate. What's going on?
Oh, just playing WoW, leveling my 4th ult.
That's the way, mate. That's the way. Pixar, how are you?
Hello, doing good. Also a big alcoholic at the moment.
All good. And Zim, how are you, mate?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, just working on those speed runs.
Very good. Balazarth, what's going on?
Not much. I'm just playing and waiting for the guildies to level up.
Waiting for everyone to catch up to you. Too easy. Jack T. Blade, my man, what's going on?
Fantastic. Just finished my PvP grind.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Atsu, how are you, mate?
Oh, living the dream.
That's the way. Fred Munro, welcome back. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Mitus, it's been fucking donkey's years since we last chatted, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks, buddy. It's lonely up here on the rooftops of Everlook, waiting for you to get back here.
Very good, very good. And last but not least, fresh off of our ripping success in BFD yesterday, Hunk, my man, how are you?
Oh, Josh, I'm feeling like death warmed up. I've got a shocking cold.
And I've dragged you out of bed, injured or not, to be on this podcast.
I've got a sore throat. I've got a cough. I've got more snot on my shirt at the moment than I think there is shirt.
Wait, please slow down. I can only get so hard.
But I'm happy to be here.
Very good. It's good to have you, mate. Well, look, guys, let's...
Living that sod life.
That's the way. Let's rip straight into it. I've got quite the extensive notes for this one, and hopefully a bunch of you will have a lot of things to say about the things I want to talk about. We could be here a while, guys. You know the drill. If you've got something to go do, if something comes up, or if you're just fucking over it, just yell out, say, Josh, I'm going to duck out. It's really not a big deal. The people who will want to stay will stay, and the people who can go, who need to go, can go. So it's pretty casual, guys. Just yell out. We're all at the pub here. Guys, I wanted to discuss the class changes first. Flip it around a bit from the last episode of the show where we discussed some of the other stuff, the other big issues outside of the classes first. I want to bring the classes to the forefront this time around. So just so many changes to discuss, really. I'm really sort of blown away in a good way at the amount of fucking dev work going into this game. And it's really got me thinking, and I'd love to get you guys discussing this at a more macro level before we dive in on the class specifics. But is anyone here taken aback by the amount of work and tinkering that is going into SOD 2 fucking weeks into the game on the classes?
It's very surprising how quickly they're responding. I'm impressed.
But I feel like it's going so fast that they will also have to like walk back on some of these things, like especially the elemental overload thing on shamans. I feel like once we hit level 40, they have to at least go back to 33%. They cannot stay at 50%. It's going to be madness.
As someone who plays a hunter, yeah, the nerfs and changes, it feels reactionary sometimes needed. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see
every hunter nerf.
They're not small changes either, are they? Though, like some of the numbers changes have been gigantic.
I get the feeling of original vanilla energy coming from the changes, really.
Well, we touched on that last week on the episode, saying like, look, if you were playing vanilla back in the day, this is kind of pretty much what it felt like. The changes were thick and fast, and this is what an MMO in development feels like, which might be a little bit bizarre, or for long-time Classic fans or vanilla fans, whether you've been playing for years on a private server or just playing Classic for the last 4 years, people are used to a game in stasis. This is now not that. If you haven't been playing retail, you've forgotten that changes can come thick and fast, and this is exactly what we're experiencing. And I'm really glad that Agrend came out really, I want to say forcefully, that makes it sound a bit harsh, but you know what I mean, on Twitter, saying, look, I'm hearing a lot of talk from people like their class is fucking locked in, 10 days in, 14 days into this phase. Like, we all know, I'm paraphrasing now, but we all know that these phases are going to be 6, 7, 8 weeks long, whatever they might be. And he was saying, like, we're going to be doing classes weekly, and your class is going to be a malleable thing. Like, don't sit here on fucking social media and cry poor or bitch and moan about your class being dead 3 seconds into the game. Like, it could what you are calling for could be changed next fucking week. So just keep an eye out for what's coming, and we're on it. And I have felt that sentiment through the work they've done early on. And it's not just like 1 or 2 changes here and there. It's been quite a bit. So we might as well get into it. And I'm glad that you guys piped in there on sort of the macro level. Like I said, I'm really intrigued to see this kind of dev work going into it, and I'm enjoying the madness. I said coming into the game, this is going to be a lot of fun, but it's going to be, broken as all hell, but in a fun way, and it's kind of been like that, but at least the adjustments are being made. All right, someone mentioned Hunter. I really think that we should lead off with Hunter, because it really has turned into the problem child of Season of Discovery development in a way. If anyone here is playing maining a Hunter or anything, please feel free to lead off this discussion. But before we get into the specifics, just on Hunters in general, again, we talked about this last week, but even more has happened. Who is feeling the frustration, maybe even from the dev team, in regards to Hunter?
I don't know if I feel frustration from it. It feels like they're just not using the design space on the Hunter efficiently.
Oh, sorry, keep going.
Oh, look, I was done. Take over.
I also main Hunter, so I just wanted to completely back that statement up. For example, some of the nerfs that came hard and fast over the last few days, 100% warranted for the most part. If you main Hunter and you feel hard done by, oh my god, I don't know what to say. You probably need to look at your class a little bit closely, because we're still at the top of the DPS for the most part. We're still doing fantastic. The class still feels great to play. However, what was just touched on there, they're not using the design space properly. And what I mean by that is they nerfed the Flying Snake, the Wind Serpent. So I think it was something to do with Kill Command and the way that the Lightning Breath was utilizing it. But basically, the change has resulted in 2.0 attack speed cats being at the top of the meta. So we're in Season of Discovery, we've got tanking rogues, tanking warlocks, all this crazy stuff with healing mages. Cat, once again, sadly, is the best pet for Hunter, which is a little boring.
Mate, Midas, I'll just add in, like, I base everything I know of the other classes mainly through PvP encounters with them, which is a hard way to gauge them, because obviously that's only one half of the equation. You got PvE balancing, and then you got PvP balancing as well. And we use the word balancing sort of in air quotation marks for this, because I don't think anyone is truly, well, I'll say this much. If you're truly expecting a completely tightly balanced Season of Discovery for the next 12 to 18 months, you're going to be bitterly disappointed, because you're not going to get that game. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Like, the ups, the downs, the roller coaster ride, it's all fine. It's all a bit of fun, whatever. Balancing MMOs is hard. You'd obviously say that even vanilla didn't do it. We just got too used to the format that we got. But I ran into a Hunter... I've had a couple of Hunter encounters. Obviously, I've been doing a shitload of World PvP, and Midas, I'll tell you the first one, which was the ranged encounter, if you will, where just prior, like an hour prior to the pet nerf going out, I bumped into a Hunter in Hillsbrad with his, Wind Serpent or whatever, and just deleted me. Fuck, and it was really strange, and I looked at my combat log immediately, because I was like, hang on, I feel like that Hunter wasn't doing much. How the fuck did I just get blown up? Looked at my combat log, and it was literally like within the span of a 6-second fight, like double Wind Serpent crit, presumably with the kill command or whatever, again, pre-nerf. And the Hunter hit me for about 100 damage all up, like 2 piss weak melee swings or something, and his pet fucking demolished me, and it happened so quick my jaw was on the floor. Then I understood why the nerf came out. So that's one instance we'll talk about, Midas. Then I'll just tell you about instance number 2, and we'll just sort of compartmentalize them as 1 and 2. Then just 2 days ago, I run into a hunter in Ashenvale, and, you know, I fucking charge him straight away, and I go, fucking joke's on you, dickhead, here we go, you know, stuck to you like glue in melee combat, I'm a warrior, you're a hunter, you're fucked. And this fucking hunter just goes, rightio, let's rock and roll. Annihilates me in toe-to-toe melee combat. And again, you can imagine the look on my face as my jaw is on the fucking ground. Like, I'm not, everyone wants to go like, Josh probably shit at PvP, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm a handy PvP player. I'm in relatively okay gear. But like, you know, fucking, he straight up beat me in a toe-to-toe fight. And I'm like, is that the class fantasy that warriors lose to hunters now, straight up? So, Midas, if I can ask you about those two different encounters and your feelings towards sort of the pet nerf and then what's going on with melee hunters. The pet nerf, do you think it was completely warranted or not? Because, I mean, I felt like it was.
100%, 100%. And again, like any hunters who are upset about this, oh my god, guys, you need to go outside the BM tree, because like it's the easiest spec in the game as well. Like I would definitely say it's probably like the lowest skill cap. I mean, like even in Warsong Gulch last night, after the nerf, I've got a 2.0 attack speed cap for PvE, and my pet was soloing level 24 rogues. Like, so I mean, even after the nerf, it's still so strong. It's actually just kind of crazy. As for the melee hunter one, maybe the other hunter or hunters on the call might be able to answer that. I don't have too much experience with it myself. I haven't really played around with it yet, so I'm curious to see what other people have to say.
Well, let me ask just before we move on to the others, Midas, how do you feel about, and I genuinely don't know how I feel about answering this one myself, because like I posited to you earlier, I was like, you know, the class fantasy of the warrior is the king of melee, you know what I mean? But then that doesn't necessarily mean in light of PvP balance, they should destroy all other melee players, but to a certain extent, I would expect some form of strength there. And I understand it's Season of Discovery, it's not vanilla, but when I get the jump on a hunter, even if he's a melee hunter, again, just weighing up class fantasies, I kind of go, well, you'd think on paper a warrior should somewhat get the upper hand over a hunter. And this hunter just made me look like a fool. So I guess my question is more like, do you think the melee hunter really should be able to dominate all in PvP if played well in melee, or there is maybe that paper, rock, scissors element of vanilla that should come into play a little bit, where like, okay, against certain classes or specs, you might be expected to be the weaker of the two?
Yeah, like I would say from a class fantasy perspective, warriors should absolutely have the upper hand. However, there is a world boss who some of you might be familiar with, who does wander around Desolace from time to time, who is the original melee hunter. So, I mean, I don't know. His name is Rek'Sai. He was a bit of a big deal in a game called Warcraft 3. But so I don't know. Maybe from a flavor and lore perspective, there's an argument there. I think with melee hunter, I think it has to come down to like trap play, right? Like how well is the hunter using these tools outside of just spamming Raptor Strike and Mongoose Bite and things to like, you know, deal big damage. Flanking Strike as well, I guess, is the new fun toy that they've got. But they really need to be using some of these other tools to like, I don't know, like get the warrior lit up with immolation traps and like, you know, slowly burn them down with like dots while also chipping away with melee. I'm not sure. But I think if the warrior gets the jump, the hunter should be not comfortable. Like, I think that kind of needs to be the design, right?
I'll throw in this caveat before I open it up to the floor. Guys, and all you listeners at home, just remember, all of my bitching and everything about my PvP encounters should be absolutely taken with the largest grain of salt of all time. Because, number one, they're highly, like, just, you know, they're just my own personal analogies of it's a bit, you know, subjective and skewed, so that's a bit unfair. But then also, I'm not necessarily calling for changes just because I lost a PvP fight. Like, this is very much so old man yells at cloud. So just when I bitch about every class, and I will in PvP, going, I lost to this class and I lost to that class, it's not fair. I'm not saying every class should be nerfed but warriors. I'm just having a bitch and a moan because I'm a fuckwit. But let me throw it out to the floor here. Same question that I asked Midas for all of you. Did that hunter nerf feel right to you guys? Did you have your own instances of seeing hunter pets in the wild pre-nerf going, what the fuck is going on here?
I mean, on this one? When you say, did the hunter nerf feel like right, which one of the 5 or 6 are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, we're still just focusing in on the pets. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. In a vacuum, yes, it felt right. But I kind of feel like we were... Like, when they did that, they could have unnerved something like Chimera Shot, for instance. Because I get the feeling that right now, even after the pet nerf, the best runes to use in, like, a meta gameplay is still all the passive ones. And it's just pretty fucking boring compared to some of the cool stuff the other classes have gotten.
That is definitely true. I think Flanking Strike might be worth it over Sniper Training if you're able to melee weave in combat. Else, yeah, it's just passive all the way down.
Well, Josh, I had a similar experiences with you because I'm also maining Warrior, and I can recall a couple instances where I had a Night Elf hunter just stay Shadow Meld and let their pet 1v1 me, and then they pop out and they take the one hit with their pet, so they get their HK, and then they go back into Shadow Meld.
As soon as you said you're also playing a hunter, sorry, as soon as you said you're also playing a warrior, I was like, oh, my brother in arms, my commiserations.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a long-time classic hunter main, so I know the game. If they keep you at range, they should be able to handle you. But I've gotten jumps on hunters and looked at my combat log, and their pet's done 80% of the damage, and they've hit me with like a wing clip, so I'm waddling while they just kind of sit there and laugh.
Yep, 2 melee strikes and a wing clip, and you're dead from the pet.
Yeah, the hard part is I think they went from one extreme to the other. I think they needed a taper. I think they just went from, oh, it's too strong, let's just completely cut it off at the knees, versus let's see if we can't scale this back and find a happy medium, because now they're going to have to revert it because no one wants to play cats and raptors the whole time. But, I've also had similar experiences with meta warlocks and the new tank rogue. Like I jumped a meta warlock at 20%, and his drain life almost kept him alive long enough through 2 executes to 100 to 0 me.
Don't get me started. We will borrow in on meta fucking warlocks, mate. Trust me.
I think.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Go ahead.
On the nerfs, like, I feel like a lot of hunters. I mean, some in here are being reasonable in that the damage was just ludicrous. But I think everyone skipped past the actual developer note saying, we really didn't want you to be the best tank in the game.
Yeah,
which they were, while being the top DPS. And I think that was a bigger problem. I didn't even care that they did that much damage, but they should just die like any ordinary mob out in the world. Like, give a pet 600 HP and let it be 70% of their damage. If that's what that hunter wants to play like BM, it shouldn't have 2k HP when the shaman tank has 1200. And 4k armor.
Right.
But that's where it was ruining it. You were the best DPS and the best tank. We went and did my third.
Yeah, who do they think they are? Warriors? What's going on, Ubiquitous?
Yeah. Well, like, it's just that's the part where, how do you balance around that? Like, balancing with pets is always difficult. Like, if it becomes too powerful, what's even the point of the player? It's just like an elite roaming around on its own. But I think that was the bigger problem, and they just had to bring that in line. And I feel like they could have just kept their DPS but made them glass cannon pets instead.
And that's 100% what they should have done, is like had a trade off. Like, if the pet's going to be tanky and resistant, its damage should be shit. However, if it wants to do high damage, if it wants to do low damage, it can then be the second best tank in the game.
Give it the mage treatment to get a glass cannon.
Yeah.
I would like to say that I think the main issue with the Hunter Pets is it's all multiplicative scaling on top of each other. And the second they start adding flat increases, there were way too much, as they have said, with both stamina increase and armor increase. all that multiplicative scaling on top of it was what made it so powerful. Like, the health increase from the Beastmaster rune is multiplied by the health increase from the talents and the health increase on the pet itself. It goes absolutely nuts up there. And that's also the reason why pets were very crazy damage-wise. And it's definitely good to have rained it down, but still, it is a bit sad, at least from a hunter perspective. Like, Kill Command is just, it's your 2 basic abilities to use on. You don't get to have any fun with it.
Sorry, you go.
I think people outside the hunter camp have the idea, like, we look at it as, it's cool that they found it, but when you really do read how that poison was interacting with the game, it's like you'd practically consider it a bug.
The
it's
Scorpion
a developer
poison, you mean?
oversight. So,
Yeah. Here's part of the problem is that they really suffered from not having the PTR. And I think that a lot of this stuff could have been cleaned up. They mentioned it in the long blue post as well, that this was a serious issue that they didn't address because they didn't have enough playtime on it.
Jack, if I can push you on that, though, because it was raised, I keep saying it was raised last week. We talk about a lot of shit on the show. Things are going to come up in multiple weeks. But, like, Jack, interested to hear your thoughts on this, because I am still someone who's like, like Pyrolin's putting it really well in chat, going, warts and all, I'd still take no PTR any fucking day of the week. Considering what we have now still. Like, I don't care if all these things have been changed really quickly and we're dealing with, hunters were pretty fucked up that week, that's okay, they've been fixed now. Warlocks were pretty fucked up the next week, that's okay, they've been fixed now. I'd rather go through this ride than do the PTR and have all the fucking sweaters work out the game and have every guide in the world released before the game comes out and all that shit. But that's just me.
I totally agree on that point. I just think that there needed to be some more internal stuff on that, and I will hope that they have more internal done. Because back in the day, they would also bring in groups to come in and test. And if you knew any of those teams, they would come in and test the content ahead of time. They could be doing that on phase 2 when that stuff comes to really try and min-max and push and find some of the flaws ahead of it. So that would be the pushback I would have for you.
Fair enough. Sorry, someone was
I feel like another issue too.
Atsu, go for it.
All of the hunter scaling issues were with special abilities that bypass armor. And so they had like that, all like the Scorpion and the Lightning Breath, none of those are affected by armor. So they're basically just free damage on any class. You know, there's no way to mitigate whatever these pets were doing.
Yeah, they were nature-based and damage type, so you had to use nature protection potions to protect against them.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we had
another.
Sorry, you go.
It's just like one of the bigger issues I'm seeing with like a lot of the moaning about hunters being super powerful right now is also just like hunters in Classic as well are very strong in the early levels. Their pets are as well, especially because the Beast Mastery talent provides so much power to your pet in the first 25 levels. So even before we got runes and before we got pet scaling, pets were super dangerous early on, and now we get all this as well. I think like even if Blizzard were testing these runes and the scaling at like level 60, and it might have looked okay there, once you go down to level 25 and people have like super weird bad gear, they lack all their talents and all that shit, suddenly pets become super broken just because of that.
Boys, I'll pipe in about, we'll move on from the pets and talk about some, because there's a bunch of hunter stuff we've got to rip through. They made the easy decision. We criticized, this decision earlier on the podcast a couple of weeks ago when we found out about it, the aspect of the lion and the aspect of the hawk thing. They've realized very quickly that it wasn't the play to be able to make hunters basically choose between the two. They've now allowed that you can have aspect of the lion up and pop up your aspect of the hawk. I mean, we don't have to talk about this for very long. Was this pretty much a no-brainer?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, we've been talking about that since we did the class preview, even before the release.
Yeah.
Do they still get the added bonus for themselves with aspect of the lion, or is it just a flat 10% stats for everybody now?
they still get the added bonus. So it is 20% stat for the hunter.
Plus the aspect of the hawk on top of it. Yeah.
Exactly. But it was bound to happen because improved aspect of the hawk is too fun of a mechanic to force some hunters to skip.
Yeah. It's a very fun proc to hit.
Yeah.
It is also very unreliable when you're not fighting a boss fight.
Of course, but that high you get when it procs, even when it procs like early on in a fight, and you can stack it with rapid fire and maybe a trinket. Like it's just too good. It's too good to force people out of.
That's how every 100 pars, like in Classic, was always the lucky streak of aspect of the hawk procs, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's the only way to not clip your auto aim shot, essentially. Because most weapons aren't 3-second speed.
Because people always used to criticize melee weaving and go, well, you never see melee weaving in like the top parses. That's always because you're not taking advantage of the aspect of the hawk procs. And if they get that lucky proc back to back, there's a 100 par.
My humble brag, my only 100 pass ever was not melee weaving because I had 85% uptime on improved aspect of the hawk.
RNGesus, baby.
Just RNGesus, baby. And otherwise, I would always melee weave.
I never got a 100 in Classic, but all my 99s were when I'd start a fight and get a lucky aspect of the hawk straight away, and I wouldn't melee weave. I'd just lean fully into just that going ranged.
To be fair, though, that 100 was on Twin Emperors on a non-world buffed run. So not that much competition.
Still low. It's still impressive.
Fucking
getting a 100 is still an accomplishment, even in non-world buff, bro. That's huge.
Thank you.
Finding out that you never got a 100 pass, Hunk, is like finding out there's no Santa Claus. There are listeners worldwide of Countdown to Classic tearing their Hunk posters off their bedroom walls as we speak.
I got really, really close. There was one time, what was it? I think it was on Lothar, where I was amazed I didn't get a 100 pass, and I was so close. But yeah, getting that 100 pass, man, that's a big step from a 99. That's so much higher. That last little bit, it's huge.
Yeah.
You got to be the best in the world for that week.
It's not just you have to be the best. You have to also be with others. Yeah, it's
100%.
It's not a solo play, but yeah.
And I love the loaf boys, but man, our warriors could not hold their dicks in their pants and not lose their world buffs on trash.
Oh,
always, every week there was one who just couldn't keep it in their pants.
Our fucking Kiwi friends, shots fired.
I love them. I love the boys. They know I love them, but everyone in those raids would remember you, be like, oh fuck, come on.
Well, Staunch is definitely ripping his Hunk posters off his bedroom wall now.
Oh, but I mean, I've still got my Staunch posters up.
Very good. Sorry, someone else is going to jump in, and then I'll bring up the flanking strike thing, and then we'll move on. Was someone else going to say something there?
Yeah, I mean, the flanking. Your PvP experience, was that before the changes or after the recent changes where they buff flanking strikes to actually, be an ability that works with your scaling?
The Malay encounter was about 2 or 3 days ago, so post pet nerf, but I'm not sure if it was before or after this flanking strike change.
I think that might have been...
Didn't the flanking strike nerf happen first?
Well, actually, yeah. So it would have been after, because this is December 11 and it's December 17 now. So probably, yeah. So I actually don't understand this. I'm not playing a hunter, so I don't understand this flanking strike change. Like, you guys who have mucked around with it, what's the deal? Has Melee Hunter been massively buffed or what?
Yes, it changed from being a very static ability that dealt. I think for me, it used to deal 80 damage divided out between me and the pets, of 40 from each before the changes. And now it actually is, I do a melee attack with all my melee abilities, and my pet does a melee attack with all its melee abilities, and all the modifiers I can stack on the pet.
I mean, calling it a massive buff is maybe a stretch, right? Because of the 30-second cooldown.
Well, I mean, it went from being an ability you wouldn't want to use because, well, it didn't deal any damage, unless you were specifically targeting for the Raptor Strike buffs, to, this actually does damage now. I can now go in and use it to actually, deal more damage. And it feels good to use. And also the fact that, it just now works with your other abilities. Like, I'll
just say, my biggest gripe with Flanking Strike right now is that you cannot macro Flanking Strike and Raptor Strike together in a way that makes, at least I haven't found a way yet, where you get to use Flanking Strike and then Raptor Strike right after, such that you get a chance to refresh Flanking Strike immediately.
Yeah,
it's... Well, isn't that because you're auto?
Well, so the thing is...
Raptor tied to auto, isn't it?
It is. But if you make a macro that casts Flanking Strike and Raptor Strike at the same time, it will go Raptor Strike, auto attack, then queue up Raptor Strike. So then you have to wait for a whole nother swing before you get to put your...
Is it because on the GCD?
No, Raptor Strike is not on the GCD. It's just...
No,
it's an
Flanking Strike is Flanking Strike on the GCD.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's why you can't do it then.
No, because but like Raptor Strike is basically Heroic Strike, but with mana. So it's on next melee, right? So you should be able to queue them up, or like do them at the same time. But the thing is, if you queue it up beforehand, then there's a risk of you doing the Raptor Strike before your Flanking Strike goes off. And then obviously your Raptor Strike cannot refresh your Flanking Strike.
Is there no like warrior formatted macro that we could, I don't know, steal the format of if it's
stop stealing warrior shit to get better.
if you were to activate it in point blank range, I think you'd have to do like a /cast Flanking Strike and then a cancel attack macro, because it's probably the casting the Flanking Strike starting your attack and then Raptor Strike's queuing up after that. So it's probably Flanking Strike, cancel attack. Raptor Strike is probably the macro look like.
I've tried with /stop attack and that hasn't solved the problem.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I would say just to get off of this topic, go back to your main the question you had, John.
I was gonna say, I feel like we dropped some blood in the water of this Shark Tank of nerds. I loved it.
About warrior versus hunter. I mean, I agree that has got to feel bad, but you got to keep in mind this is a duel. You're playing a class who gets way stronger than more people who are attacking it and has infinite sustain, and you're complaining that you're losing a 1v1 against a mono class. I mean, I understand it feels terrible, but you have to keep that's also a balance point to keep in mind. Where, warrior and duel maybe is not a good indication of its end all.
100%. And sorry, Fred, I'm probably not doing a good enough job of placating my view, or like sort of watering down my own views in that way, because I'm trying to throw in the caveats and be like, look, I am just an old man bitching about one-on-one losses, but there's just so many different factors that come in. Like, Josh, what gear were you wearing? What gear was he wearing? What abilities were you pushing? What abilities was he pushing? Fucking, how much rage did you have? How much mana? Like, all the fucking X factors come in. I totally get that. All my whinging, though, Fred, will always come from one-on-ones, because like one-on-one world PvP is just, it is my jam. So whenever you hear me complain, it's always centered around that. And it's tough because the warrior is the ramp up
warrior
class.
Was probably not the best choice if that was.
I know. Well, I'm still but I still say, Fred, like, in spite of my whinging, like, okay, once I got all my runes, yes, I started winning a little bit more. Warbringer made a light difference. Single-Minded Fury made a big difference. So, I have enjoyed more success in World PvP after getting all my runes, so that's great. But then I still get my fucking butt kicked fairly fucking frequently. But my overall thing, though, is I'm not going full content creator here and being like, buff my class, oh my god, buff my class or else. I'm really like, don't change a thing with warrior, because this, like I've said, it's not my time. There's a lot of things about this class that maybe aren't conducive to one-on-one fights or whatever, and all my tools are coming later. I'm perfectly fine with eating shit for now.
Yeah, no, I understand that does feel bad. I mean, you're fighting at the end of the day, you're fighting a range class, and you got the drop on them, and they're locked in melee. You should feel like if they didn't do anything to me at ranged, I should win. So I definitely understand that feeling.
And that was the main thing. Yeah.
That if you balance around 1v1s, the fact of the matter is that warriors are so much stronger in group content because of having rage. And hunters, I guess, I think they're actually quite strong group content. But the fact of the matter is that they do run out. They can hypothetically run out of mana in a group content fight. I don't know if they really do, and then that would be a problem for them.
They're soloing people.
Yeah. Well, I also want to go around. I think to the very first thing you'd said, Josh, because we missed it. Was you were talking about how you thought, well, I think some people were saying that they thought maybe the nerfs maybe were a little knee-jerk, and I definitely understand where people are coming from with that. But like if I go to Warcraft logs right now, and I go to the 75% parse, and I go to 1 day, so it's just the parses from today, so post-nerfs, Marksmanship Hunter is number 1 there, and that's like the most knee-jerk. And then I think what were the knee-jerk buffs? Well, there's Elemental Shaman. Turns out they're still the worst DPS in the game. Enhancement Shaman got a knee-jerk huge buff too. They're just right above it. It's like Balanced Druid got a knee-jerk buff. They're just above Arcane Mage, which is just above Enhancement Shaman, still like at the bottom of the list. So like they made these nerfs and these buffs, which seem huge, but at the end of the day, despite all the nerfs, Marksman's still number 1, and all these shitter classes in PvE are still, turns out, shitter classes. Although I will say that the curve is looking much nicer than it actually looked at 60 in vanilla.
But also on that point, Fred, like and this is why I was saying sort of don't touch warriors. I'm not DPSing as a warrior. I've got no interest in DPS, but warriors are fucking right up there as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're number 4, number 3 if you don't double count Hunter. So it's Marksmanship Hunter at 130 DPS, DPS Rogue at 128.5, so pretty fucking close. Melee Hunter at 121, and then Warrior at 116. So they're off by less than 10% from the top DPS, and then you drop another 10% to Feral Druid, and then anyway. But they're actually pretty close. I was just saying that I think that, however, you might look at these nerfs and these buffs that Blizzard did and sort of be like, oh my gosh, you're making huge changes on the fly. But like, despite these changes, they were all correct changes. They were all. I applaud them for it. They had the idea right, and the numbers still, despite them, the numbers are still, I don't know if you want to say out of whack, but it's not like Hunter is shit because of these nerfs. It's still number 1, and it's not like Elemental or Enhancement or Balance are like kicking ass. They're still actually not on the high end of the curve. So, kudos to Blizzard for that.
Someone else is about to jump in. I just want to say that I think that's the first time in all the years I've known you, Fred, that I've heard you say fuck. And from the guy who says fuck every second word, I'm like, oh my. I love it. Sorry, guys, jump in.
Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of feel like the logs are still like. Can you really depend on them when like all those hunters and all those warriors that get the top passes are in super sweaty guilds that use the whistle from the
this is a 75% parse that I'm looking at, to be clear.
All right, fair enough. All right, yeah. Then I got
the classes on the bottom, all of their powers in the top of their talents that they don't get yet. So the Ellie Shaman, the Boomkin, all those are missing all of their big damage talents, which will come in next phase.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to jump in. I'm pretty sure that's a labeling issue, but I'm 99% sure what Fred was talking about there was BM hunters, not marks, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah. It just says Marksmanship Hunter.
Yeah, it's a labeling issue on Warcraft logs, I think.
Yeah.
I think. Maybe I don't want to steer it too far away. Josh is the captain, but
no, fuck it. You take the wheel, mate.
The casters just need to realize that, like rogues, hunters, warriors, and feral, we actually get better with every bit of strength and agility we get, and there's a lot of it. Casters get spirit and intellect. It doesn't help you do jack shit. Like, you actually need spell power on your gear, and there's like none of it around until you're in BFD. So maybe also, when we're all full BIS, like for BFD, you'll see the casters starting to catch up, because like me getting 2 agility is a big fucking deal. A mage getting 2 more intellect.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, but like I feel like
if I look at the 99 parse of Elemental Shaman, so presumably they have all the best gear in the game, played by the best player with all the craziest world buffs. That's still less than the 75% parse of Hunter.
Yeah, but the gear isn't as scalable now. Like,
Oh, I agree that
Yeah.
later. But I thought you were saying in full BFD bits. I'm saying, well, no.
No,
we
they
actually know
won't.
that's
They
not
won't
true.
catch up now because it's just not how casters work with the gear set that they're going to have. Like whoop-de-doo,
Exactly.
got a dagger with 2 spell power. So, like, and that's this is another tangent that we'll probably get to. But like, all right, buff them all just to take it away next phase when they do get their talents and stuff. What do players want? They probably do want to stomp their feet, get their buff now, and I bet you they're going to cry when Blizzard takes it away when their scaling does start to ramp up.
Yes.
But that's another
yes.
fucking chat. So
Atsu then Pixar.
I was to say, yeah, but you're also Ellie have the cast reduction coming next phase. You've got Boomkins with like crit damage coming, so like a lot of their big damage buffs from just like their inherent abilities are coming later, as well as like you said, the spell power scaling is definitely a big difference. Whereas I get 5 more agility on my warrior, and there's another 1% crit. That's huge.
Yeah. So gearing's always going to be a big deal, no matter what the class is going to be. But I mean, right now at 25, with a lot of the casters not being at max, is detrimental to them because like you have Shadow Priest, right? So at 40, when they get Shadow Form, right now they've been buffed by like 40-something%. So now give them Shadow Form, which gives them another 40% on top of that, is going to be like insane. So if you think about Elemental Shaman as the example that you're using, right? They're going to get Elemental Mastery around 40-50. So when we hit phase 2, when they get that ability, and they've already been buffed, right? And now you have an Overload proc on a Lava Burst or anything like that. I mean, the one-shot potential, that's like the great thing about SOD right now is like everybody's worried about what is the greatest class right now. But the meta is going to change so drastically based on phases that it's never going to be the same meta. Sure, warriors are going to scale because they always get better towards the end of the expansion, and they're doing really good now, which is great. But it's the best thing about what's happening right now is you get to create the meta. It doesn't matter the class. You know what? You might not be great now, but come towards like the end of another phase, you could be a god tier. So like SOD has been so great because of that like it's got everybody guessing what's going to be the next great thing.
That's one of the smartest things, Sig, about this whole like we say how good it is to sort of throw the gate down and stop people from going too fast too soon, and you have to stop at 25 and all that shit. But part of the greatness of the gatekeeping as well on the level cap is that we get to go through these meta changes 3 fucking more times. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm in another category as a content creator where this is like manna from heaven, where I get consistent content pouring in as we have all these discussions over the next year about how many times the meta changes and all this new shit to discover at level 40, level 50, level 60. That's great. But even just as a player, I think it's really fun that we get to go through this so many more times. Like, we've had so much fun doing this through phase 1. Now we're going to go phase 2 or phase 3 or phase 4 at all these different levels. It's sick.
It is sick. Sorry, I want to go back. Sorry, I really just said that in passion speech here, Josh. And I want to go back to a very nerdy point here.
That's all right.
Which is, I think this has been said a few times, which is this belief that, just wait till the new talents till we hit 40, and all of a sudden the casters are going to be kicking ass. I gotta say, I'm skeptical at this point. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but like I look at hunters and I'm like, okay, well, what are their pets already doing massive damage, already top DPS. Okay, now let's give it, another 15% crit. Now let's give it Flurry for 30% attack speed with permanent uptime because it's not based upon hits, it just lasts for 15 seconds. Oh, and let's also give it Bestial Wrath. And we're like, oh yeah, but a Shaman's crit will go from doing 150% damage to 200% damage. Did you just hear what I said about Hunter, who's already massively out DPSing them?
I think if we can look at the changes,
and you're skipping the.
Sorry, keep going. Sorry, keep going. I was trying to get everyone to stop talking over the top of each other. Keep going.
Okay, I guess that was me. Sorry.
Who else? Wait, Midas. Sorry. Who else was that was talking before? Was that you, Pixar, or someone else?
Yeah, I just think that example is just not fair because it's not the fact that elemental shamans go from doing 1.5 to 2 times damage when they crit. It's the fact that their lightning bolt goes from 3 seconds to 2 seconds, which alone is a 50% damage increase. And then on top of that, you add more crit. You add 6% crit damage. You add 6% crit. You add elemental mastery for guaranteed crit. Chain Lightning is the same, goes from 2.5 to 1.5. Those two abilities become the most spell power efficient abilities in terms of spell power to damage per second. Like it's not even going to compare. Like, sure, you can increase the auto attack damage of pets by 30% with the flurry. That's true, but it doesn't increase their ability damage. And one of the big deals about the Beast Mastery rune is that they get so much more focus, so they have more claw and more bite damage. But that doesn't get scaled up by flurry. It's only
but they trigger flurry though. So if you can constantly claw, you can keep flurry uptime.
Yeah, but like
it also goes for shaman as well, right? So you have Eye of the Storm. So going to Pick's point, right? And like PvP again, when it comes to everybody trying to follow the meta, right? So it negates the cast time on his lightning bolt, and then with the elemental mastery that you're going to get, so now you have no pushback. You have an instant cast with the chain lightning with an overload proc. So it's, I mean, every class, again, it goes back to the beauty of like, you can basically pick any class at this point in SOD, and it's a toss up. You can be great or you can be, it's a boom or bust at this point. And the fact that nobody knows what it's going to be is what makes this so exciting going forward.
Let's go Midas, then Balazarth. I think something was going to... Midas, you were going to say something, and then Balazarth was going to say something. I think kick us off, Midas.
Oh, look, just super quick. I was just going to say, I love those conversations. I love speculating about like what Phase 2 and beyond is going to look like. But when we do this, I would implore you to try not to apply a static lens to that, because I will eat my shorts if BM is exactly the same at Phase 2 when we get there. I'll eat my shorts if Shadow Form is exactly the same.
You heard it here, folks. If it's the same, we're going to live stream Midas eating his
We're
shorts.
sending a knife and fork to Midas's house.
Please, devs, please.
Yeah.
It's got to be a pair of Josh's footy shorts.
I used rugby shorts, 100%.
Yeah.
Just please don't make cats the meta. It's so boring. I don't want to look at this model anymore, please.
Balazarth, sorry, mate. Were you going to say something before, or am I getting that wrong?
I was, but yeah, same also just... It is going to be interesting to when we get to Phase 2 to see what is and what isn't going to be good. Especially also the whole spell ranks versus non-spell ranks and scaling-wise and how everything is changing. But yeah, I would not dare to predict the future because it's not going to be... we don't even know the runes yet, so...
Fair.
Might be something
I'm so excited to see the next set of runes. I think it's going to be great. Guys, we'll move on to the next topic. I haven't sort of formally said hello, Sig. Thank you so much for jumping in, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I was trying to kind of pick up on what the conversation was before I spoke up.
No, all good, man. And I'll also say hi to Hideous John, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. It's getting a bit spicy in here, but that's the way I like it.
No, mate, this is like old school countdown. I fucking love it. The everyone's throwing numbers out there, getting a bit. They're leaning forward in their seats a bit more. I really, really like it.
You guys haven't missed much. It's just warriors being sooky.
Oh
so far.
my god, yeah, the sookiest warrior.
Hunters are shooting me with their bows and then hitting me with their axes.
That's the name of my future award-winning line of children's book, The Sookiest Warrior. Leo, mate, thank you so much for joining the conversation. How are you?
Good, mate. How are you?
Good. I'll just turn you up, mate. All good. Mate, just jump in whenever. We'll get this next topic started. We've done Hunters. Fuck, that's half an hour on Hunters. Good stuff. Guys, the next classes, like all the other classes, obviously didn't get as many changes as Hunters, so they might be much briefer. But let's see how we go. Ubiquitous, are you fired up and ready to go about rogues, mate?
I guess.
Well, there's not that much to discuss, I guess. But I mean, I think you tell me that there's been positive changes. I mean, let me just read out to you, and you let me know if I've missed anything over the last week that's been done. But the 3 dot points that we got were Saber Slash, Shiv, and Main Gauche will now properly consume remorseless attacks. Saber Slash's tooltip is fixed, damage not reduced. Saber Slash damage is now properly considered a bleed and benefits from the Mangle debuff. Note that bleed immune creatures will no longer be affected by it. Wasn't there other stuff done, or am I forgetting?
No, that was about all we've had change. Okay. But one of them's a leveling nerf the other one is literally, it was just a tooltip error. Like,
Yeah.
said that Saber Slash was better than what it was.
Yeah.
And the bleed change is kind of good, but kind of bad. Like, it's not going to be useful on any elemental or any mechanical unit. And I mean, Noma's coming, so that might be a nerf to it. But I can't really complain. Rogue's in a good place, considering we don't have really anything new. Like, we have Saber Slash and Envenom, and we press both of them, but that's it. And I think we'll be fine with Blade Flurry and stuff coming. So yeah, no real complaints. There's nothing too spicy coming out of me about Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue's still feeling good. Thumbs up.
Yeah, satisfied. So
what about Mutilate? Is that how's that faring?
I think it's really struggling from its energy cost, because it doesn't have its energy reduction from Slaughter in the Shadows or whatever it's called. And yeah, it's just too much energy for too little damage. And Saber Slash's bleed is just too efficient, really, especially
maybe
for maintaining it.
Maybe once Rogues get Seal Fate at level 40, then
I think Mutilate will probably be helped with talents a bit more, but that's still just it's very sobering to come back to vanilla energy regen and the 20 energy ticks, but I would be really, really surprised if we don't get some kind of energy reimbursement style rune like Wrath, where you get ticks back on crits, or maybe they go a different path where you get energy back every time poisons proc, just something different. And then that would make Mutilate much more viable, because it's just, for something that's supposed to make points just fall out of your pockets, it's not giving you that many points very quickly at the moment.
Too easy. Anyone else on Rogues? Anyone even playing one? Anyone and anything else to say, or should we move on to the next class? No, we'll move on. Oh, sorry. So, is that it?
No, I'm saying, like, I don't really see any Rogues complaining about anything at the
No,
moment.
all
We do
good.
Damage, and it's easy.
All good. Sorry, Zim, I missed your crack about Hunters half an hour ago. It's too true, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. They're just the new Warriors, you know?
Yeah. So Zim said that if it wasn't for Season of Discovery, we wouldn't have discovered that Hunters complain more than Warriors. And I think a Gren can nod along to that one. Guys, let's move on to Shaman. Let's talk about it. Look, Shaman got, as far as I'm concerned, a pretty decent buff. We got the Lava Lash increase, mana cost reduced, Overload, the huge change from 33% proc to 50% proc. You guys have discussed that a little bit already. The dual wield specialization change now increases it to a 10% increased chance to hit while dual wielding. It's just pretty massive overall for Shaman. Fred, I think you're playing a Shaman and quite passionate about them. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty much Biss on an enhancement Shaman right now. So I'm really liking it. It's a lot of fun.
Everyone's talking about how strong Shaman are. Just, feels as a tank. Ellie now with that 50% fucking overload. The Shaman, I think it's fair to say, are happy. Do you think?
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I'm tanking because it seems like DPS wise, it probably wouldn't be too good. I would be happy if I could do more DPS looking at the logs, but hey, compared to vanilla, I am riding high. Like, let me tell you. So yes, and the tank spec is super, super good, super fun. I mean, you just grab aggro, no one can ever take it off you. You use, you dual wield, but you use Water Shield, not Lava Lash typically. And then you just generate so much mana from that while you're like take over a boss you want BFD, doing a bunch of damage, using 2 shocks on separate cooldowns. Oh, it feels so nice.
How's the tanking been going for you otherwise, like outside of what you just said? I can say that, look, I've tanked BFD twice now, once with the Warlock, once with the Shaman. Everyone's raving about Shaman tanks. And I know that, please keep this in mind, Blizzard has said we want all the tanks to have a different role. You'll have strengths, you'll have weaknesses. We want the tanks to feel slightly different. And I'm sure it's definitely doing that. It's been a frustrating experience as a warrior tank going through BFD, where I'm pretty much useless until we get to a single target boss. Where, single target, I can pretty much hold threat against the others. But like anything outside of that, I feel like I should just be DPSing. But like, that's fine. That's cool. Pack tanking is not my thing, but it must feel good as a Shaman, because I saw our Shaman the other day just holding everything and must have been fucking loving it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing anything AoE instead of on the gloves, you take what is it called? It's not Lava Burst, it's Molten Blast, and instead of a Water Shield, and that hits 4 targets. It generates crazy threat. Yeah, no, I was doing a lot of SFKs to farm gear with some buddies, and basically like you stay in combat 100% of the time. Whenever there's less than 4 targets in front of you, you like run out and you grab another one. So there's always 4 targets. You're speed clearing everything with this like AoE clear. Because you have all of them hitting you, you're blocking all the time, you have full mana, you're using your Molten Blast to do like, 80 damage to 4 targets every 6 seconds more if your Flame Shot comes off. You're doing like 150 DPS in SFK. It's total blast. It's so fun.
Very good. Anyone else playing Shaman? Any thoughts or about people losing to Shamans in PvP or seeing them on the damage meters in PvE? Any other thoughts?
Oh yeah, man. I love it's everything I thought it would be. Like tanking Shaman in Ashenvale and just never dying feels amazing.
I think healing Shaman's struggling a little bit.
Without chain heal?
Yeah,
well, the overload buff was
chain
pretty
heal.
decent for them.
True, they're like, I don't know if healing rain really like
Oh yeah, I mean the main thing that they have going for them really is that you can dual wield even if you're healing specs. You dual wield double rock biter. You use Shamanistic Fury, and you regenerate the full mana every minute. So they have crazy sustain, crazy healing. I think it's just kind of a little bit probably more boring than others because you don't have any fancy tools. You're still just casting a 2.5 second healing wave or lesser healing wave, and that's really all you're doing. Whereas like the priests have penance and palm. Druids have rejuvenation, life bloom stuff going on, whereas shamans is kind of the same old, except you have crazy mana sustain.
I mean, druids are low key, like putting out the highest healing numbers in BFD at the moment. They're kind of like with wild growth and life bloom. So and just shamans, I feel like they'll certainly be a lot better next phase once they get chain heal. And that's
I feel like
come back into their own.
Shamans are the redheaded stepchild. I'll be honest. I play a paladin, which is obviously one of the broken classes at the moment, and being like super geared. The only shaman I really have a hard time with is the tank shamans, and I think it's just that I think tank shamans are amazing. It's not that they do incredible damage; it's just they put up the biggest fight.
Tank anything. The meta warlock, the tank shaman, the tank rogue, like that rune is fucking ridiculous. The crit, the crit like immunity or whatever. I'm not sure how it works in PvP. You'll have to tell me if I'm wrong, but like they still get that 6% off crit in PvP, right?
I'm not sure. Again, in PvP is usually where I find the tank shaman. I have not really had an issue with any shaman, and I'm not that I'm saying, hey, go and buff them. I mean, I'm sure shaman specs could use some love, but it's like, as a paladin, it's the /LOL when one attacks you, unless it's a tank shaman. In that case, it's who's going to last longer, either their health bar or my mana. And I think that's where the more interesting fight comes in play.
Mate, as a paladin, you're fucking /LOLing at everyone, and I'll get stuck right into you, Sig, in the next segment when we discuss paladins.
For sure.
Just still on the shaman, guys. I'm really happy for the glow up that Shaman got. Fred, the last thing I was sort of going to say before we move on from Shaman is, what was that stuff that you were discussing about a week or so ago in the Discord about the Rockbiter AP or something not quite going as high as people thought it might?
Oh yeah. So when people were looking at rank 4 Rockbiter on Wowhead, it was telling you that it was giving you 200 AP. It turns out, which I didn't know until I started playing, each rank of Rockbiter scales with your level. So Rockbiter rank 1, again, still talking about rank 1, gives you more AP at level 60 than it does at level 1. Weird, right? So it scales with level, and then also it scales with rank. So you train a higher rank, which has better scaling. Very weird. Anyway, so that means at level 25, because it hasn't scaled fully, the Rockbiter is only giving you like 134 AP and not 200 AP. And so when people were sort of thinking about, oh man, like Shaman's going to be so strong, they're thinking because double Rockbiter would give you 400 AP. But it's only giving you, I think, what is it? I guess like 260 or something, or if it's one, I don't remember what it is. Anyway, it's like 260, 270, something like that, maybe like 330. The point is you're missing like 30, 40, 50, somewhere around their strength. I should actually log in right now and I can check it. But anyway, So because it's scaling less, it's giving less AP than people had been thinking when they were, theory crafting it. And obviously, if you're off, by 80, 90 AP, 14 AP is a DPS, and that scales with your other damage. So that can, put you off by like 20 DPS from what you're expecting, which is pretty big numbers at this level when, your parse for 75% parse is only, 88 or something.
But obviously not quite as high as I remember that quote that I sent you of that guy going, mate, they're going to have 69 million AP at fucking level 25.
Yeah, exactly, because Rockbiter scales worse. The other thing is, to circle back around, right before release, they also made it so Wild Strikes doesn't, it takes the temporary weapon enchant slot, which is a huge nerf to Shamans, because this means that you can't have Wind Fury and Rockbiter on your main weapon at the same time. I think they should revert that. I think it's fun to have that. If you want to be a blacksmith, use your Black Fathom weapon stone that they put into the game. You're griefing yourself by doing that if you have a druid in your group. That's no fun. If you're a rogue, you want to use poisons, although you do have a rune that lets you do it. You're griefing yourself by applying a poison in your main weapon. Similar with Rockbiter, I think it's more fun, and it would fix the balance because enhances at the bottom. So that would buff them anyway. But yes, I think that it's less AP from Rockbiter than expected. Plus no stacking with Wild Strikes, which are both unexpected things going into the game that I think made it so that they sort of were underwhelming compared to what people were projecting.
Yeah, it was fun finding out in BFD yesterday at the second last boss that I shouldn't be applying my sharpening stone with a feral druid in the group.
It's so funny.
Fucking hell.
It's unintuitive though. That's not your fault. That's so unintuitive.
Hey, sorry, just a question on that Rockbiter scaling thing. Is that the only spell of its kind in the game? Is there anything else that works that way?
I'm not aware of any, but I wasn't aware that Rockbiter worked that way, so who knows?
I think there's actually a lot of spells that scales with buff with level slightly. I think
the runes aren't they?
Yeah, runes, yeah, but also some of the old buff spells. I can't remember if it's complete this game, but mean battle shouts gain increased AP as you gain level. It's not a lot, and it's not really noticeable, but also might be something with Blessing of Might, rank 1 at the start.
But also stuff like Fireball will do slightly more damage each level until you reach the level where you can learn the new rank.
Is that right with Fireball?
Oh, I had no idea.
I thought it was static.
Well, the more you know.
I think we all thought that.
Okay.
Yeah, no idea.
Guys, let's move on from Shaman. They're happy. So rogues are happy. Shaman are happy. Hunters are crying, but that's okay. They're still top of the pile. Leo, mate, what class do you play?
I play Hunter, and I'm just leveling a mage.
Oh, you're leveling a mage. Very good. Well, let's bring you and Hideous John into the fold, and we'll talk about mages next, mate. Leo, I don't think mages have gotten significant change. Well, actually, that's not true. They've gotten a few changes. Let me just pull that up. And, of course,
Healing
I can't
changes.
find... Yeah, it's all the healing changes, isn't it? So, have you felt drastically different from how you did on day one with your mage?
I've only just started the mage.
Oh, okay,
so
fair
I've
enough.
been doing my Hunter for quite a bit. And, yeah, I only just probably started the mage about a day or two ago.
Oh, fair enough. Mate, did you start it because you started seeing those videos popping up of the mages solo farming RFC and stuff?
No, well, I was solo farming on my Hunter with Wailing Caverns and RFK. So
fair enough. Hey, Hideous John, mate, how is the mage feeling?
Yeah, I primarily play DPS, and the fire cleave feels great. It's just no damage at all, and then half your mana bar's gone, and then boom, you just shoot straight to the top of the meters, which is really fun to watch. Healing isn't bad. I mean, with these changes, it should be slightly better, but I just feel like the class is kind of a bit in the same place as Warrior for you. It just hasn't quite got everything it needs to really shine, and next phase is where it's really going to pop. So I'm kind of just really biding my time on it, and I think my time will be spent mostly on my mage at level 40.
Oh, mate, you say that, and then I ran into this mage sitting outside a Splinter Tree 2 days ago, and he was just dueling everyone that was walking out the front, and he goes, "Oh, mate, you want to duel?" I was like, "Yeah, fucking nice, let's go." And, when I say it wasn't close, that doesn't even do it justice. I barely touched this prick, and fucking like I had Warbringer, and I'm like, whoa, Warbringer is supposed to be my game changer against the mage. Couldn't fucking touch the bloke, and he was just like, he wasn't being a dick about it. He was like, sorry mate, that's just, you know, warrior mage life. And I was like, yeah, but Warbringer was supposed to like make it more fair. It doesn't.
No. Was he playing fire?
He was rocking his living flame and his regen, and he just, whenever I would charge in combat, mate, my blink's up. See you later. Yeah.
With living flame and regen, he doesn't even need to move from you.
Yeah, it was really like striking to see. I was like, holy! I fought him 3 times. Best I got him down to was like 60 or 50% or something. I just couldn't touch him.
Yeah, I mean, I've played mage basically since 2006 when I first started playing the game, and I've always been that frost guy and never really gelled with the fire side of things. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can absolutely delete people playing the fire spec that I'm using, and it is fun. It is really fun. It's just, man, if we got the 26, it would have been a completely different story PvP wise for mage, I think.
Mate, on the dungeon farming thing, and this is a relatively sensitive topic, I want to make sure I don't sound like too big of a fuckaway when I say this. Obviously mages could always, you know, historically for the most part, dungeon farm until, you know, we got some dungeon nerfs that came in around Season of Mastery and whatnot. But we are starting to see, obviously, RFC videos pop up with, you know, hey, we gave the best dungeon farmer a heal, and now things are you know, are farmable. That's great for the mages out there. We've only seen at level 25 what's capable. There's more runes coming later. Do you think that even with the dungeon nerfs of like, oh, okay, you can't, you know, just Blizzard kite everything for days or whatever, do you think they're going to be relatively inconsequential because we've made this mage even more powerful and they truly will be the dungeon gold farming class? Or are you licking your lips over that, or what?
Have you seen one pull RFC yet?
I have.
It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to get worse, and I've always felt like it's detracted from the game, especially when boosting was a thing. It just pulled everybody out of the world, and there was that much gold in the economy. It was pretty horrendous. That said, though, these guys that do these farms, that like trailblaze these farms, are going to find any slight little exploit they can in the game. A little ditch in the mesh to get like a safe spot where they can just cast their spells and stuff. They're going to find it. And I think unless you completely just gave them like the only thing they can do is melee stuff, they would still find a way around, like try and find a way around to be able to mass farm, you know?
Well, I guess
it's always going to be an arm race.
Yeah. My question for the crowd, though, is just maybe on a more global scale here, and anyone jump in. I'm sure 5 of you will yell out at the same time here. We'll try and manage the madness. But if we hypothetically got, whether or not the dev team would allow this, or you know, they'd say, hey, that's always been part of the game, or if they'd actively do something to stop it, I'm not sure. If we got to the stage where Mage has become so powerful with this ability to heal and AoE farm that they're soloing fucking UBRS or something ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? Would you guys have an issue with that or not?
I would. I 100% would.
I think everybody would.
Stop.
Man, imagine a mage farming Ubers. Maybe they could even farm ZG, like an even bigger rate. That'd be crazy, dude.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, we've kind of already had that. We've had them, you know, soloing content in ZG. We've had them soloing, you know, obviously Moradon, fucking till the cows come home. The mage farming gold concept has always been there. But then I guess it's to what extent does the comfort have a breaking point or not?
At least for me, I think my bigger issue, I don't like the gold farm, but I'm not about to crack down on it, is boosting specifically. I don't like the way it enables boosting. I think if you can do something to address that, though, then if the mages have at it, you know, they can have at it.
Yeah. The boosting is the major problem for me. The gold making is also a major issue for the economy overall, and like the economy is really important in World of Warcraft. But there are other issues that I think that this podcast is going to slip into later on that that cover a lot of those issues. Cover a lot of those problems as well.
Great foreshadowing. Fucking hunk, check out this bloke. He's a seasoned vet of the podcasting scene.
Oh, and I think he's a fucking soothsayer. He's a witch.
Burn him. Very good. All right, guys. Look, let's zip through the rest of these classes. Hunk, what do you want to tell us about Priest? Your hunculi damage.
Let's move along. Move along.
Move along.
Nothing to see here. Perfectly balanced.
Hunculi damage increased by 100%.
Oh, the hunculies, mate. The rune shares a slot with prayer mending, which is just doing so well when it bounces off healing received. So, unfortunately, they're not getting much of a workout anymore. I still love them though.
Mate, you needed your void. I mean, Shadow Priest, obviously, we're sitting right down the bottom there by quite a ways. You needed your Void Plague, 200% increase. Twisted Faith now increases damage done by Mind Blast and Mind Flate by 50%. It was 20% on targets afflicted with Shadow Word Pain. I know you're not a DPS guy, Hunk, but that all sounds pretty good to you, I'm sure.
I think the caster changes in BFD will, combine with those changes, could see priests move a little bit on the DPS meters. But there's just not a lot of people playing it, so it's hard to know. Like good players tend to gravitate towards good classes and good specs. So not to criticize anyone who's like shadow for life, but there could be I don't know. It's hard to tell with that fewer parses how good it really is at this stage.
An anecdote just to support that. I am friends with the number 1 Shadow Priest in OCE, and he is what I would call semi-casual.
Yeah, there you go. Not to like dump on your mate or anything.
No. He would gladly own that title.
Would gladly receive that dump.
Absolutely, he loves the dumpster.
I was going to say, I think Priest Healing is obviously in a fantastic spot because Hunk managed to keep you alive for a full BFD.
Oh, mate, tell me about it. He was a fucking rock star.
I was trying to have him die, but unfortunately, Hideous John was there to
kept ruining it and healing me.
Ruin my day and save Josh's life.
I was more impressed that Hunk's playing, 2 weeks into a classic.
I know, right? I know. I said I think Hunk is the canary in the mine, to be honest with you. And I'm actually not saying this jokingly. And I brought this up with you yesterday, Hunk, and I just think that you are a really good personification of the kind of classic fan that Blizzard would look towards as a barometer of whether or not they're creating an engaging product, because you love the IP, you love the game, but you'll happily walk away if you're not happy with the product for other games because you like to game in general.
100%. Yeah, if I'm not having fun, I'm gone. I don't have any particular loyalty to a product, but I really want the game to do well. So yeah, if I'm still here 2 weeks in, Sig's 100% right, and you're right. It's probably not too bad.
Well, and you're not just.
I'm just going off your hardcore record.
Yeah,
I remember the podcast. I think they said you logged in to create your character, and that was the last time they saw you.
Hey, I had a DC in a cave and died at like level 19. I was like, nah, if that happens to me at like level 55, I would be crushed. So I stopped playing. That's why I stopped playing hardcore, was that DC.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Teriak actually today about how SOD has like revitalized me wanting to play, and he asked why, and I said basically I'm over retail. And as much as I liked hardcore being classic, the DC on a flight path from one spot to another killed me at 45 and basically just ruined hardcore for me.
Oh, so Magan in chats just voiced support for my position. He's yeah, he's on it too. It's it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Like, it just like, I know, like Josh, you said you didn't have fun in hardcore until you hit level 60, right?
No, I enjoyed hardcore thoroughly. But like, it was super stressful, and it's a game mode I have no intention of returning to.
Oh, but this isn't about hardcore. This is about SoD.
That's right. But anyway, look, quickly, Hunk, anything or anyone else really, anything we haven't said about priests, so that the priests don't bitch about us about not talking about them enough. Anything else we need to say, or are they all good?
I thought Power Word Barrier was going to be meta. I was 100% wrong.
Oh, is it not that great?
Oh well, it's all just
not required.
Prayer mending and penance.
Yeah,
I knew penance was going to be big.
Yep.
I would say nerf the range on penance. You know how hard it is to tag a mob when there's priests running around?
What's the range on it?
It's got to be like 45 fucking yards because I can't tell you how many times I've ran in to kill
Enemies
something.
30 yard, friendlies are 40 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Priests are tagging shit from the next suburb.
It's not as bad as like trying to compete with Moonfire, but it's pretty
Moonfire.
bad.
It's on fire. Just a kitty running around tagging
I
everything.
don't even fucking start. You're gonna trigger me about all my old PvP encounters and the PTSD are coming in. Anyway, hey, Hideous John, we glossed over the healing mage, mate. Anything more that we should say about mages so they don't get upset that we didn't cover them enough? How's the healing mage feel?
It feels a lot like a healing shaman, I guess, with a bit of a twist with the arcane damage, but from arcane explosion, which was a sensible change that they made early on. It just kind of feels like that, but it's not too bad.
Being able to decurse chains is probably the only difference.
Yeah, decursing is pretty good, but it feels nice.
Too
and
easy.
I'll probably heal next week in our old man BFD runs with my mage.
Oh, very good, mate. Our old man Saturday morning raids are gonna become fucking famous. You watch. If people you at home don't know what I'm talking about, I took a stand about 2 weeks ago after my first BFD with our lovely guild. This is not a shot at our guild in any way. Great guys, love playing with them. They're all fucking super awesome, super helpful, not toxic in the slightest, and it's great. But I raided one like Wednesday night or whatever the first week, and I said to Hunk, and I think I said on the show, I can't do this. I can't raid at night. It's, my mind's cooked by 8 p.m. I want to go to bed. I'm usually asleep by 9 p.m. I'm not staying up till fucking 10 o'clock raiding. This is fucked. I hate everyone, blah, blah, blah. So I spat the dummy and I said, you know what? And even though BFD is not a long raid, this is more for maybe laying a foundation for the future when you might be spending over 2 hours in a raid. I just said, I want to raid during the day. I want to raid in the mornings even. I think that'd be really cool. And so I set up this like Saturday morning raid and I tagged a few mates and said, look, boys, would you be interested at all in doing something weird and doing a Saturday morning raid with me? We got Ubiquitous, we got Hideous John, we got Hunk, we got Rand, we got Tyr. We fucking got all the crew in there. And we fucking one-shot it. We had one wipe to Akumai, because I hadn't seen the fight before, killed it on the second attempt, and everyone had a great time.
We just got overwhelmed by ads.
Yeah, but we had a great time, and long live the Saturday morning raid for the future, right?
Yeah, man, I'm all about it.
That's the way.
I can't do tonight. So I signed up for the Saturday morning raid, and that was fucking great. And I think I'd raid with the guild on like the Wednesdays, and maybe try and sneak an ult into. Maybe a Sunday night raid, and I'll raid on Saturday morning. See how we go.
You watch. This will be a thing for the old, as the demographic keeps getting older and older, and people are bitching and whinging about, I got no fucking time to play, can't play at night, I got the household to manage, the kids, blah blah blah. You watch more blokes get on board with like, oh yeah, I could carve out an hour and a half at fucking 7 or 8 a.m. on a Saturday or Sunday. And we'll get go to the markets with the missus and then come home and raid afterwards. I guarantee you we'll make this a thing, Hunk.
I mean, like Tyr's retail guild they did Saturday morning raids for years. That was
no. We started it. I don't want to hear any of that. We started it.
You're right. We started it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about season of dads, and that's a pretty dad thing to do, is raiding in the morning.
100%.
I'm worried because at the moment I'm cool with raiding with raid with the guild, but later phases when raids start taking longer, and it's not a case of just an hour in and out in an hour. It's gonna be a problem when like we're progging and I'm up till midnight and I've got to be at work.
Mate, there's no. I'll say one last point on it. Yeah, it's too old, and also like it's not even necessarily always an age thing. Where I'm just like, I don't want to be up late at night when I'd rather be sitting in bed watching a movie before I go to sleep or something, or fucking around on watching YouTube or whatever. But also like, spending time with the missus at night is important to me, fucking chatting and how is your day and all of that stuff, rather than 2 times a week sitting for 3 hours on the computer. It feels really like cold and like there's a gap there. And I know you're still doing it at another time in the week, but it feels less offensive on a like weekend. I don't know, during the day, but I'm talking shit. We'll move on. Hunk, you raised earlier the BFD caster resistance change, which I think was huge, and everyone I'm sure will want to say something about this. Look, we rated yesterday just after the nerf to BFD. I even though we only had like one caster with us, I think Jay, the Boomkin.
We had the mage too.
Oh, sorry, we had a mage. Yeah. So like we certainly felt it. I think this was probably very necessary. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. Like, classes were clearly suffering. I mean, like, the raid bosses are +2, right? The boss is not +3. So Melee wasn't, like, getting the huge miss problems they would have been having at +3. But then the resistance changes had just kind of, like, unbalanced it a little bit in the favor of the casters. So, in the favor of the Melee. So, which is a problem.
Guys, STEM talks to a problem that Ubiquitous alluded to earlier, is that physical damage classes are getting those massive stat pumps, and range are just sort of getting stuck waiting for spell ranks. Like we have spell classes are waiting for ranks, and that kind of closed that gap up a little bit. The curve on Warcraft logs is a little bit better now, and it was a really positive change. Great thing they did.
Very good. Anyone else on these resistance changes? It was fair to bring the casters in line with Melee?
Are they really in line, though?
The Warlocks aren't too far behind Feral Druid now on Kelrus and Jet, but it's just shit gameplay to have every second spell resist.
Yeah.
That's not fun for anyone.
Feels bad.
Like, they'd trade it to hit every spell for half as much damage than just have shit resist.
Man, I agree with that. Like, I always think that, like, hit is a fucking garbage stat. It's one of those stats where its only purpose is to make gameplay feel less bad. Like, you don't like get, it's not like crit where you get crit and you're like, hell yeah, I'm gonna be critting more. When you get hit, you're like, oh, thank God, I'm gonna be missing less. You know, it doesn't make you feel better, it makes you feel less bad, if that makes sense. I'm glad they got rid of that in later iterations of WoW.
I think there might be sitting a Kevin Jordan somewhere, being very much in disagreement with you.
Oh yeah, I know he would disagree. I understand. It's I just think it's a garbage stat. I think it feels really bad.
It always felt like a chore. Like, you got to get hit capped first, even for PvP. You got to get that 6%. If you don't get it in talents, you got to try and find it somewhere else. And then before you get to the real juicy stats, you know, like, oh, now I can stack, you know, spell damage and later expansion spell pen, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a chore. It's a thing you got to tick off.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Like, we could also give people epic mounts at level 1 because, you know, walking is kind of dumb, you know.
I agree. Let's give everyone epic mounts at level 1.
Oh dear. I am here for the Kevin Jordan Hunk celebrity boxing match, though. I'd buy a ticket to that one.
Oh, he would take me down. He's got an intensity about him.
Yeah, but you're a mean drunk.
That's true. I am a mean drunk. A truthful drunk.
Sorry, someone else is going to jump in there. Go for it.
I was just saying, at least a cone would hit Ambassador. It is a boring stat, but it also has the interesting part saying you have to make choices on what gear you're using to get the hit percent you need. But also for the resistance part, it's really good to change it because we don't have any tools to deal with resistance on bosses at all, or at least not any I know of.
Guys, we'll talk about, and Magan, I see your comment. Yes, you can tell all the guys on this podcast that don't have kids yet that are saying Saturday mornings are great for raiding because we don't have kids' sport to drive around to and everything. I appreciate that.
We got a couple of dads in there today, in there yesterday.
Right. And they still, well, I guess they found the time. There you go.
They just let their wives do everything while they play well.
Right.
Yeah. I sort of just like lean on my social anxieties and then socialize on a video game.
Boomkins, real quick. I don't know if there are any druids here. They got a huge buff to Star Surge, I believe. let me just pull that one up. 182% damage increase to Star Surge. Star Surge cooldown reduced to 6 seconds from 10 seconds. Star Surge mana cost reduced to 1% of base mana from 3%. Druids are driving me up the fucking wall. I just... We'll get to my complaints in a second that are very unwarranted, probably. How do you guys feel about this Boomkin buff? Good thing? Anyone playing a Druid? No?
Leveling one now, but nothing crazy.
Okay.
I mean, we absolutely hazed that Moonkin yesterday, but he did do work, so...
Yeah, Jay,
I mean,
our friend Jay
it must
put
be
in.
doing some work, because if you look at the logs from last week to this week, Boomkins have moved up 3 slots.
I feel like the Alliance of Magicians is finally being taken seriously.
Yeah, they are. They're at least asking, pushing for it more heavily, which is good. Shout out to the Alliance of Magicians. Very good, very good. No, Boomkin's getting that's great. I am a big advocate of Boomkins being taken care of. Not to keep getting dicked over through Season of Discovery like they were in Vanilla would be great. Now, my gripe, again, I'll just get off my shoulders and move on to the next class. I bitched about this on Twitter after my 100th really embarrassing loss to a feral cat in PvP, where I'm just like, Starfire feels like it should have a cooldown. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a complaining warrior, and maybe ferals are just a bad matchup for me. And hey, to be fair, I didn't have Warbringer, so maybe just throw all of this out the window. But
they're aids. It's not just you.
It's so bad. It is like in over a 20-second fight with a druid, I don't want to fucking see them hit it 7 times while they're kiting me. It feels, and everyone's like, oh, well, if they're hitting it that often, they're using it wrong because it's about the dot. Mate, it still hits fucking hard.
The initial damage on it is like, say, 24 to 35 for a crit hit, right? So, yeah, I get that it's about the dot, but I think I had talked to you earlier today where I was in a war song on my paladin, and they literally up the tunnel just kept spamming Sunfire the entire time. I had to use a swiftness potion to catch them before I could hammer adjust. Initially, I killed them, but I think I was at like a quarter health before I even reached them, just running up the tunnel, spamming the same ability until they ran out of mana, which was probably the reason I was able to kill them when I caught them.
Yeah, it's just how it's felt, and like, I don't know, just as I say, just being able to get nowhere near them, the insane, like the speed buff of cat form combined with Sunfire. Again, it might just be old man yells at cloud. Warrior tiers are a good thing for the community, but like it looks and feels weird with what they're able to do right now. But hey, that's just me. If anyone else wants to bitch, get it out of your system now. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next class I want to fucking have a crack at, which is Paladins.
They're kind of, druids are just in the same boat as hunters, where having movement speed unmounted is just overpowered at the moment because no one else really has jack shit. But yeah, all you can do is just add those pricks to your kill on sight list, and when you do have Warbringer and a bit more mobility in the later stages, you can get your revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Oh, I'm gonna go on.
So I feel like Paladin's fine. We should just keep complaining about Druid.
Well, yeah, we'll just skip Paladin. All right, no worries. Here we go. No, look, this might be a meaty conversation like Hunters. Paladins are, I think it's fair to say, very powerful. Now, I'm trying not to do the content creator thing where I'm just screaming for nerfs to everyone but me. I did the opposite. Rather than getting on this podcast and screaming for nerfs to Paladins, I just fucking created one, is what I did. I literally said to myself, I cannot beat them, so I will join them. Which many of you listeners will laugh at because you're like, hang on, I've heard Josh really bitch about Paladins a lot. I thought he fucking hated Paladins. Why is he now playing one? Well, I've never hated Paladins the class. I've actually said many times on the show, I'm kind of a fan of the weird slow auto attack gameplay of the Paladin. But I've always had an issue with Paladin lifers. I've always been like the people that only exclusively play Paladin. I've just found a little bit odd. But anyway, you can come at me for that for another time. Paladins are very, very strong. I have been getting my fucking ass just waxed by them. And when I say it's not close, again, I mean it's not even close. Their first fucking 3 seconds of the fight with their first couple of button presses, there's that Judgment, there's that Crusader Strike, there's that Divine Storm. I'm a mail wearer that's now down to 50% within 3 seconds of the fight starting up, and they're at fucking 90%, and it's just game over from there. It has been a joke. They are emoting all over the place. The laughs, the teabagging. It is not fucking close. How, like, they're so strong. And when I rolled one, Sigs, I'll get you to kick us off on this one, then we'll get everyone else talking about it. I actually felt it. Like, leveling this paladin, like I said, I got him to 19 real quick. I started him up a day and a half ago, and I'm already at 19. I've leveled a warrior, I've leveled a shaman, and you know, the rogues have complained as well about how rough melee leveling is in this season. Like, mobs fucking slap, you're getting wrecked fairly often. Even when you get half decent gear, it feels a bit funny at times. Lot of deaths on my warrior and my shaman. Mate, on the paladin, none of that. I am indestructible. I've died like twice because I've been a dick going, fuck it, I'll take on 3 or 4 mobs at a time. I just don't care. I'm regularly fighting mobs 2 levels higher than me on my paladin because I don't give a fuck because I'm slapping so hard. And I couldn't, mate, on the shaman, mobs my level were a raid boss. Paladins are laughing through this content, and it is so noticeable. I'm not here calling for massive nerfs. I'm not. Because I think a nerf will likely come very soon for the Paladin, but I also think it will be nowhere near what people expect. I think it'll be a light nerf. I just think Paladins are one of those classes where there might be the mentality where if a Paladin is strong, the game is strong. Even though that historically hasn't necessarily been the case for retail WoW. You know, it's the beginner class, but also it's good for advanced players because there is shit under the hood for you to do. But, you know, having someone who's new to the game roll up and pick a paladin, be able to press one button and perform well is also good for entry-level players. I respect that, which is why it's maybe a thing that you'll have paladins always being strong. And, you know, I think you might have heard me saying, Sigs, on the stream yesterday, that there is the conspiracy theory out there that, Grend and Zyrene play paladin. That's why they're ridiculously overtuned in Season of Discovery. I don't buy into that personally. You know, there are other devs on the game that play other classes, and, you know, it's just one of those things. But, you know, Sigs, my question is mainly, is the power obvious to you, and how have you felt about the impending doom of an incoming nerf?
So the way Paladin is, right, the way it works is like with a jack of all trades, master of none. And I don't think it has much to do with the developers being, you know, Paladin players. What it is Paladin in original Classic was so bad. You know, it comes down to, we get everything we need in our kit very early, right? So phase 1, Paladins are like the god class for PvP, because when you hit 24, you get a 4-second stun, you have your bubble, you have your bot for, you know, support, you have your blessings. There's a lot of classes right now that aren't going to get that stuff until phase 2. So right now, Paladins seem like they're super strong because we had a very early kit. And I hate to say it as, yeah, we may get nerfed going forward because right now we're extremely strong. But going into the next phases, I feel like Paladin's going to slightly fall off because now you're talking about casters coming in. You're talking about all those classes that everybody's kind of poo-pooing on right now is where they're going to start to open up, right? You got Balanced Druid coming into Boomkin form. You have Shadow Priest coming into Shadow form. You got Warriors scaling better with gear. So right now, everybody can doom and gloom on the Paladin. And it's just the fact of at early levels, we're a god tier class. We have everything we need before level 25. So right now, walking into a level 25 endgame, yeah, sure, we feel extremely strong. But going forward, it's going to be struggling to keep up. Also with the giving, you know, martyrdom, right? So giving martyrdom to a paladin at level 2 to 5 is extremely strong, where you don't get, your seal of command until you're hitting about level 20 plus. And a lot of people aren't going to get Divine Storm very early, so they're running Martyrdom, which is doing a ton of damage.
Yeah,
I got
Martyrdom.
You're taking a lot of damage with that.
I got Martyrdom at 10, which I think is roughly when you're technically supposed to get it. I don't know, but Martyrdom feels amazing.
So picture taking, and think of it like this: picture taking an endgame seal in BC with blood or Martyr, and putting that on a level 10 paladin who gets everything unlocked before level 25 when the end game is 25. Of course they're going to feel strong.
Completely agree.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I completely agree with everything you said. And by the way, shout out to the animation for Seal of Martyrdom. I think that's from TBC or Wrath or something else. I'm not sure, but
that's the Seal of Blood.
It's fucking fantastic.
From
It
BC.
is fantastic. Yep. It fucking gives me a stiffy every time I hit that button. I love it. It's a beautiful animation.
Yeah, it's great, and the thing is, right, so you pop your seal early, you judge, reseal, and then you swing a few times. So like when it comes to command's a very RNG ability. So Seal of Blood or Martyrdom at this point is essentially running command with a guaranteed hit, right? So I feel like that's why you hear like a lot of paladins talking about the twisting meta, and why does command not work with blood? And I feel like that was done purposely, because if you were to give a paladin Martyrdom and then let them seal twist into command, you get the extra hit from the Martyr with the RNG hit from command with the extra holy attack damage. So pop your Seal of Crusade, throw it on your target, go straight into a Martyrdom, and then seal twist into a command. I mean, if they think we're broken now, if they were allowing that twist to happen, I mean, there's no class in the game that's safe.
Mate, I think you were right to bring up calling out what's coming down the track, and that's something people really need to remember, because you can hear me, as I said, really just bitching and moaning about, oh, they're so strong, it's so much of a different experience leveling this class as opposed to all the other melee classes. PvP, they're ridiculous, blah, 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 blah. But I do pull up the handbrake before I get to the line of calling for nerfs, because of exactly what you said. The same reason I said don't change the warrior is the same reason I would say don't change the paladin, because what's coming in phase 2 and later will start to really hopefully even out the playing field, and where warriors will get lifted up, paladins might fall back to the pack a little bit. We shall see, pending the runes that come as well. So I think that's a really good point to raise, and it, the dickheads like me that cry foul do need to curb our rage a little bit when we keep that in mind. Guys, anyone else on the paladin, the state of the paladin, throwing shit at paladins because they're assholes? Please, I fully invite you all to do so.
Yeah, I'll chime in there with, like, I sort of mentioned it yesterday in a bit of a discussion we were having, but I think like Shattering Throw or a quick Master Spell somewhere in later phases will go a long way to try and bring them back in PvP, because Lay on Hands is an hour cooldown pretty much. So
yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at the chat, so I see that Magrin, the shaman, is talking about how Reckoning is coming. So Reckoning absolutely is going to be a thing. You're talking about wreck bombing, right? So you're going to have paladins that are going to be taking crits on purpose in order for one-shot ability. But the thing is, when you're coming into PvP, Reckoning stacks based off crit, which is why you see paladins doing like the level 1 sit down, stack Reckoning, then walk in with the big one-shot. But that falls a lot into, we don't know where Divine Storm is going to land in phase 2 to Martyrdom. And a lot of that falls off of whether or not you are able to proc a command crit with your Reckoning, right? That's where your big one-shot ability is coming in. With Martyrdom, you got to remember, you're taking 10% of the damage that you're dealing to your target. So in a PvP fight, yeah, Reckoning is going to be great, but it's also an ability that's going to kill you if you're low enough.
But it's only 10% of the holy damage you do. It's not 10% of the whole swing.
Correct. But if you're running improved Seal of the Crusader, normally what you're doing is you're Judgment is going to hit your target as you're running in, with Crusader to put the holy damage buff for you onto your target. So then take 10% of the holy damage you're doing with the buff of Crusader on your target. So if you're fighting a rogue that's got you down to 50% and you get a Reckoning crit and you take 10% of that, essentially you're going to kill yourself at the end of that fight.
Yeah, true. So the way Reckoning works, how I remember it, is that like you can only, like, regardless of how many Reckoning stacks you have, you can only proc Seal of Command once. But I think with Seal of Martyrdom, you could proc it on each wing. But I don't think you would ever take Seal of Martyrdom for PvP, because Divine Storm just helps you front load your damage so well compared to Martyrdom, because taking Martyrdom basically means you're not going to use command, which is also burst damage.
Absolutely, and so it's one of those things that we don't actually know, because so your command has a chance to proc another attack based off of your attack, which is why everybody's running Divine Storm in the first place. So again, looking back at the chat, looking at where he's saying Divine on top of Reckoning, there is a chance that you could run in Divine Storm right away, get a command proc that's going to half health your target, but then never touch another command proc.
No, Seal of Command cannot proc off of Crusader Strike and Divine Storm, just like Wind Fury doesn't proc off of them, which, by the way, Blizzard, please, let us.
So that's the thing, right? So you can get a command proc on your Divine Storm. So if you run in, right? So essentially, right now on Wild Growth, I'm ranked 13th overall for Ret Paladins. And that's because I haven't used my Warsong buffs or anything going into raid. If you put your seal up, Judgment, run in with command on, your command can proc off your Divine Storm.
Is this the thing though, Sig? Sorry, Pixar. Is this the thing though that I hit up a Grend about through the week? Like my understanding was they don't proc.
Exactly.
So sorry, Sig. Pixar was chasing up this one. I DM'd. He wanted me to hit up a Grend because he wasn't sure how to reach out to him about this very issue, and I did reach out to a Grend, and he got back to me pretty quickly. I think he said they don't proc. Pixar, you'll have to tell the story a bit better than me, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear it. I mean, as far as I knew, and it's not me trying to be ignorant by any means. I apologize if I'm in the wrong. Yeah, it was my impression that Divine Storm procs off of your command, because it's kind of generally like how I run my rotation, right?
Right.
So I've tried the whole seal twisting thing, which has proven to be not great, and going through logs and stuff, just basically hit what's available is how Paladin's playing right now.
Pixar, jump in. Tell us the story of what it was that I sent on to a Grend and their reply.
Yeah, so basically one of my warrior friends was like, hey, Patrick, are Paladins actually like timing their Crusader Strike and Divine Storm after their auto attack to abuse Wind Fury? Because that is what warriors are doing right now. They're using two-handed weapons and then using Quick Strike
Quick Strike the farm, yeah.
Exactly, because that gets them to fish more Wind Fury procs, and I'm like, that's weird. I haven't thought about that, because you can't do that in TBC when you got Crusader Strike, because then Wind Fury would only trigger off of auto attacks. So I'm like, I haven't checked it out. And sure enough, it doesn't work. It works with hunters, with like Wind Clip. It works with warriors, with all their instant attacks. It doesn't work with Crusader Strike and Divine Storm. So
that probably explains why I've got 4 Wind Fury, attacks in an entire raid yesterday.
Probably, yeah, because it's only auto attacks. It's Wind Fury is basically just like Wind Fury was in TBC for Paladins, but only for Paladins. For everyone else, it's different, as far as I know. So I hit up a Grend through Josh to ask what's going on, and
he used me like a spirit medium. We channeled through, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting me use you like that. But yeah, so basically it's this technical limitation because Blizzard does not feel comfortable having. Basically, if they do that, that would also mean that Crusader Strike and Divine Storm could trigger seals, and they don't want that because they feel like that would get completely out of hand, which I totally agree with.
So would that be your greatest? Would that be your great point of evidence against the Great Paladin conspiracy within the classic team picks? There that a Krend isn't doing everything possible to make this class indestructible.
Absolutely, I think my case is irrefutable at this point.
I mean, what I heard is just buff.
Oh yeah, definitely buff. No.
Buff priest. Yeah, let's do that.
Dude, definitely buff.
Oh
priest.
dear. Well, we'll move on from paladins if we've pretty much covered it. I mean, look, like I said, the last point I'll say is, I still do. Tell me if you guys agree or disagree. I expect some form of a paladin nerf pretty soon, but I just don't think it will be a significant one. Do you guys agree or disagree?
Agree.
I do agree. I see
think
it coming. I think if they just let it slide for the next couple weeks till we hit phase 2, I think that, or you're going to see it, and then I think I see in the future a retraction, or I think they may walk back on it, because I feel like, again, right now, yes, as a paladin player, extremely strong, and it's because we've opened up before the level 25 cap. But going forward, of course, we're going to get more talents like everybody else, but I feel like we're going to level more out in phase 2 than we are right now.
I feel as though the only thing that they're good at is 1v1 in PvP. They're actually pretty fucking ordinary at the rest of the game, so I don't think they're going to get nerfed at all.
Yeah.
And they're not even good in a 2v1, you know what I mean? As soon as it's 2v1, they're shit. So, like, I don't see a reason to nerf them. And like you said, it's just because they have their whole toolkit.
I think, like, I agree with Ubiquitous that, like, the only place where paladins are really strong right now is in PvP, and only in certain situations of PvP. I think they will get a nerf, but not the kind of nerf that you would expect. I think that they will nerf the base duration on Avenger Shield to something like 4 or 5 seconds instead of 10
everyone's
seconds.
screaming about that, aren't they?
Yeah, especially people like druids, because they're like, "What the fuck? I'm changing."
They can't shift out of it. Yeah,
they cannot shift out of it because it's a daze. It's not as slow, so they get absolutely dumpstered by red paladins that just throw their Avenger Shield at like 30 yards, then switch over to their two-handed weapon, and by the time that they catch up to the dazed guy, they can Hammer of Justice and front load all of their damage, because their damage is really front loaded. But with these small health pools we have right now, and the fact that you cannot really get away from a paladin because of Blessing of Freedom and because of Avenger Shield, you're fucked. But if
I mean,
you
we do have it, and I have that macro for Avenger Shield. The problem is you're talking about 3 globals before you can catch somebody and actually hit them.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because Avenger Shield by itself hits so hard.
It does. It does a lot of damage. I'm sorry, I'm hitting my push to talk over and over. It definitely does a lot of damage, and it's definitely worth using in a PvP setting over Exorcist. I guess it depends on the range, and I mean, Paladins are Turbo Lakes, right? We're the slowest class in the game, but we have the toolkit to catch you, and the sad part of it is if we catch you, you're dead. So it's freedom, swiftness pot, or I mean, the Avenger Shield helps. Honestly, I think if they gave the silence, it would just be broken.
You are like the only class that can actually catch people at the moment. The rest of us don't have that luxury at all. Even though you have to macro a shield on and stuff, the rest of us just stand there and pretty much eat a bag of dicks from ranged if you get caught out.
Yeah. Also,
you have freedom and a shield.
Yeah, and don't forget, you also have Pursuit of Justice at this point. Like that's 8% more movement speed, which at this level, it's pretty strong.
It's huge. It is absolutely huge to have that movement speed. I'll tell you, in my raid build, I don't have it. So if I go into a battleground after raid, typically I don't. But you're right. That 8% movement speed is crazy.
Yep.
All right, guys, we'll move on. I think we can probably comfortably move on to the next topic. I'm sure there's a class or two. We haven't really talked about Warlocks. Oh, look, let me just say, like, again, in the theme of Josh bitching about everything in PvP, and like I say, I'm not asking for changes. I'm just getting this shit off my chest because I've been screaming at walls for the last 2 weeks. Meta Warlocks can go and fuck themselves, and they know exactly what's going on and fucking, laugh it up while you can, dickheads. But, like, I think it's odd, again, in PvP, that a Meta Warlock is basically immune to half the classes in the game. If you're a melee character, mate, Meta Warlock is just fucking laughing in your face. I joked again on Twitter the other day, going like, I got 20% off a Meta Warlock in a straight up fight the other day, and they were probably drunk because they are so dominant, it's ridiculous. I've gotten to the point where Paladins and Meta Warlocks, if I see them in Ashenvale, it's a one-on-one, I've stopped bothering. I just go, you know what? I'm not bothering because it's not even going to be remotely close. And I'm sick of Meta Warlocks / laughing at me. I really fucking am, because they all do it after every win. / laugh. Like, because they're never losing. They know it. It is infuriating. And I just wanted to get that off my chest. Please, guys, this is a safe space. If anyone else needs to dump, just dump now.
Look, I mean, the drain life thing, it's obviously insanely powerful. The thing that really drives me up the wall and makes me more angry than the amount of damage that they do and eventually kill me is the animation. They haven't changed the channel drain life animation, so the Warlock will put it on me, go and lost me behind a wall, and it just looks fucked.
Yeah,
and it just makes me even angrier.
I hate the look too.
I'm genuinely surprised that rune doesn't like reduce the range on drain life, like to 10 yards or something.
It buffs the damage too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. 50% increase. Oh, is it 50% increase healing from damage done?
It's only healing.
Like,
Yeah,
the
it's
fact that it's a
50%
dot
healing.
is amazing. Like, they could have not changed the damage at all, and it would still be great.
Just
but they did
it's
change
just the
damage.
range. It's still having the huge range.
I don't think it's just the range. I think it's much more than that.
It's frustrating to me as a shaman that I can't interrupt it when they're drain lifing me, and I can't purge it off them. They put it on me, I'm like, oh shit, I'm just done. I would ask Josh, just out of curiosity, is there a class that, as a warrior in 1v1, where you don't feel like they're just going to dumpster you?
Yeah,
no. You got Hunter's done, Paladin's done, Warlock's done, Mage, that duelist beat you.
Yeah. No, it's a fair.
Who is it?
It's a fair question.
Druids. I'm sorry. Druids. You also said you don't like.
I know. It's a fair question. No, to be honest with you, rogues in a 1-on-1 I'm more than comfortable with. That seems pretty fair to me. It's like a 50-50 split, as it should be. Caster locks is again, like, fair, that aren't in Metamorphosis. Every mage, but for that guy that I dueled with, has been fine. Who else are we talking? So mainly it's the Meta Warlocks, the Paladins, just that one melee hunter who rocked me. Ranged hunters have been fine once I get that Warbringer charge off. So look, I'm doing a lot of complaining, but I'm not talking about the wins I'm getting as well. It's not like I never win in PvP. So Fred, you're 100% right to call me out. I know it's being very tongue-in-cheek, but calling me out like that, because of course I'm only highlighting the low points, but Warrior does get some wins. You just got to get all your runes and fucking, be prepared for a little bit of pain along the way.
I gotta say, Shaman kind of just, if you're geared, you kind of just get wins, and if you can get them on 1v1, enhance. Except for Meta Warlock. Everyone else, even that Red Paladin, I kind of beat. It's pretty nice. So I'm saying you got to reroll the Shaman.
I think the problem with the Warrior is we didn't get the flashy new tools that every other class has. We're kind of just the same old class Warbringer.
Yeah, and
so
it
feels kind of bad
fine.
when everyone has these new bells and whistles, but we've kind of just got a bunch of passives, and the Warbringer is the one that actually lets you PvP.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Atsu, just on that, a lot of people are raising that, look, whether it's you deem it as unfortunate or not, that a lot of the Warrior bells and whistles for Season of Discovery so far have been passives, and there's been some loud stuff about this in the Countdown Discord about, like, it's been a weird feeling where it's just like rage management and passive stuff where if you hit the condition, if you do X, then you get Y with your rage or whatever. It's felt a bit clunky and odd. Now, don't get me wrong, it's like probably hard to design for a warrior without making them too strong, so I accept that. But I do hope there are more active abilities coming for us in Phase 2, whether they're strong or not, just like more buttons to press, I guess, or a less of a passive feel and more of an active feel of power. Do you know what I mean, Atsu?
Yeah, and I think like something something related to bleeds, having like a Colossus smash proc or like procking overpower off of bleeds and not just dodges, so that something besides a rogue you can actually use overpower against.
That'd be sick.
Might be fun.
That'd be awesome. More overpower. It's one of my favorite abilities in the game.
But yeah, I mean, I felt the same pains in PvP, but I know it's like I'm missing Imp Hamstring. I'm missing that Mortal Strike for those big hits, plus any healing reduction, which will probably make meta Warlocks less of a pain. It's just one of those things you got to take your lumps and bruises right now, but it does feel bad against quite a few classes if you don't hit all of your conditions.
Like at the next bracket.
So you go.
Sorry, you go. Okay, it's just like in the next bracket, you will have Whirlwind, you will have Bloodthirst, you will have Mortal Strike. You're going to have a lot of buttons if you have the rage for it, but you have the runes that give you the rage for it.
Oh yeah. And like people, I think one of the more interesting conversations, maybe this is a fucking half an hour conversation another day for the Warriors, all about Consumed by Rage. It's such an interesting rune in that, like, some people are calling it clunky, some people are calling it quite powerful. I really think it's both, to be honest with you. It's interesting what they've done with Warriors in Phase 1, where I really think that at the end of the day, we're going to look back and realize that Warriors weren't necessarily being played correctly, and they are actually super duper. I know people know they're powerful and they're doing quite well in PvE environments, but yeah, like if more players got on board with the way in which you play this warrior, and it's all about rage management and, you know, in using maybe Consumed by Rage at the right time and everything. Like I'm getting used to, you know, getting rage capped, having to hit that fucking thunderclap and combining it with a heroic strike to get you just to like 75 rage, then instantly auto attack to clip over the 80 and get the fucking, you know, constant procs of Consumed by Rage. Yeah, it's cool, but I don't know if it's fun. It's interesting. It's really, really interesting. Guys, you're
tanking, obviously, right?
No, I'm talking more about.
You're tanking?
I'm tanking, but I don't use Consumed by Rage when tanking. I'm talking more about my PvP shit.
Okay, yeah, I don't use it PvP. I don't think it's the play PvP.
No,
PvE,
it's not a good
once
play.
You kind of, I've had the issue because it's the Sunderbot that's been really killing me on getting ramped up for fights. Is the Sunderbot for 100 energy before I can even start stacking my energy or my rage. So that's where I found it to be kind of clunky, but I don't even use it PvP. I don't think it's worth.
No, it's not good. The only play for Consumed by Rage in PvP is if you're doing world PvP and you're finding, like, always finding one-on-ones, and you can rage pull on mobs beforehand safely. That's the only unique situation when it's the play, and it does actually perform quite well. I like to gather up 2 or 3 mobs, get my rage nice and high, then find that one person that I can pick off and trigger Consumed by Rage, and it does really well. But that is such a, you know, you're asking for the perfect situation that just doesn't come up very often in world PvP.
I will say,
yeah, go mate.
As someone who used to melee weave back in Classic, and people were like, "That's a very weird way of playing." But
sorry, Pixel, can you just jump a little bit closer to your mic, mate?
Sorry,
thanks,
this
brother.
better?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I will say, like, as someone who used to melee weave back in Classic, which was like very methodical, a little weird. When I looked at Consumed by Rage, I felt a little envious about warriors because I don't play a warrior. I've never really played a warrior because it looks pretty cool. It gives you something to like work with during your rotation, whereas traditionally I feel like in Classic warriors just mash their buttons. Like you just get all your world buffs and then you just go to town on your heroic strike and your bloodthirst. And now suddenly you have something to think about.
Yeah, it's
pushing
the warriors to think.
It's been a lot of fun. You know, I played it wrong my first couple of lockouts, not playing my spec correctly. And once I swapped over to, what's my new two-handed ability? I'm drawing a blank.
Quick Strike, Raging Blow.
Frenzied?
Yeah, Quick Strike. There you go. Once I switched over to that, to where I was more able to dump my rage appropriately, once you can get up there and balance it, man, you are you're pumping. Especially with that Wild Strikes, man, it's so much fun. Especially the two-handed DPS. Like it's cool to see two-handed probably going to be able to compete, if not outshine, single-minded Fury. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah. It looks like fun. Like when you see people pull it off really well, it looks super cool. Also because again, it's something you have to think about. It's probably not something everyone can do, and if you can do it perfectly, you can get really good results, and that's very rewarding.
Speaking of people pulling it off really well, Hunk, are you there?
Mate, I sure am.
Shall we segue into the next big topic, my friend? Can I get you started? Well, I'll let the crowd decide, guys. I wanted to do 2 more topics for this recording. I want to talk about a relatively meaty conversation about gold buying and SOD, and I also want to talk about the Ashen Veil changes. The Ashen Veil changes might be relatively quick. Which one do you guys want to do first? Do you want to knock out Ashen Veil before we go with the big home run on gold buying, or do you want to do gold buying first?
I would say gold buying first, because I think that's going to be a more interesting conversation.
I agree.
I'm quite passionate about the gold buying thing.
Yeah, and I think half of you probably signed up today for that, and you've had to wait 2 hours for me to fucking get to it. So let's get stuck into that now. We'll put a pin in Ashen Veil. Guys, they've done a lot of shit with Ashen Veil. It's drastically different to what it was before. We'll talk about that in a bit in terms of like how long it takes for the event to trigger and everything. All right. And the rep changes and everything, which I've got a bit to say on. Gold buying. Let's get stuck into it. How do I do this? I'm going to have to really choose my words very carefully through this segment, and it's not to protect the fucking fragile egos of gold buyers, but for various reasons that you'll see as the conversation moves forward. I don't want to come at this from an incorrect angle or say things that will get me fucking death threats or anything. But let's start on this. Look, the amount of posts coming up now on the WoW Classic subreddit about Season of Discovery gold buying is very, very tangible. It's very obvious. People are pissed. People are angry in a way that they have not been in the past. Gold buying has been a thing throughout Classic. Look, it really, I know a lot of you will roll your eyes and say, mate, it was there since day one. But I sort of say it didn't get overly popular or talked about until about 6 months into Classic. I think we did experience a little bit of a golden age of 5 or 6 months of Classic WoW without gold buying really being overtly at the forefront of the game. And then obviously through Classic, through TBC, through Wrath, it just became kind of ridiculous. Then we had, Season of Mastery. Then we had Hardcore. It's obviously, it was there in Hardcore, but not as much of a thing given the unique nature of Hardcore gameplay. Season of Mastery didn't really get the population, so it wasn't as much of a thing that was talked about. But now here we are with Season of Discovery, an incredibly popular game mode that's regathered the masses around WoW Classic and its brand 4 years after the launch of WoW Classic in 2019. So what has come with that spike in popularity once again, an immense spike in the the gold buying aspect of the game and the chatter about it. And this time around, I was thinking about this the other day, it's the first time that the Classic franchise has dealt with gold buying as this big of an issue on day dot of the server launching. That's just my take, and I'm discounting TBC and Wrath because I sort of term them as part of Classic on the whole. Your Classic 2019 to 2023, the trilogy, day dot was 2019, and I don't think gold buying was big on day dot in 2019. So here we are, day one of the server. It's this huge thing, and people are not responding well to it, as they should be, in my mind. People should be bringing out the pitchforks and the fucking torches over this issue. And it's really gobsmacked me as to how passionate they are. And I'm like, oh my God, they're actually making noise about this. Could we conceivably get more action done about this moving forward? Now, I know Blizzard is, they are taking action against gold buyers. We've already seen reports in the last few days of guildies getting banned for buying gold in SOD, people not turning up to their raids because they had their fucking accounts suspended for 2 weeks and the gold taken away because they were fuckwits who bought gold in the game. So the action is there. It's just about whether or not there is enough of that to this point. Guys, I want to start relatively general, and we'll be talking about this for a while, so don't worry. I will get all of the points out there. But my first very open question to the whole crowd is the one that I had written down. And I never write down questions anymore for Countdown, but I did for this one because I wanted to kind of do this right. This might sound like a offensively vague question, but I'm going to ask it anyway to let you guys run with the ball. Is gold buying as big of a problem in Season of Discovery as it is being made out to be?
I think it's not the end of the world yet, but it certainly has potential to crush the entire season halfway through if things don't get changed. That's because GDKP is just gonna. It really kills the pugs and all that kind of stuff. This is a more casual friendly season, and it's just going to have like a massive effect on people that just want to play the game and they don't have that much time.
Atsu, go for it.
I'm going to say it's already got the people selling shit with this mind that people just have gold laying around. Like, if you look at some of the prices of things, if it wasn't for the fact that you're getting gold from max level quests, dude, you can't afford anything on the server.
Thunderbrow Ring, anyone?
What's happened with Thunderbrow Ring on your server, Mitas?
On Alliance side, on Shadow Strike, the little OCE server, I've seen it. I mean, it's been bouncing up and down, but I saw it for like 250 gold the other night, 180 the other night.
One of you...
I saw the Thieves Mantle like 420 gold on my server.
Yeah, someone was saying something to me yesterday about a 650 sale that they saw advertised for an item. I wish I could remember which item it was.
It was me talking to you.
That's right.
Was it this morning or yesterday morning
Yesterday,
while you were
yeah.
raiding? It was a item that was posted in trade chat for sale for 359 gold.
Sorry, I thought it was a 650, 350. That's right. Okay.
I think quests are what are actually keeping it more in check, because even if it might come to grief people when we get to the next leveling bracket, they seem pretty happy to be questing to make gold, because I'm just going off how much it costs. Like, I haven't bought any, but I'm always checking because I'm curious to know what people would be paying if they are buying it. And let me tell you, I don't think anyone's paying 95 Australian dollars for that fucking ring.
How much is gold right now?
Is that the rate?
Like USD?
$50 dues for 100?
It's
Is it
50 cents for 1 gold, or just below.
50 Aussie
So, like,
or US?
Aussie. So you're paying 50 bucks to get 100 gold, and 100 gold gets you doodly squat at the moment. I just can't imagine people are paying 50 bucks.
But here's the
for 100
thing.
gold.
But I'm with you, mate. I sort of, shudder at the thought of that. I shudder at the thought of buying gold in general, let alone forking over that much cash for it. But also, you can't discredit the amount of weird nerds out there who have far more money than cents, far more, fucking dollars than cents, whatever the saying is. And, weird turbo nerds do weird shit with their disposable income, and they do buy excessive amounts of gold. And the problem is that all it takes is some of these purchases to start taking effect to have ramifications on the economy.
Yeah, like if
I don't even know if it's the turbo nerd.
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. You go.
I was gonna
I was gonna say, I think it's just.
You go. Sorry, it's lagging out for me.
I just think it's like the microtransaction mentality. I don't even think it's turbo nerds. It's everyone's so used to be able to purchase power in whatever mobile game they play that gold buying's the only out they have in Classic, and so they're willing to throw their credit card at it even if they're not a turbo nerd, because they know they don't want to spend the time doing the quests. I have tons of people who said I'd rather just buy gold than even doing the quests for gold. I'm like, what do you mean? Just play the freaking game, man. If the gold's there for you to make.
It's an interesting point. Ubiquitous, I'll get you to piggyback off of this one. I just want to add to that, having heard it now, whether or not we've been so desensitized to the concept of cash payments in video games in general over the last decade or two via, mobile gaming, and then the introduction more and more to console and PC gaming, that it's a fair point, I think, that Atsu raises, saying because of that desensitization, even when it's against the rules of your particular game, because you've now maybe grown up with it, you don't care as much about the purchase of the gold or the power.
Yeah, I would say that that's definitely a part of just gaming as a whole, but specifically to SOD, I'm saying like the difference between what's going for 200 gold on the auction house and 10 gold on the auction house is like 1 strength or 2 strength, 1 agility, and that's where I'm surely going with like someone's got to have the logic to go, is 2 strength worth $80? Is it really worth $80? Like, we're talking about such marginal upgrades for the cost, assuming that they are actually just buying gold. And mind you, you do 1 quest, you can pay me to go get you Leggings of the Fang for 1 quest reward worth of gold. That's where all the money's coming from, like rogues doing solo Wailing Cavern runs and shit like that. You can make 15 gold in an hour if you get the right item to drop. Well, more, you can make about 25 gold in 25 minutes. And that's why, like, does 200 gold really sound that absurd if I had done 10 lockouts of Wailing Caverns, selling the male belt or Leggings of the Fang, assuming you got lucky enough to have them drop enough. But I don't find it that unfeasible that anyone could have had 200 gold if they were trying to get gold.
I have. It's easy. Grave Moss is going for 40 silver a pop on our server at the moment, and that's gone down. Like, you know.
Oh, if you've got a couple of 100 gold now, I think it's more understandable. I was on the last episode of the show calling out people that had 400 gold after 5 days on the server, saying I think that's a bit odd. But I think now, yeah, like Midas is saying, farms have been established. I understand that people have, like, you know, if you've got a couple of 100 gold, I don't think that's the indicator at this stage of like, oh, gold buyer.
Yeah, well, it's like if there's someone out there on $500,000 salary a year, I don't think they give a shit if they were charging $1 for every gold they got. And then they probably, if they're in that boat, they've probably got 4 accounts as well. So like, what's a band really going to do when, unless like Blizzard has shown that they get slightly better at tracking down where the gold ends up, like they're actually taking the items that you have bought with it away from you and stuff like that, which is the first time I've seen that in a long time. I remember that happening way back when you had GMs and they could see what you had gone and bought with your mysterious 1,000 gold that was delivered 5 minutes ago.
Sorry, finish off, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was just about what I was wrapping up.
You're right. I'm just going to introduce Drew into the fold. Now, Drew, I've got a funny feeling you're going to be swinging off the top rope here to go. I'm not having a go at you for doing this because we were going to get there eventually, but I've been trying to, intricately trying to avoid the GDKP, going heavy on GDKP issue just yet, but I know you're going to want to throw that into the fold, mate. Go nuts. What have we said that you wanted to add to?
I'll hold off on the GDKP. I think that there is like a misconception on the economy with gold buying. Gold buying in itself just causes inflation. Now, if there's a piece that's astronomically priced, 200 gold, 350, whatever, without gold buying, that piece is going to be like 50 gold, which is still way out of everybody's price range, right? So when you have gold buyers, the stuff that you put up on the auction house is selling for more because there's more gold in the economy. So the gold buying, I'm not for it. I do think it's bad, but it doesn't have the negative impact that everybody thinks it does. That's my opinion.
I would fight back on that because I'm a dad. I don't make much money. Like, I don't have a credit card that I can slap any gold on. So when I get on and everything is GDKP and I can't even afford to get in a group because I can't buy shit for thousands of gold in Classic, it 100% affects like not only the economy but just the overall play of the game.
I completely agree.
Like, and that's where we're heading here in 7 months.
My argument was without GDKPs, by the way.
My retaliation to that, to be honest, is that if you're saying that like you're just the average player, then I don't think you should get the world 0.01% best in slot blues. You'll never have them anyway if you're just the average player. Like,
I'm not trying to get those though.
Yeah, but like that's where it's like I'm not saying you specifically, but there's lots of players out there saying I can't get this because gold buyers make it so expensive. Mate, if you're playing 2 hours a day, you ain't fucking getting that item anyway. Like someone else that's playing 10 hours a day will still have more gold than you and will pay more.
Yeah.
Like it's just the natural filter of the game, gold purchase or otherwise. I've got another idea that I'd like to mention, but we'll wrap up on this first.
Oh, mate, we'll be here for a long time, so fucking say it while it's in your head.
I'm curious whether people would still be so violently against gold buying if you knew that it was not farmed by thousands of just computer-controlled bots. What if you knew, like, would everyone be as aggressive towards gold buying if you genuinely knew that a human that was just playing a rogue farmed 1,000 gold, and he looked at it and went, I wouldn't mind $60 for 500 of this, and just sold it human to human, because that's just another layer of interperson, like, that's just in the game. Like,
there was always that really, really like interesting point people used to raise with the token about buying gold in retail, where they said you can, and it was at the time when the Venezuelan economy was crashing, and there was a lot of people like farming and selling gold from Venezuela, and there was an argument about, well, would you rather, pay $20 and like give $20 to Blizzard, who don't need the money, or give $20 to like someone in Venezuela who can literally feed their family?
Yeah,
I hated that argument so much.
Is nice either. Like
there's a lot of problems with the argument.
I hated the argument of like ethical sources to send it to. Sorry, keep going, Ubiquitous.
Say it's me. What if I farm 100 gold and I want to sell 50 to Josh, and he wants to buy 50 from me, and I haven't piloted with a bot? Like, you know what I mean? I think that changes everyone's tune to it massively. Where what if I sold him 50 gold for 3 schooners on Friday? What's it to anyone else?
It's because you're a rogue. You're shady as shit.
Yeah,
no, you raise a good like side point there, Ubiquitous,
right,
because that's more a question about basically it's a buying power question as opposed to buying gold, really, in a weird way.
Yeah, because
and I believe
not human.
Sorry, I was going to say. So I know, like when Classic Era came out, right? There was actually a website that you could buy gold from players on your server. Like that was actually a thing. So I guess that goes to the argument of whether would you give Blizzard the money or somebody that could use it, right? So there was actually a website dedicated to people that had just had, say in this case, right? SOD is giving you tons of gold for doing quests. So there's people like me that aren't doing quests because I'm worried about how phase 2 is going to play out, and I'm looking at like, I'm going to need those quests to get myself a big jump off come the next phase. And then you got the people that are killing all of those quests that are going to have to dungeon grind for like the first 5 levels because they killed every quest they got just to get all this gold. And then they're turning a profit by going on to whatever XYZ website is to sell the gold that they're making, or GDKP at this point. So it's basically, I don't know. I feel like the economy itself, go put yourself in the shoe of where we were 20 years ago, right? Had you seen anybody ever posting anything at level 25 for 300 plus gold? Like, it's just so unheard of. I get SOD as a season, right? But if you put yourself in the shoe of classic vanilla era, the game that we all love, right? Like this is so obscene to where the economy is right now. I feel like that is the only detriment to the game at this point. SOD is kicking ass, but I feel like the economy is what's killing it.
Let me just.
I couldn't afford a Kroll Blade then, and I can't afford a Kroll Blade now, even though there's 15k gold difference because I didn't play enough.
Preach.
I think the problem, a couple of things on your points, Ubiquitous, there, where I'm like, I understand what you're saying in terms of like, if you couldn't afford it before, you're not going to be able to afford it after. And like a lot of people are casuals who are locked out anyway. I get that. I think a big thing that gets dragged along though with that argument is you're fixating on expensive or luxury items as opposed to the cheaper items that might get lifted up in price along with everything else, if you know what I mean. So even basic stuff becomes relatively expensive to the casual player. Is that a fair point to raise, or what?
I feel like it's a bit applicable. Like, for example, look at Wrath. That consumes can get pretty hectic, like 250 gold for a stack of haste pots. But that's the end result of 4 years of this hyperinflation. And in Classic, the only reason why anything like a Black Lotus had such a ridiculous price tag on it was because they still had their shit spawn system that was being botted out, and this time around, everyone wanted to have a flask. In vanilla, the fucking tank had one, and that's it. No one else gave two shits about having a flask of Titans on. But in Classic just gone past, you wanted 20 people having it if they were being a tryhard. And that alone, like, we had the same supply, 20 times the demand, because now we know what the meta is and everyone's being a sweat lord. So that attributes to consumes a bit more. Like Firewaters, I don't remember selling Firewaters for 15 gold each, but I was in Classic because just every man and his dog, that was like the minimum requirement of how hard you would consume, was having Firewaters the whole night. So it's more like gold buying 100% has an inflation effect on the economy, but I genuinely believe that consumes doubled in cost more because everyone wants to use them than anyone buying any amount of gold.
So to that though, right? Do you particularly like playing in a game where you earned everything that you got, or a pay to win end game?
Yeah, let me build on that actually. So this goes to your hypothetical proposition, Ubiquitous, about what about a game that allowed peer-to-peer gold sales, whether or not we're just talking about the token or a different kind of system, but I can, go to a website and buy, hey, Johnny farmed 200 gold the other day, he's selling 100 of it for $60. Do I want to buy that and give the money directly to Johnny or whatnot? I understand what you're saying, and whilst it does sort of, it takes a half step towards creating a warm and fuzzy marketplace of all player created content and gold, and we're all just trading
some strange ethical G2G. Vegan free range.
Exactly. And when you take that half step towards this, dreamland, if you term it that, I still balk at it because it does two things that I think are problematic. I don't think MMOs should ever oh God, I'm gonna get fucking flamed if I say this the wrong way. I don't think
it's gonna be good.
I know. I don't think that they should ever incentivize. Like, you don't want to increase the value of gold more than what it should be, if that makes sense. As soon as you incentivize gold to a ridiculous point, you will always create two situations. If you create a situation, number one, where players now feel like they kind of have to or need to pay extra money out of their pocket to play a game. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to pay $20 a month subscription fee and then have the additional, oh yeah, but if you like a card game, oh yeah, but if you really want to play it, you've got to spend an extra $1,000 a year on X, Y, and Z. Nobody fucking wants to do that.
That's the Lost Ark principle, right?
Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say,
yeah,
I
you
was
go,
just agreeing with you.
And then I was going to say the second point is it goes hand in hand with and this is eventually we'll get into like Drew's GDKP issue as well, where like I don't want to talk about the pros and cons of GDKP in this chat. Please keep that aside as much as you can. We've been there, we've covered it. But on your point, Ubiquitous, I feel like it's inevitable if you introduce your system, you're still inviting bots to break the law, to like you're incentivizing bots, you're incentivizing people to be criminals, in-game criminals, because they'll do.
There's only exactly as much incentive right now to do it.
No, that's true. But I'm saying your system doesn't solve that issue. It still follows it with it. Do you know what I mean?
It's entirely dependent on a utopia where they actually do get rid of bots, and you can say that. Yeah, there's just blokes that actually play the game that sell this.
Yeah,
but then if there's never any way of like, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of players that just say, I want all my consumes to cost 2 gold and never more because you got rid of the bots and there's no inflation. And then it's like, well, fuck me, what's ever the point of having more than 8 gold on my character? Just no one farm anything. What's the point of ever being the farmer if there's no advantage to having more? But then like it's a quadruple fork in the road of then you lean into, there is a benefit. All right, bots appear. Then there's like financial gain, more bots appear. But then if you get rid of bots, what's the point in having 1,000 gold ever if you're not either allowed to sell it yourself? And I never have, but just saying hypothetically, you could sell it yourself, or if everything's dirt cheap, like why on earth would I ever log on and just herb and mine for 2 hours if you're removing the actual economic advantage that it gives me as a player?
Okay, to that I want to say, gold in itself doesn't actually have any, value outside of what it can get you. So having 1,000 gold in an economy where everything is cheap just means, oh, I can get everything I need. I don't have to worry about it. I can log off, do anything else I want.
But there's still, if everything's cheap, like you can't just set in static that everyone gets to have access to everything regardless of there being rich people on the server and poor people on the server. Like,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, like you're just heading towards like, I don't know, some communist server where what's the point in being the brain surgeon when you can just be the street cleaner and all like your fire waters cost 50 silver, or just put a vendor in, just put vendors in that sell set default prices on consumes. That would solve this issue of things having inflation and stuff.
So the way I see this is like the participation trophy award, right? If I spend 12 hours a day farming everything I need for raid, fully BIS, pre-raid stuff, and your argument is that you play 2 hours a day, but you should be able to buy all this stuff off of the auction house with the money that you have to be on the same page as the guy playing 10 hours a day because of a self-entitlement to that. Does that put you where does that put you? You know what I mean?
Like where who are you buying from, right? Like in that case, if you were actually banning bots and only allowing people to buy from other legitimate players, you are basically buying other players' time. So yeah, it gives you power at the expense of the guy.
Somebody else.
Someone has to have decided that they were willing to sell it to another player, though.
Yeah.
Like, you know, this is all still, you got to look at it from the viewpoint that Blizzard sets a GM at every starting zone and makes them do a robot fucking capture and bans every bot ever. But like, what's the difference between if I farm 500 gold as a player and you sold it to a guy for cash money, or I farm 500 gold worth of firewater and he does some farming and buys it off me? Like, the end result's kind of the same. The gold's still getting passed around the server regardless, but it wasn't just created from nothing.
Because I still think injecting real life money is problematic.
Exactly what Josh just said. So going, I mean, again, obviously collecting any money off of the game is a TOS. You know.
But even if it wasn't TOS, in injecting a real life economy into an online game is absolutely the crossing the Rubicon moment in my mind.
Absolutely.
Guys,
you make 100,000 a year. Somebody makes 30,000 a year. So the guy making 30,000 a year puts in all the extra work for the guy for making $100,000 a year.
I'm still just looking at it from like, it's still just a player making his own decisions in the game, and it wouldn't be locking anyone out, because like the inflation would be nothing near what it is if you had 1,000 human rogues actually out farming the world. It's nothing. It's fucking 2%. Like, for example, I used to do a lot of mining and herbing in Classic. I would probably see one other actual human fucking farming EPL with me for every 20 hunter bots we saw. So if you just got rid of the bots, how hard do you think I can inflate the economy with just my own farming? Selling it or otherwise, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, it would be so kept in check that it probably wouldn't matter.
It's just the detriment that you're adding an outside influence to an internal world. You're taking something that's not a part of the game, cash money, and you're now allowing it to influence the economy and transactions in the world. And it's just
you have that already. You have, like, I think the suggestions should be viewed in comparison to what we have right now.
Yeah, I'm only comparing it to now.
It would be strictly better compared to what we have right now.
And it would be almost impossible to outlaw, because then you just go back to like, all right, consumes cost 10 gold total a week. You'd be like, what the fuck am I farming on Saturday morning for if I've got 150 gold? Like, there is always going to be an outlet for people to drive towards generating gold, and everyone bangs on about how important gold is in vanilla. Like, where's anyone's drive to do anything if you can't sell it? Like, you can't. What's the point in having any extra of it if it's not buying you anything other than like loot off the auction house and stuff? But I'm just saying, like, there is always the path that we all end up at as a community, with bots or without bots, is still something that's going to just be gold getting sold, unless you somehow like truly ban all of it. But then yeah, you'll just be like, oh well, like gold's kind of irrelevant now. You would just rather have consumes on fucking vendors at that point.
And that's kind of part of my issue with a lot of these arguments, and back to like the GDKP thing. My big, point that I always hammer home that some people get upset with me for raising this is that, if you want to trigger me, and sorry, Drew, Drew, you might have raised this, and I don't want to call you out if you weren't going to raise this. Tell me to shut the fuck up if you weren't going to raise this. But, a lot of people that want to talk about GDKPs, generally the first thing out of their mouths is GDKPs aren't the issue. They're great. Gold selling and botting is the issue. In a world where GDKPs exist without those other things, it would be great. And I always scream back at that I don't want to hear that kind of conversation, because you're talking about a hypothetical utopia that cannot exist. Your thing invites the illegality, so it can't exist without it. So why do we bother talking about it? So Drew, jump in and say, Josh, I wasn't going to say that at all. You're a fucking asshole.
It's your show. You're much more articulate than I am. So, keep going, man.
But like, fair to I know people raise that a lot. I just push back against it a lot. But that's kind of where I'm at with your thing. Your hypothetical as well, Ubiquitous, is like, is there any point even discussing it if it's so reliant on a condition that can never be met?
It's a huge merry-go-round, and I kind of just I take this stance because I feel like it's just the lesser of all the possible evils. Would be like some prick is gonna buy gold, so it's gonna be from a human at least. Like that's just kind of how I'm looking at it in some weird optimistic lens, because it's just it's how it's like saying, what do we do to stop crime? Doesn't matter what you do, there's still going to be some kind of crime.
Oh, that's my whole fucking point. That's literally my whole point that I always raise with the GDKP thing is like, I always just say, and people might say it's a straw man argument, where I go, oh, let's just eradicate crime, or let's just, make world peace happen. Like, it's never going to fucking happen.
Yeah.
So stop raising it as a fucking
illegal.
Sorry. Yeah, like I think the more realistic one is like, the city that goes, and I think I raised this on the pod recently, we go like, the fucking mayor of LA or whatever gets up and goes, you know what? We're going to make the greater Los Angeles area crime free. Like, really? Are you just going to fucking do that? Is that how this works? Like, it's not a thing that can happen because crime is incentivized.
This can light your comment section on fire. It's kind of like just banning guns. We've still just got blokes punching each other in the head in Australia. Like, there's still something that's going to happen. Ban guns or whatever, and you draw the analogy to how that works to gold buying.
Well,
there will always just be that, that little bit of assholery going on.
Well, the violence thing is a bit different because I tie it back to, it's got to come back to cash and the obtaining of cash, because my thing is, obviously not all crimes are financial. I get that. Some people just fucking kill or hit someone for no reason. But what I'm saying is there are financial crimes, and what's the incentive behind them? It's the cash. I robbed this bank to get the cash, or I knocked this person out to get their wallet. Money is the thing that incentivizes some crimes, much like gold is the thing that incentivizes TOS breaks. There will always be in-game criminals because the fucking incentive is too high to be richer than the other nerds out there in your online environment.
Yeah, well, that's you would still get that. It would be much less prominent, but for example, botting is in every game, and you could somehow make it that you just make it you can't mail another character fucking gold. It'd still be bots. You just bot for yourself. That's the thing. There's just always going to be that section of the population that are willing to cheat to get ahead of the rest. Whether it's in just thousands of gold or some other method.
Let me jump off. We'll have to jump off this tangent. Pick says, sorry, mate, you've got to duck out. It's 2:45 in the morning where you are, mate. Thank you so much. You've been amazing in this podcast. Appreciate it, mate. Any shout outs or anything? Thanks so much, brother.
No particular shout outs, but thank you so much for having me back on the podcast again. It's been great fun.
Mate, always a pleasure. You get some sleep.
Thanks, Big Sir.
Someone else is going to jump in there, and then I'll raise the next topic. Go for it.
I feel like it's probably not the appropriate way to broach this, but
here we go. Here we fucking
go. I have two points. Firstly, in all this discussion, where do we fall on like some decisions made towards like player welfare. Like I hear talk about how like, oh, this, the person who plays 2 hours a day shouldn't be able to compete with the person who plays 10 hours a day. Why is there some game design concerns when the game's encouraging people to engage with it perhaps in a way that's a bit unhealthy?
Well, but that's the first point to count down to communism, isn't it? Because you're effectively saying, I know what you mean, but like, if we followed your suggestion, Hunk, and if we keep player health at the forefront, which, as you know, it should be, and that's kind of why they made the changes to the rep grinds, like they don't want people fucking killing themselves over this game. But like, to the point that we need to delete an economy because we don't want players no-lifing their gold grind, I don't know that you can.
Yeah, and I hope if that was, going to like what I said about between the 2-hour and 10-hour player. Listen, RNG is a very big factor in the game, right? I could spend 10 hours farming something that you got in 30 minutes. So I don't want it to be a time-based thing. It was more or less going to how the economy is and people with gold buying or, questing hours and hours upon gold that can afford to buy whatever the inflated item is off of the auction house. There is a certain point where somebody who is farming 10 hours a day versus somebody who's farming 2 hours a day is going to have an upper hand to the 2-hour player, being the 10-hour player that's farmed all that gold and is essentially buying what they need to be more viable than that 2-hour player. But as far as like the farming, like dungeon wise and stuff like that, I mean, you could absolutely be just as good as that 10-hour player if your luck is there. So I don't want it to be a complete time-based thing. I just don't want that to get misconstrued the way I guess I explained it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, but I don't think like relying on, not everyone's going to get an Edge Masters drop, are they?
Yeah, it kind of it taps a little bit into what I mentioned earlier, where like the guy that plays 2 hours can get a ring that has 1 less strength than the guy that played 10, and it's entirely up to yourself as an individual to just go fuck that. And believe me, I do that all the time. I look at some shit and go, wow, is it really 5,000 more gold for like 0.7 more DPS or like 5 DPS when you're doing 1,000?
Not
Like, who
worth
cares
it.
about
Yeah.
that? But some players do, and they'll drive themselves into the ground to get it. And like, if they're having a good time doing it, fair play. But I'm sure you're right. There would be some people that are like not exactly benefiting themselves trying to chase that 5 DPS more for 8 more hours of effort.
Guys, let me get us back. Let me get us back to the original question. And like I said, sorry, this is going to be a long conversation. So, guys, if it's getting late for you, just let me know. And if you need to go to bed, just shout out. It's all good. But I might throw this to the guys that we haven't heard from for a little bit. So, if it's okay, look alive, like Actreve, Leo, everyone really. So maybe Hunk, Ubiquitous. Sig, take a seat for a second and we'll hear from these other guys on this one. Back to the original question. Have you guys noticed the effects of gold buying already on your server or not? The question is it clearly here now or you're not quite sure? I might start with you, Balazar, if that's okay.
That's fine. And so then I can go to bed.
Yep, sure.
As far as I've seen, I have not noticed anything. As far as I've seen, prices have been dropping down recently on items. I don't know if that's just because more people have hit level 25, and then there's just more people out farming, which creates a higher supply of items, which just forces the prices down. But it feels like everything's just starting to reach some sort of balance. But like, okay, things are about worth this much, but I haven't looked at the auction house at all on Wild Grove. I've just been like, oh, tough things up, out, play, and do other stuff.
No, fair enough. And I'll have a relatively similar tale when I'll tell my observations of my server. Mate, Balazar, thank you so much for joining us. You go hit the hay, mate. Get some sleep. Any shout-outs? Thank you so much for being part of the podcast.
No shout-outs, but thank you all, and it's been very pleasant and very fun.
Thank you, mate. Great having you here. Hey, Leo, I'll throw this to you and just say, have you noticed anything on your server? Do you think that gold buying has already arrived in force?
Well, some of the points that we raised before, like building a site that people that can just go on and sell their gold they make themselves. What's stopping a bot going on that site? Like, what's stopping them making their own account, jumping on that site, selling it? It's still going to...
Yeah. I think it was more in the hypothetical world where bots don't exist.
It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
We just got to deal with it.
I agree.
It happens in today's society with all that sort of crap. Like, someone go out and buy a better car or that sort of thing. But it's not really going to change the game in a way, because I'm not going to go out and buy 1,000 gold ring because it gives me 1 extra strength. But what's the point? What's the point?
Mate, are you on Shadow Strike?
Yeah, I'm on Shadow Strike.
Okay. Have you seen anything crazy price wise? Are you pretty happy with how things are?
I'm pretty happy. I don't really go into the auction house to go, like I said, look for that extra strength ring or intellect.
Yeah,
it doesn't really bother me.
Fair enough. I'll just say, and Actrieve, I'll throw it to you next, mate. Personally, on Shadow Strike, look, last week I was on the show saying, mate, these prices are fucking so high. It's week 1. What's going on? I think things have come down a little bit. I agree with you guys. Like, it's funny to me that I've been able to afford shit. You know, consumables haven't been like out of control by any stretch of the imagination. But I totally accept that people are on the Reddit saying some of these prices are getting crazy on their server. I personally haven't noticed it too bad with mine, but I'm not saying that it's not something that's coming later down the track. Actrieve, mate, have you noticed much or not really?
Well, like you said, I'm also on Shadow Strike. All of our consumables have been pretty low. If not, I just go farm them myself. I haven't really noticed much gold buying, I suppose. Maybe a few greens at the higher end are pretty high up there, but I don't think that's a gold selling thing.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we all might be, and yell out if you're not, but we all might be on the same sort of path here where we haven't seen anything crazy on the auction house, maybe outside of 1 or 2 anomalies of some fuckwit selling something for 200 or 300 gold, which seems strange 2 weeks into a server. But I'll throw this next question out there for you guys and sort of say about the subreddit. I mean, you know, whether or not you guys read the subreddit, it has been everywhere. Why do you think that the players are as up in arms now about gold buying as opposed to all the gold buying we've played through over the last 4 years?
People are starting to get annoyed with it, starting to get over it.
Why?
Well, they've gone through how many iterations of WoW now, and it's always a topic that comes up every single time. I think more people they're sick of hearing about it.
Like a fatigue with every new server launch. Yeah, okay.
They're sick of having to deal with it, and like wrath that consumes and everything are just so ridiculously priced in some things.
Okay.
I might be projecting here, but I really romanticize the idea of Classic Plus. I think obviously all of us do. I find it particularly offensive this time around that such a thing exists, because, like, you know, the devs are having a go at hopefully what will end up being the beta for that magical thing that we've all been dreaming about since 2019. I don't know. I think maybe it's an attack on the Holy Land. Maybe you know, we're back in vanilla, kind of Azeroth again, and seeing this history repeat itself is a bit more upsetting.
Well, it's also, I think you've hit a really good point there, Midas, because it's also a sneak preview of, you know, whether or not you term Season of Discovery as a new MMO or not. I think that there is an argument that it is. You've just earned yourself the sneak preview of what the actual new IP next MMO will look like when there is gold buying and bots in week 1 and 2 of the new game. Because I've said it before on the podcast, it's 100% fucking happening when, you know, let's say it's hypothetically the Riot MMO, the League of Legends MMO, or Ashes of Creation, or whatever it might be. This is your preview of week 1 and 2 on that server. It will fucking happen. So I think it's interesting to say, Midas, that the anger now is fueled by, hey, we're used to it with our old fucking vanilla and classic games where we know it's an issue. Now this is a new game and it's still an issue. This pisses me off. I think that's fair to raise, and I think that, people better get used to it. Well, unfortunately, people might have to get used to it as the future of MMO gaming.
It's hard to say. I don't know what it looks like under the hood, what their administration team is doing. If there even actually is a GM team monitoring this that has more than 2 people that do it for more than a few hours a day. But if we look across the pond to companies like Jagex and Old School RuneScape, I just had a bit of a cursory glance at potential gold selling on Old School RuneScape. I could only find websites that have 20 providers. It's and that's probably a testament to how unacceptable gold farming and selling is in RuneScape. They actually do a panel every so often at their equivalent of BlizzCon, where they actually get up an administrator account and then they go to the auction house and just live ban bots. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know if there's more that we can do or expect Blizzard to do from a resourcing perspective. Maybe you just need a Cobra strike team of GMs to make this their jobs. Whether or not there's budget for that, I mean,
I'll do it for free if they want.
Well,
me too, I suppose.
On that point, let's dive in on that a little bit, because for years, obviously, people have been saying, like Ubiquitous has said, I'll fucking do it for free. Why don't they pick up some GMs and get these bots banned and whatnot? And, I honestly think 50% of the player base would be incredibly well versed in citing bot behavior by this stage after years of playing alongside them and knowing what they look like and things like that. But in all honesty, I think it's been all well and good for Blizzard for years now to say, we do get on top of this stuff. Look, here's the stats. We banned 200,000 accounts this past month, blah, 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 blah. But people continue to share screenshots of these /who lists of all the fucking bots in Scarlet Monastery, all the bots in, Silithus or whatever it might be, and ask why? Why does it get to this point? Why can they even step in there? And it's, again, I emphasize, we know Blizzard isn't doing nothing. We know something is being done. You do get your mails back to your report saying, thank you, we did something and actioned that account. Thank you for your report. We see the numbers come back if you're to obviously believe them and say, hey, they banned 200,000 accounts across the World of Warcraft franchise this month. That's great. And it is, and we understand the difficulty of the never-ending bot war and all of that. But I do still believe when you've launched this new game that is picking up all this hype and popularity and is an incredibly important product to nurture at this very, very early, its infancy phase of being the next MMO for the next 12 to 18 months, that you want to capture the heart and soul of the MMO player base worldwide. You've got to get on this shit, more than you have coasted with in the past. Now, Blizzard might say, we're working as hard as we can with the resources we have. We can't crank it up. It's Scotty in the USS Enterprise going, I'm fucking pushing it as hard as she'll go, Captain. We can't get any more out of it. I just think it's the point where you go, something has to be, you have to squeeze more juice out of this, because you can't afford this negative PR at this early stage of your game saying, don't play, and not that people are saying this yet, they're not saying don't play SOD, but I fucking guarantee you this thing is a snowball, and if it goes further down the mountain in a few months, people might be saying don't play SOD because of all the bots and the gold buying and everything's out of control. You have to throw more at it, and I just would have thought, and I know that this isn't necessarily the classic team's choice, that they don't get to, they don't get to choose how to run this game necessarily, as odd as that might sound, even though they are the team behind it. There are decisions made at levels above them that they don't get to argue with. I just would have thought that the people above the classic team that do make these decisions might have, within their fucking, wealth of wisdom, have decided that maybe you do get someone stationed at, their computer all day who just watches every person that walks in Scarlet Monastery and goes, Like, that's the trigger point. Oh, you walked in Scarlet Monastery in phase 1 of Season of Discovery. I'm going to do a quick search on your character, do a quick search of your mails that you've done in and out over the last week or two. Oh, that's a lot of gold in and out for one character. And your name looks like you fucking, spilled something on your keyboard. Bing, bang, boom, you're banned. Like, that might be how they do it. But my point is, they should be banned instantly. Like that's it. I saw you walk in Scarlet Monastery. You've got a funny name. You're doing weird shit. I've looked up your gold transactions over the last week. You're gone. Done. I don't need to research this that crazily. And I know Blizzard is terrified of false positives, but I'd start... This is easy for me to say. I'd start firing more willy-nilly than not because it's too important for the game. Get them as soon as they walk in as opposed to a month later when their sub ticks over. I just think having bots farm for 2 or 3 weeks and letting that damage happen to the economy and waiting on the pulling of the trigger of the ban is a bad thing. But I'm saying a lot of this without any inner working knowledge of how Blizzard does do things, and the team will always cry foul about that's not fair. You don't know what we do here and we can't tell you what we do here. It's just...
It would only need to be harsh enough for a short enough period of time that the actual botting companies themselves would just go, oh well, yeah, like they've cracked down on it, fuck this game for a while. And you could downsize that team down to 10% to maintain that level, because they'd send some bots in again every now and then to see, like, oh well, they're still fucking policing. Have all the night guard gone away? But when it's just a trickle, you only need 1/10 of the workforce to now maintain that level of getting bots out. If you just had that massive crackdown, and like they would try, they'd go, oh well, that's just a ban wave. But if you did a ban wave every half an hour for a week straight, they'd go, all right, fuck WoW for a bit, like we'll give it a geese in a month's time. But by then they've already left, they've gone and made their money in other games, because that's what there are. A few people that, like, there's definitely people that just bot for themselves, but that's like a super small minority. It's a legitimate like company that bought thousands of bots across hundreds of games, and it's all on the same website. So I feel like you could just really hammer them for a month and it would deter them, because then, and once you start hitting their pocket, they'll just go, fuck this, we're burning cash trying to bot on WoW.
On the investment side of things, like, I just don't understand how this game, and as good as it is from the outset, isn't worth the $100,000 investment of hiring 2 fucking young guys at $50,000 a year a pop to sit there and ban bots.
There was a time when Blizzard thought that it was. There was a lawsuit between Blizzard before it was ActiBliz and a company called WoW Glider. The guy who owned the company WoW Glider made this bot. I believe they launched this case because they had jurisdiction. It was a guy in the US, so they were able to take him through their legal system. He lost that court case and was lumped with having to pay court fees and not being able to use their game to run his program, because the judge decided that that was the best course of action there. And they would have spent a lot of money on a massive legal team to try and crush this guy to set an example. And I believe that it did for a while. This is like 2007, 2008. And the court case ran out for over a couple of years. And so it was a heavy investment from Blizzard, but it was a really big stick they swung at this guy to just prove the point that we want to look after our game. We don't want people botting in our game. We're not having it. We will throw all of the barristers and lawyers and stuff that we have at this problem, but that mentality has changed. I don't know whether it's got out of hand or they just don't have the jurisdiction to be able to do these things to these companies because they're Chinese or Russian or whatever.
Is it possible that their marketing executives have crunched the numbers and decided that it's just worth it to allow it to continue?
Oh, I mean, that's been a part of my theory and many people's theories for a long time. And that's why I say, like, the C-suite, in my, not so controversial conspiracy theory, is that the C-suite crunches the numbers and goes, hang on, isn't it better if we let, like, bad faith accounts stick around for a month before we ban them? Like, we'll still ban them, but can't we squeeze as much juice out of them as we can beforehand? And the classic team's objections would fall on deaf ears to the number crunches. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm personally a believer in that conspiracy theory, whether or not you term it a conspiracy theory. I'm with you, Midas. But guys, I don't want to get too bogged down. Let's move on a little bit. Like I said, it's a difficult one because it must be so frustrating for the Classic team to hear us bitch about it when they know how they deal with things, but then they must also understand how frustrating it is for us to not have the door opened and just be told we're on it, trust us. But my whole point is more, this is an important game. I think a different approach is warranted. We've kind of coasted with bots for the last 4 years with Classic, and you've had the player base moderately tolerate, even though we bitch about it, the status of gold buying and bots. I just think that this new game that could really take off and is taking off, maybe a shift in gear is warranted. Let me ask you guys this question. This is a controversial one. A lot of people on the subreddit talking about this. Do you feel that a gold buyer should have their account permanently suspended, or just go with what they're doing at the moment, a 2-week suspension and take your gold?
100% a perm.
Permaban.
Even in the light of potential false positives?
There's a system in place to sort that out. They have people to look at it, I guess. You see them come up on Reddit all the time. Some people get them overturned, others don't.
Yeah, I guess that's the question, isn't it? How of a well-oiled machine is that appeal process?
Probably not that well-oiled.
I hope it's temporary.
Don't let it happen again.
I do. I can already just see that someone would post their false positive thread on Reddit, and everyone would just kick the shit out of the devs in that comment section too, because they're just ready to bite them on anything.
Oh, I have no love. I'm such an asshole. You can call me a fucking like the worst person alive. I never ever believe any post on Reddit that's like I was falsely banned. That's just me. I just and like I've spoken to devs in the past, and like I've been burnt on this. Devs have been burnt on this, where you get the people who are like, mate, I was on the Reddit saying I was falsely banned. It's bullshit. Can't you do something about it? Mate, the one time I got involved, I went into bat for someone to the devs and said, oh, look, hey guys, this guy's trying to get some attention. Apparently he's run into some bullshit. Can you fucking look into it? They got back to me and said, mate, you've been bamboozled. He 1000% did that shit. And as they usually fucking have.
I mean, I'll happily be a false positive if it means 1,000 bots go down with me.
Same, 100%.
Give me a week-long holiday from this game.
You'll be canonized as a saint ubiquitous.
Just take the bots with me.
Yeah. I'm all for like a nightly purge of Scarlet Monastery. If I'm in there on a rogue picking chests and I happen to be there when they run that purge script, I'll wear it, man, just to get rid of the rest of them.
Just for context, I mean, professional sports don't ban people for like betting against their own teams. They just suspend them for like a year.
Here's a year off, yeah.
Yeah, it's just for context, and like that's way worse. So I don't know. I think the 2-week ban is like sure if someone like willfully like doesn't learn their lesson.
To be fair though, Hung, just to throw a spanner in the works of your argument, you're right. You're spot on. I agree with you wholeheartedly. However, the difference it's very hard to do apples to apples here, but the difference is obviously having an account permanently suspended is far from the death sentence that people make it out to be, because you can literally just fire up a new one straight away and still play the game.
But there's no reason why you can't have an escalating process, right? You go from slap on the wrist to chopping the hand off to, execution. I don't see any reason why the 2-week ban's good, and then like, okay, that doesn't work. Snipe them with 6 months. If that doesn't work, see you later.
They have lost their money, but I do know that there's an iffy thing about like if you pay via PayPal, you can probably like report it as a scam, and PayPal will send you your money back. So then you have only copped the ban. Probably, I've watched that from that ex-Blizzard employee fella on YouTube. That was a part of their reasoning for banning every 3 months, was that's long enough that you can't request your money back from the bot. That's beyond PayPal's refund time period or some shit. But I kind of agree with Hunk. If they are like, you get a week, and you've lost your money, hopefully. And then if you do it again, like fucking 3 months, and then eventually you're just done permanently. It's what they do in like on Valve and shit, like Steam, sorry. So
it's a fair point to raise. I honestly haven't made my mind up on where I stand on the issue. But I think at a bare minimum, every fucking time the gold that they paid for needs to be taken away.
I think if you run a bot, you should be permanently banned.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. Like if you actually run a bot, see you later.
Yeah. Fair
but I don't think like the buying should be a permanent ban.
Oh, there you go. So, there was a shout out for Pirate Gaming. I keep hearing his name coming up. He's really caught fire the last little bit over there on the streaming scape. Tim's just saying he used to work with him in QA many years ago. He's a good guy. Good stuff. Tim, I should be fair and look, Tim. As I say, this really must be an incredibly frustrating thing to sit through, given what you know when you hear players bitching about this stuff. But as I said, I'm sure you equally understand it's a mirroring sense of frustrations where you can't show your cards and we're frustrated that you can't show your cards, so the arguments kind of fly by each other a little bit. But to be fair to you, Tim says the following, which I really should say. He goes, look, guys, I know this doesn't fix the greater issue at hand that you're talking about, but have any of you actually /who'd Scarlet Monastery today? And I presume what Tim is talking about is I did see that something's going on with Scarlet Monastery, that they've stopped players from getting into some of the wings. I think you can still go in Graveyard, but maybe something has gone out today that they're on that with Scarlet Monastery. Maybe Scarlet Monastery was a bad example for me to raise, but Tim, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying in terms of the generic /whoing of a certain area. You will find bad faith accounts there. But if you guys are on top of the Scarlet Monastery thing, that's fantastic. And I'm not saying that you guys aren't doing nothing. You've heard me say that repeatedly through this podcast. But as you're kind of acknowledging as well, it doesn't necessarily fix the greater issue, and the greater issue might be beyond fixing. Who knows? But more efforts, if feasible, is something that would be phenomenal to see. Does anyone know about anything with Scarlet Monastery today that Tim's referencing there?
0 players total, and I'm fucking elated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, this was in SOD? They were farming SOD?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
they were breaking the mesh and fly hacking underneath the mesh and shooting old mate in the feet.
Sorry, this might be another tangent, but fly hackers in Ashenvale, I don't know if that's something we can touch later.
I hate seeing fly hackers, and I can't believe they don't get done as quicker than anyone else.
More quickly.
Shut up, dickhead.
I enjoy fiddling around in the WoW economy, and I just really want to emphasize like how thankful I am to see 0 players in Scarlet Monastery.
I think there's only like certain mechanisms that the classic development team can use, right? And this is the thing, like these little patches, patching things up, these little exploits. I think like the broader issue of like the bans is more, I don't know how much influence they'd have over that, right? There'd be an assurance team that probably...
Would it be legal? Could it be legal?
I mean, yeah, maybe the assurance team might sit under their legal. I don't know what their corporate structure's like, but yeah, I don't feel like there's like that, like the classic development team can just like, okay, we've got this intern software engineer, like a graduate engineer. Oh, we're just going to have them go in and ban people. I don't think that's, I imagine that's something they probably can't just do.
Just referencing the point I made about it being difficult to discuss this with the classic team, with the conversations kind of flying by each other. Tim just said, and I want to be fair to Tim and inject his comments so that, I'm doing right by him. He says, for sure, yeah, it sucks. He understands that. He doesn't like bots either. He has hope that all of this will improve for players in the coming months. So, we hope so too, Tim. And I've no doubt that efforts are being made. It's just, you read the fucking subreddit. You've seen the amount of traction that the gold buying posts and everything have gotten. Like players are getting to a point where action is being taken by way of protest on the subreddit. So you guys are all over it, I've no doubt. let me say this, guys. This is the next very spicy topic, and this is where I really need to be. I need to be careful about what I say. I don't want to throw that same hesitation on you guys, but you'll understand where I'm coming from. On the gold buying aspect of things, we sit here and we talk about, there's a reason I talked about, we're doing permabans, are we doing 2-week bans, what are we doing, how do we feel about gold buying? Gold buying's everywhere, and SOD apparently everyone keeps talking about what's going on. There was a big story in the news recently for WoW Classic in regards to streaming and gold buying. You guys will know what I'm talking about. Soda Poppin got done. He came out on his stream and said that he got done for gold buying via everything that was going on with OnlyFangs, which is his streamer guild, his big streamer guild for hardcore WoW. That a lot of people had suspected that there was some pretty fucking rife gold buying going on within that guild, given the amounts of cash that were being flaunted in game. Turns out that where there was smoke, there was fire. Soda Poppin got done. Had the gold stripped from one of his accounts, I guess, and some action was taken, and that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was about it. I don't believe there was a suspension period implemented, just the gold stripped. Now, if you guys are comfortable talking about this, I wanted to talk about the PR for gold buying, if you will. And I've always said the gold buying has the best PR in gaming, because all the gold buyers have convinced the world that it's fucking great, you should totally be doing it, and you're a fucking idiot if you don't. Which is laughable to me. And, I might have to inject the faux point on the behalf of the gold buyers at some point, just to get a little bit of a somewhat balanced argument, even though I don't agree with what they say. How did you guys feel about a big name streamer sort of advertising, not necessarily, how do I put this? This is where I have to choose my words sort of perfectly in a way. A big name streamer being caught gold buying and having that style of gameplay be thrown out there to however many tens of thousands of viewers and impressionable, maybe younger players.
I think it was a missed opportunity to set a monumental example to the whole community.
Yeah, I think hitting him with a substantial ban wouldn't have been a massive detriment to the game. It feels a little bit like a marketing and communications department decision to keep him going, because, all those viewers is going to translate to players. But, yeah, I think it was definitely a missed opportunity, 100%. Need to hit him with a big stick.
I can't say I've ever watched him or any of his content, but other than the clip that went viral, obviously, and me personally, what they did to him was enough of a deterrent for, I'm already not a buyer, but just seeing what they did to him, no fucking chance I'm fucking buying. It was a deterrent. He lost his fucking money and he lost his items. So even though some people, I guess I'm streamer friendly, I do think there's a bit of a behead the streamers at every opportunity you can. That there's that crowd. I think the punishment he got was enough to. There's no way you looked at it and went, "Damn, I should buy gold," because he did get punished. How is it a positive light on buying gold in the slightest? There was a punishment.
No, it's a good point to raise. There was a public punishment that got raised on stream.
Maybe it's a bit like a walk of shame in from Game of Thrones. We're not going to ban you, but you're going to sit on your stream and you're going to tell everyone you were a bad boy and you're miserable.
Hunk?
I'm a selfish arsehole, and I'm going to back up Ubiquitous from a different perspective. I'm glad they didn't ban him, because I want this game to be successful, and the amount of visibility having him playing and streaming it gives is, I think, kind of... I know it's like a capitulation, but, to the rules, but I'm kind of glad that they punished him, but they didn't ban him, just so that they can keep his viewers turning into players. Keep the momentum for the game going. I know it's a selfish perspective to take.
No. I'd like to sort of keep going on that one, Hunk, if that's okay. And if anyone disagrees, please do shout out. But I'm genuinely torn on this one, Hunk, and I really mean it when I say that, because as everyone is raising in the comments on the subreddit, there are extreme real world ramifications behind your decision on this one. You know what I mean? Like you say, him playing this game and publicizing it is huge money to Blizzard. It's great reach. It's exactly what they want out of, all of their products. On the other hand,
I love the game and I want it to be successful, man. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah. On the other hand, you're balancing this, now I accept that some action was taken, but you also balance that hard decision of creating a perception amongst the player base that some players, not all players are created equal. And that the punishment might be different from player to player depending on how many views you bring to the game. So like it's kind of like the old, could he hypothetically shoot someone in the middle of fucking Times Square and not so much get away with it because he didn't get away with it, but get less of a punishment? And
could he floss in Times Square and keep his career afterwards?
So it's a tough one.
I would like it if there was someone more reliable than a Reddit commenter saying, my friend bought gold and he got 2 weeks. This is bullshit that he didn't. I believe that guy just as much as the dude saying he got false positive. Like, sure, your friend bought gold and he got a 2-week ban and Soda Poppin didn't get anything. Like, if someone could come forward and say like, no, I got banned for my first ever gold purchase for 2 weeks and he got off scot-free, then that would probably make it a bit more of a contentious decision. And I'd still, with Hunk, go like, yeah, but you're not Soda. And unfortunately, that's just like a realistic scenario. Like, it's better for the game that he's not banned. And
yeah, I know it's a shit take, right? You know it's a shit take, but kind of feels, I don't know.
Yeah. If anything, I'd go the other side and say the guy that got banned for 2 weeks for his first ever infraction is an overstep, but everyone else is on the ban people permanently wagon.
I hear that argument. Big personality, a lot of eyeballs, etc., etc. However, like, keep in mind the demographic for this Season of Dads, probably like, I don't know, maybe 30s, the average age. I have no idea. But if you were to ban someone like that, someone with, I don't know how many tens of thousands of viewers that guy gets. I don't really know how big of a deal he is in other spheres of WoW.
Across his like VOD channels, it's hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands?
Across the VOD channels, yeah, like the YouTube.
Again, I'm imagining crack team of ActiBliz marketers have crunched the numbers, but banning someone like that, saying gold buying, we are taking a absolutely, zero tolerance stance on it. What does that say to people who play EVE, who play old school RuneScape, who play all these other MMOs, and they have the same problems as us, and they go, oh, whoa, Blizzard's banning, like, they're killing their golden gooses of PR and free publicity on Twitch to send a message? I don't know. It's probably not worth it, but fuck, it would have been a statement.
It's such a tough one. Like, there's so much nuance to it. So many different, there's no, real... I mean, if you're Blizzard trying to make that decision, you're in that room trying to make that decision on him. I think they've done the right thing. They, towed the line. Just kind of threaded, right through the middle. Make the punishment, but keep the PR.
So, hearing the good arguments back and forth here.
Oh, here we go, John.
I'm an absolute hardliner, as you may have guessed, on gold buying and botting.
This guy always has to be the contentious voice in the room.
The fact that it was public brought a little grin to my face. If it was a public 2-week whack, I would have been pretty content. But yeah, I just he had to go, man. He had to go.
I've been racking my brain. There was a game, I can't remember what game it was, that used to, when people got suspended for some cheating of some kind, they used to make people write public apology letters and post them on the forums to get unbanned.
Oh,
what game was that? I can't remember. But that sort of thing, I think that's kind of getting tarred and feathered, right? Yeah. I mean, there's ways. Maybe we should bring that back, the public apology letter.
Yeah.
If Blizzard's listening, public apology letters.
I love it. Just reminded me, I think it might have been Nostalrius or Elysium. It was one of the vanilla WoW private servers, I'm pretty sure. But they had a room on GM Island where they would bring people who had broken the rules, and they would just interrogate them, basically. Their character
the black
would be
room with a single light in the middle of it.
Did anyone see Magan in chat then? That's the great idea. The debuff, an in-game debuff that you have to wear. It's the Scarlet Letter.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
I
That's
would
like
love
the
that.
coward buff
Fucking
from
love
the
Yeah, the
Taco
coward
Raz and hardcore. Yeah,
And because we
it's
run
like
on
Larry
this
David
line,
being forced to wear the sign after he stole cutlery from the restaurant.
Yeah.
you just give it the same effect as the Death Knight wandering into Capital City for the first
but
time.
then
So all
they'd
the
all-
NPCs are throwing bananas and rotten tomatoes and things at you.
But then all the
Yeah,
fuckwits would form a
People would
guild.
do it on
They'd form a
purpose, yeah.
guild and PvP and raid together and make a fucking joke out of it.
yeah.
People do
You
it on
just need the
purpose.
sound cue from Game of Thrones where it's like shame, shame every time you walk somewhere.
That's fair enough. Hunk, I'll just, and all you Aussies, you'll know what I'm talking about. And there are many analogies, one-to-one worldwide about this. But Hunk, I'll tell you a story that just, this whole soda popping thing got me thinking about.
I've heard all your stories.
Yeah, I know,
This
and
is
they're all
gonna-
fucking shit. Mate, do you remember a few years ago, and I'm talking like 9 years ago, let's say, when James Packer got into a brouhaha out the front of his Bondi place?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone who listens...
Lovely bloke, by the way, in case he's listening.
Everyone, yeah, hi, James.
Don't sue us.
Yeah, how you going?
Don't show up and punch me.
Fucking... everyone knows I was, a prosecutor, and I worked around the eastern suburbs of Sydney for many years.
Prostitute, did you say?
Yeah, that exactly. And I was involved in a lot of the chatter surrounding this James Packer situation. It was an odd and difficult situation for the local authorities at the time, because you're like, fuck, we've got Australia's second or third richest man or whatever, and he's gotten into a punch up with his best friend out the front of his house, where if it were any other person, and I mean fucking any other person, that's an affray charge any day of the week. No questions.
In the paddy wagon of the watch
Oh,
house.
straight
immediately.
in the fucking paddy wagon, straight back to Bondi Police Station. Here's your charge or your ticket for affray on the spot.
Here's your NTA.
Yeah, for you guys who don't know, affray is basically just a public brawl. Here's your NTA, notice to appear at court. See you in 6 weeks for your affray charge. Bob's your uncle, right? The police balked at charging Packer for a good 4 or 5 days. Didn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Didn't really waited for the PR bubble to go down. Everyone was going like, this is bullshit. If it was anyone else, this guy'd be fucking locked up by now. He'd be getting charged. He should go to court, all that shit. Eventually, they did take action, and I think a very, very minor, watered-down public nuisance charge or something was attached to it, and he paid a $100 fine. He paid the fine that anyone ordinarily would have paid for that offence. That's fine, but the story was that at the end of the day, he was ultimately treated differently because of who he was. And the only reason I raise this story, Hunk, is this thing with Soda Poppin' really made me think of that James Packer story a lot. And I'm glad that it's kind of the same thing. Action was eventually taken, but maybe just different action that might have been enacted upon someone else. So unfortunately, you do create a kind of we will treat you differently type situation because of who you are, but still somehow manage that message to the public of, but action was still taken. And like I say, I'm not calling for anything more or less. I'm really split on what to do in this situation. I think you've probably swayed me more to your argument, Hunk, in terms of look, as fucked up as it feels and as awkward as it seems, maybe it is better for the health of the game to have this guy playing rather than sitting his account on its ass for 2 weeks when he's just going to come back and play anyway. I don't know, but yeah, just the James Packer thing. Do you think that's a fair analogy to raise?
I see the similarities, though. I hate to draw too many parallels between the government and its legal system and a private company going from a crime to what's essentially cheating in an online video game.
It's a video game, yeah.
Yeah, because so I don't know. I while I do there are similarities. I don't. I certainly think he should have been charged with a fray.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to equate a crime to fucking buying gold in a video game. I mean more.
Expect you to be defending James Packer.
I know. But I mean more the pressure and policy arguments that would have been happening behind the scenes on senior management.
100%.
Yeah, would have been very similar.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, they're weighing the pros and cons. Like they know they're going to get blowback for it, but yeah.
There you go. Does anyone else have much else to say about this? I mean, I'm not stoked that big streamers are blatantly buying gold, regardless of whether or not they're being punished. Like, I just, that's a lot of reach going out to a lot of, like I said, likely young and impressionable players, and just, making gold buying seem cool. I'm not really comfortable with that, but
They didn't make it seem cool though. Like he was like, well, that was pointless because he spent his money and he lost his money and he lost his item.
Oh, but I mean, doing it in the first place, like,
and he looked like a fuckwit. He looked like a complete fuckwit in this whole situation.
I just like the whole people swimming in that much gold so publicly. I'm like, everyone knows what you're doing. Like, publicizing it this way just feels so weird.
It's an interesting point that Hank kind of half stood on there, where maybe it is balanced that he has to look like an absolute like dumb cunt
complete tool,
in front of all his viewers, whereas me, ain't no one watching my shit. So maybe to really give me that extra shame, I get banned for 2 weeks, and now I'm at least embarrassed in front of my guild. Whereas for him, he's just getting publicly flogged with tomatoes, and that is the.
Do you really think his viewers give a shit? Do you really think that's changed their opinion of him?
Well, no, but even for his marketing, like, I'm not a viewer of his, but now I only know him as a guy that bought gold and got banned and looked like a tit doing it. So.
Inversely, to play, and this is going to make everybody feel like shit, this argument probably, but even if you don't watch him, you watch the clip, right?
Oh, through the Reddit browser, yeah. Or the Reddit app. Or even then, I'm not sure if I actually quite watched it. I just gave
He might have made more money than he spent paying gold out of the controversy of being banned.
The financial burden of him buying gold isn't much of an issue for him, regardless of my view or 10,000 more views, like.
Oh, no, it's not that he lost it. It's more that he might have profited that, I guess,
it sucks. Yeah. But
is anyone a soda poppin' viewer here? Is there anyone who actually watches him?
No.
No, mate, we're all too old for him, I think.
I always gathered,
he's probably your fucking age. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's like one of the OG WoW streamers, right?
He'd have to be. He'd have to be 35, right?
He'd have to be. I remember him being pretty influential in a lot of PvP decisions and stuff like that.
He was the druid guy from Wrath. It was him and like those Wreckful and Mitch Jones, like those dudes. But I thought part of his brand is like being self-deprecating, like this sort of stuff. It's probably even on brand for him to be caught up in something like this and embarrassed.
Yeah, true. All right, guys, we'll move on. Sorry, go for it. Finish it up.
I was just going to say, he's probably sitting there thinking, "Show me the money."
Oh yeah, I mean that's been the knock on sort of some of this stuff for a while now. Is like, remember when the meta on Twitch was to get banned because ultimately your comeback stream made all the money.
Yeah.
Hashtag James Packer did nothing wrong. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, guys. Look, just to wind up on the gold buying thing. Where can we go with this? I am just intrigued to see what the future holds for all of this because I don't know. Hunk, what have we missed? Where can we round up on this argument?
For the gold buying?
Yeah, just in general.
Oh, I think we've about covered it, haven't we?
I think so. If everyone said their piece, we can move on. Guys, let's get to Ashenvale. And this will be the last thing we'll talk about. Then we'll go because we've been here for 3.5 hours. Is everyone happy with... Look, not that Ashenvale is done, but is everyone happier with Ashenvale now or what? Because they've drastically changed the cadence of the triggering of the event. And a lot of people are like, oh my God, it takes 3 or 4 hours to trigger now. But they've tried to balance that with like more rep being rewarded when it does pop. I had my first like quote unquote proper Ashenvale a few days ago. It was thrilling, like getting the win, killing all the mini bosses, then killing the boss, running into, and everyone's like, oh mate, it's just a PvE event, but we ran into the Alliance halfway through, wiped them, had a big PvP fight, then killed the boss, swam in rep. I really liked it. I've still got, and Tim, I'm so sorry, I will continue to hammer you guys on the graveyards. It is beyond a joke, the graveyard situation. I don't know if you've introduced one or two more, but like I'm almost done with the zone if I have to do one more 90-second walk back to my body. And I appreciate the difficulty with like, oh, but if we create more graveyards and it's a shorter walk back to your body, you're just going to be waiting at your corpse then. And like I had that the other day where I had so many 2-minute waits at my corpse. I'm like, why am I being punished for participating in the PvP event they want me to participate in? But I don't even know if there's a solution or whatnot. Just all I'll say is the graveyard.
This is the old man yells at
it's
loud
so
podcast.
old.
You
man.
had that getting killed in front of the instance in the raid.
Well, here's the
because of
thing.
trying to log in the other day.
But yeah, I get that the comeback is like, Josh, stop trying to one-on-one everyone, and you're the idiot for not fighting in packs. Why are you dying so often? I'm like, I'm trying to roam the area and have fun playing PvP because I'm trying to get that percentage to go up. But then the system punishes me for fighting people because I'm dying so often, and I'm just like, it's frustrating. But anyway, I'm still having fun overall. It is a great system, I think, with all these changes. Just the graveyards. But anyway, you guys, what do you think of the new cadence and everything? Are you having fun with it?
This is actually why I joined. I wanted to talk about this specifically. So I agree with you. Battle for Ashenvale is super fun. So why the hell did they make it take 4 hours? I was doing it every hour. It was a blast. And now they're like, you have to do it once a night, twice a night if you're lucky. Like, I really dislike it. Sure, they double the rep, but like the reason I'm doing it is not because I'm farming the rep. The reason I'm doing it is because I'm trying to play a game and have fun. So,
it's because it takes one bad apple to spoil the bunch. It's not you. It's the people that have abused the system that was in place, like they're always going to do.
If you abuse the system, you're locked at Revered already. So it doesn't even matter at this point. It's not like having more battles for Ashensvale helps them further abuse. The issu's solved as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, my main complaint is you don't even have to abuse it to get rep capped. Like, I'm rep capped on my main, and like I wasn't hearthing to Astronaut to get like an extra boss kill or anything. It was really easy to get it, and I feel like the rep is too generous. I want to do more of it, but I'm not incentivized to do it now.
My just absolute guess on why they've made it so that you play every 3 or 4 hours is so that like you don't finish your rep in 2 days and then stop partaking, and the guys that only get up to grinding it in next week are doing one raid versus one raid because everyone else is finished with it. That's just my guess.
But then that contradicts why they changed the Waylaid Supplies grind, because they basically deleted that grind.
You don't need other players to complete that one, really. Like, whereas Ashenvale, imagine how dog shit it's going to feel when it's one raid versus one raid.
But the solution is if we need to make people get rep to participate in it, then you reduce the rep, but you don't reduce the amount of the events firing. Like, there's two different levers here. One is actively unfun because you're denying content from players, and the other one is reducing the rep. Just reduce the rep.
I'm not saying it's a good thing or otherwise. I'm just saying that's the only way I can see the logic to their change was you're still going to get 5k rep a day. You're just going to get it in 2 battlegrounds instead of 6. But because it's every 2, you're getting more people involved every second one. Like, because it's on and it's rare, you want to make sure that you log on for it now. Like, I say for myself, like 2 days ago before this cadence thing got changed, I'd just fucking log on for every 3rd because it was just log on in Ashenvale randomly and there was one starting in 20 minutes, AFK and wait for it. Now it's like, that shit's going, get the fuck on your main and get some rep. And you're getting like 8 horde raids in every battle.
Well, I think that's one point. The other thing is they got rid of this retiring layer thing, and I'm pretty sure in the hotfix they didn't revert that. And like retiring layers is just great. It's just an excellent mechanic, especially for people playing off hours. They actually have like a world that feels alive. And so like that alone, the juice is not worth the squeeze if you're doing that big of a change. That's super detrimental to get rid of. So I would say I'm very unhappy with what they did in this most recent change to Ashensvale. I think making it fire twice as fast was a good change, but if you eighth it and then you double it, it's still going a quarter as fast, which is on net poor. So that's why I joined. I wish they would just say, hey, those changes we made 2 days ago and then we did the hotfix. Yeah, that was RB, guys. It actually turns out people want to play the game. I know it's a crazy, crazy thought, and so we're going to let people play Battles for Ashenvale.
Tim, just on your answer there, where Tim said we could have conditional graveyards activate during the event, which isn't terribly difficult to implement, just some time and effort. I I think you guys have floated that before, and I don't want to make this a big deal because again, like I feel like I'm the only person fucking complaining about this. I don't know, but I feel like it's a moot point to introduce more graveyards only while the event is actually active, because wouldn't that only be extra graveyards for like 2% of the day? Like that. All the PvP is going on when the event's not active, when you're building those percentage points. So people are doing these lengthy corpse runs as they're out there PvPing and fighting people. Like, I don't care about dying during the actual event because the event, I know that it would be frustrating because you want to get all the fucking rep you can get, but like, I just think having more graveyards only in a very, very slim portion of the day active doesn't necessarily solve my gripe, but I don't know if my gripe is solvable when you weigh it against, either the time and effort it would take to fix it, or if it creates too much of a problem game design wise, having a zone littered with graveyards. And I presume you can't change the res timer only within one zone. You know what I mean? So it might be something that's not even worth me bitching about too much, but more like food for thought for whatever PvP zones you've got planned in the future. And I know you guys are taking all the feedback on for what's to come in later phases, but particularly with STV, this is something that you'll have to take into account in terms of like significantly benching people for actively engaging in the combat. Like I said, this is why BGs only sit you for a maximum of 30 seconds. Like if you spend a third of your time in a battleground as a ghost, people wouldn't go to them anymore. Which is just kind of how I felt a little bit about Ashenvale, even though I still think the event's fantastic now. I think the changes you've made over the last 10 days to the mini bosses and whatnot, like I said, I had a fucking amazing time rushing through my first one the other day. Like it was just thrilling, exhilarating. And I don't care if it was kind of like Alterac Valley. There was still there is a massive PvP element to it because you have to kill a fuckload of people to get to that end game PvE moment, which I think is a lot of fun. But anyway. Sorry, someone jump in there.
Oh, I definitely agree with your point, Josh, where the conditional battle, the conditional graveyards, they should trigger during Ashensville because you're incentivized to fight people before the battle starts.
Yeah.
So it is a little silly to put them in when it's no longer relevant. I think you're right on the money with that one.
Yeah, I have died at 99% trying to get the event started, and I missed like the first 6 minutes of the battle because this was pre-mount, and I missed like the entire first boss because I died 30 seconds before the event started, trying to be the prick to get the event started. That was one very salty interaction that stuck with me. But the runbacks have been shitting me off a bit, but I always try to just look at like what would be the implications if we could run back faster. I mean, what if they raid wipe you defending a boss and they have to raid wipe you again because you can all run back in 15 seconds? I don't know if that would feasibly ever be a problem. The Horde don't know how to stack on a fucking boss. How are we going to synchronize rezzing all at once to try and defend a boss on half HP? Is it a reality? I don't know. I mean, but that's one thing, maybe getting back and they have to kill
Blizzard already solved that problem, when they did world bosses. Like if you die to Azure Ghost, for example, you get a debuff that's like crippling. Right? So they could very easily do a similar thing like that where if you die during the event, you're weaker after
if you die near a boss, you do get the longer run back. But if you die out on the streets, like between, you get a faster run back or something. But that's another. I'm saying that as someone that does no development work.
I mean, there's always, I guess, something to complain about, right? So, like, as the Alliance, as you're killing, so I get put, say, on a layer, right, where the Alliance is 2 bosses to none. By the time we run to the Juby or whatever the Blade Master is down near Zorgrim Strand, there's another raid that's already gone to the end boss, and then you lose out completely on the rep. So I've gotten less rep trying to kill every boss from start to finish because another raid takes out just the last boss than sitting in Astronar and collecting the 770 or whatever you get after not doing anything at all.
Yeah, Horde still have that problem where everyone likes to just go to the boss out the front of our flight path, and you have like 7 raids there killing one boss, and no one can be fucked going to the Zoran one, and it's the reason why we lose half the time.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I've actually ran to the Zoram one from the first boss, hit the Shredder, run to Zoram, and then you have another raid that just completely splits off and kills the last guy, and then everybody that went to Zoram loses all that rep, and then the guy that sat in Astronaut that one-tapped the main guy across from it gets 1100 rep, and then I got 440 because I tried to make the track down to do the objective and run back.
I think it's in a position now where being the bigger man and killing 2 of the mini bosses and then being in the zone for the win will yield you more rep than being a selfish git and losing. But it's very hard to convince enough people that like you're gonna get more rep if we win and you don't get to be involved in half the boss kills or whatever. Then all right, fine, let's all just be selfish pigs and just kill this one boss and wait to lose, which was the Horde theme for a few days on our server. They're like, kill this one boss and AFK, because we could not convince anyone to go be the helper that goes to Zoram. But I do feel like the zone is in a much better place than when it started. It's always good to come back to that. On the cadence, I know we disagree, but I still think as a whole package, it's significantly better than what we started with.
How do you feel about the rep changes in Ashen Vale? Now you can get the mounted friendly and everything.
I think it wasn't too bad, but I could see how it very quickly became quite annoying. Like the Horde were all whinging because we were literally versing, like when Alliance just stomped Shadow Strike for like 3 or 4 days. Their whole faction was riding around on mounts and all the orcs were still on foot, and it just made winning more of an impossibility. So it was a bit of a catch up, but yeah, I'm relatively impartial, to be honest. I didn't think it was bad. It's kind of like what they did with the Waylaid supplies. It's like there could have been a better way. Was it even that bad? No, but whatever.
I'll bring that up next. How about you other guys? Did anyone get was anyone cheering or jeering the Ashen Vale rep change that now you can get all that stuff at friendly?
It's good for alts, right? Like it's
right.
I think it's a good change. Like it's level 25, and like everyone wants to level a bunch of characters and try all the new toys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of impartial to either way. I don't feel like it made a huge difference. I think it got the people that were complaining to shut up, and the people that had already had it. So, like Hunk said, for alts and stuff, sure, it's great. But I mean, guys, we're at level 25. I mean, people are taking this so serious. Just have fun with the fucking game.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Sir.
Hey, Tariak, how are you, mate?
What's crap, boys? Sorry I'm late.
What's up, brother?
Just on 6 point as well. How dare you? No, like fully agree. Like I'm in that mentality of like let them have cake. Just let them have fun, kind of thing.
Let them eat shit.
Yeah, Rhett is, like I said, kind of going crazy, going ham, and like next phase is going to be even crazier with wreck bombs going on. But yeah, like I said, kind of like having access to those, like not like the items now, obviously, but then like when you get level 60, like getting an epic pair of legs and possibly a epic wrist is very nice as well. So yeah, like I said, I'm kind of all for like all the kind of increase the rep and all that, have a bit of fun.
We don't even have to kiss ass anymore, brother. He already said in the chat, Paladins, SOD characters.
Oh my god.
No nerfs coming.
Hell yeah.
I got everything off my chest about your fucking fucked up class, Tariak, earlier. You know I'm playing one now.
Yeah, man, like it's kind of one of those things that it's like where like the stars align, and once Paladins are actually a good class, it's like everyone just like walks the path of light. It's a beautiful scene. It's a beautiful scene.
I'm the biggest self-hating paladin out there. Like the last 2 days I've leveled this thing to 19, just hating myself the whole fucking time. But anyway, it's fun to play.
You should hate yourself for this, Josh. You should.
The key about Paladins is noticing the simple things, It's like just being able to right-click a mob, go off, like, take a piss, maybe go to the kitchen, make yourself a sandwich, and then come back and the mob's finally dead. That's how you got to play a paladin. You need to like utilize your advantages. The right click is a very powerful tool. Exactly.
Guys, let's talk about the Waylaid supplies change as the final point, and then I'll grab a beer and we'll get far more casual for anyone that wants to stick around. I can't tell. Hunk's gonna have a field day with this. I can't tell if I'm a cunt or not.
I think we all know the answer to that question.
I really, I want you guys to be brutally honest with me and tell me if I'm in the wrong here. I wouldn't say I was upset by the Waylaid supplies change, but I was more concerned about what it might mean for the future. And let me explain myself. The Waylaid supplies grind as it was, I'm sorry, in my mind, was a piece of piss. I mean, just on this fucking paladin that I've leveled over the last 48 hours, right? I'm over friendly by level. I was by level 15. I was over friendly, just casually handing in a box. There was raining boxes while leveling, casually handing them in as intended while leveling. Oh, I got a box. I'm going back to town in 5 minutes. I'll hand it in then. I'll buy, 30, 40 silver worth of mats. Thank you very much. There you go. Get my rep. See you later. 9 hand-ins later, I'm level 15 and I'm now friendly and I can get my rune. That was a piece of piss. In the past, you were being asked to take it to Honored, which was, like I said, basically an extra 5 hours of grinding on a class, which seemed relatively simple and I enjoyed. Now you don't have to do that anymore. I'm not saying that the people who, play now should have to go through the trials and tribulations that I went through. They have to do that grind if I did it. That's not what I'm saying. But I liked that it was something to do in a phase. MMOs need content. That was, there's a very small checklist of things to do in SOD phase 1. That was one of them. It's now been deleted. I just thought that, I thought that was a slight shame in that, if that means going forward, they'll make things quite easy on the checklist. I don't know how I feel about that. But like Hunk is saying, they're trying to make this alt-friendly, and it's that delicate balance of making things alt-friendly versus having, people who only play 1 or 2 characters giving them things to do. How do you guys feel about the change to the Waylaid supplies grind? Are you applauding it, or are you in my camp that you're a bit like,
I think it's sad. I think it actually just is a reflection on, I guess, what the player base wants to do. There was clearly a very vocal group of people who weren't happy with it.
People want something for nothing. They absolutely want something for nothing.
But I think it was incredibly vanilla. I don't think it was very hard, as you were saying, Josh. I think it's I think it was on brand. It was like something straight out of 2005, and it was great.
Yeah, I liked it.
And these aren't going to be original things that no one else has said on the podcast already, but while you were saying that, I'm leveling a gnome rogue. I'm in Goldshire, picked up the rough stone box, and I found somebody in the Goldshire Inn, and we also did something else while we were there. But the point is, I interacted with a complete stranger, got my grind going, and it's just such a beautiful thing. And I think to cut it off at the knees and reduce how much people have to use it this phase is sad.
You met a stranger in Goldshire Inn. That's
not sus
someone
at
called
all.
Chris Hansen. He missed one.
Hey, Hunk, you might want to clap back at me for this because this goes against your whole alt-friendly argument, and I'm all for alt-friendly MMOs. That's great. But the argument might be, fuck you, Josh. I have a warlock, a paladin, a mage, a priest, and a warrior, and I want all of those alts to get their Waylaid supplies rune in phase 1. So don't you fucking, hamstring me. I don't have 25 hours to contribute to 5 different grinds for those runes. People might say that, and I'd be like, well, do you need 5 alts, and do all of those alts need their Waylaid supplies rune in phase 1? I'm sure it'll be easier to get in phase 2 with more rewards coming for more rep.
Yes and yes.
So are you on board with me on this one, Hunk?
On board with you? Yeah, I do need 5 alts, and I do need them all to have that rep.
So you're against me. So you're saying it should be quite easy.
No, I personally these are grinding games. I play them to grind. So I was kind of okay with where it was before. But again, it is level 25. There's a lot of people trying the game out for the first time. It's not the worst thing in the world to give them access to all the fun stuff initially at level 25. I don't know.
I think now I've gone and leveled a second character with obviously hindsight, knowing how important it is, prioritizing putting the boxes in. I reckon I probably only left about 4 out in the world, and it was just because like it was too far illogical to go hand in the one I had, considering where I was and what I was doing.
Yeah, but how much easier was it the second time round when you knew what you were doing?
Yeah, but like I'm saying, it's in a good spot that it's at friendly because when I hit 25 this morning, I was still 4.8k away from Honoured, and I'm still in the camp of it's not that hard to go get that 4.8k, but as a level 25, it wasn't that fun to fly to Camp T, and I'm literally just out there stealing mobs off guys that are trying to do a quest there, and then like you see a quest spawn, and I was using sprint to beat everyone there, and then there's a various number of fuck you cunt taking my fucking chest, I was killing the mobs next to it, and I'm saying suck my nuts, brother, I want this rep gone, I don't want to do this shit to you, but if it's not me, it was the guy I was running next to get to this box. That was just a little bit unenjoyable. I mean, some people would love that interaction. For me, I just felt like a hindrance on questers. And yeah, so now that it's friendly, and I've literally just naturally hit friendly by 25, but I know that I'm still going to want to get this up, but there's no, like, now it can happen just naturally. Like, I'm going to find boxes out in the world, wherever, hand them in when I get them, and I'll be honoured before we find out what we even need honoured for anymore, because I don't think there is anything for it.
Do you hear my... Sorry, you go, Sig, and then I'll go.
Oh, no, basically what I was going to say is with the boxes, right? Like, so with it being Season of Discovery, all the runes have been found. We know that you need the rep in order to get certain runes. Are we expecting that, like, you're going to have to continue the grind to Exalted because we feel like there's runes coming that's going to be locked behind this in the future? Because I'll be 100% honest. Like, when it comes to the supplies, I could give a fuck less about it. I'd be 100%. So, like, if dual spec comes out, my dual spec as a paladin, for me, would be holy, and then it becomes one of those things where eventually I will probably get, because I need Beacon of Light. But do we think that they're going to implement this stuff into further, reputation with this faction? Or do we think that coming in different phases, they're going to twist things up and put them behind other things? Like, is this something that you're trying to grind out for just personal gain? Or is it because we think something's coming later?
I would guess that this is absolutely something that is going to be further fleshed out in later phases, because half the point of this isn't just to give you a mindless vanilla feel grind. It's to inject money, like it's to re-enliven the economy and make gathering and crafting, much more profitable. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't think this is going to be a phase one and done type system. And the beauty of it is, like I've just been saying, ubiquitous, is when you do this a second time, and now that we all know about the system, you'll be far more switched on in phase two about it and with your ults about it. So, like, if we get rewards at Revered and rewards at Exalted, you'll do it more efficiently, you'll understand it a bit better, and you'll kind of do it without really working on it in a weird way, I think. But, like, I think it's necessary for that really positive effect it has on the auction house and the economy, unless anyone disagrees.
I think it's a great system.
Yeah, it did help with the economy for sure. There were a few instances where I got a box and I wasn't happy that it was probably in my best interest to just stop right there and run to Undercity and waste the next 15 minutes just because I had the dread of, oh man, I don't feel like getting another box drop and not being able to pick it up. And it's like, this just feels yucky. Like, I was halfway to Agaman Mills and I get a box drop and I'm like, oh, well, off to fucking Undercity at level 7. I don't have any skills to learn or anything, but here we go.
Yep.
That was just a bit, but I was still on
to
the boat.
that point, though, doesn't it become detrimental to your gameplay? Because now you're talking about wasting money to fill these boxes instead of learning new abilities or thing that's going to help you progress through the game to the
but then on the alternate
end game.
But on the alternate sig, he could be a crafter who's making shit and making more money while he's spending it. You know what I mean? Like, he could be putting these mats on the auction house for people to buy. So it's not just money exiting his account to someone else. He can also profit from it at the same hand.
Yeah, like I think a lot of people forgot that it's legitimately deleting items from the economy. Like I just buy 20 of some other dude's peace bloom and get rid of it, and that is how it's helping the economy rather than
Yeah,
just.
and then I get it because I'm herbalist and alchemy on my paladin versus being some sort of engineer or whatever. And I think through the entire game from 1 to 25 through rating, I've gotten one peace bloom crate that I was able to fill. Usually if I pick up a crate, I'm just turning it in I'm not even filling them, to be honest. I mean, I'm just that very lackadaisical. If I get one, I just keep it in my bag, and as I go back to the city to put like my herbs or my pots on the auction house, I will just turn it in for the rep that it gives me empty versus going out of my way to fill it up. But that's more or less just my gameplay. But I'm saying for me, it's one of those things where if I haven't, it's taken up a slot, I just turn it in versus going and spending the money I've gained to buy stuff from the auction house with the inflation on everything there. And then that's pretty much how I've just been building rep. And eventually when and if dual spec comes around, where the rep gain has changed, I'll eventually be where I need to be for when that comes to be able to dual spec and pick up the rune that I need at that point.
I think as Tito's raising it now in the Discord while we're chatting along, I still think Ubiquitous, your fix was the play when you said on the podcast a couple of weeks ago that make it stack to 3 and just they give less rep. I really think that is the common sense fix.
Yeah,
I love I love that he's trolling me in chat right now.
I do. I mean, I'm not a Blizzard employee.
What? You're not?
Back rubber, as some might be around here.
That's my job. Yeah, fuck off. That's my job. I own that corner.
I do really look at this, and I just guess that I reckon that they have a relatively busy or prioritized work schedule currently, and they have seen how we've interacted with it. They've heard what we've said about it, and them just moving it to friendly was going like Agren doesn't have a week to fix or make changes that have been suggested or where they want to take it based off the feedback we've given them. Maybe all our ideas suck, but them being developers, they've had a brainstorm and gone, oh yeah, you guys really hate running back to town for one reason and not to have quests to hand in with it and stuff. So we will change it, but they're busy at the moment. So here you go, have your rune it friendly, and when we get to the next bracket, we might see it shift in a the system will tilt in a different way based off what we've said. That's just my copium in they just went no point investing time fixing this system that half of you haven't even finished and will be kind of irrelevant potentially by phase 2. So here we'll concede the L, so to speak, in a development sense. We'll just make it friendly, lower barrier, but we won't implement it the same going forward. Maybe that's what they're going with it. I don't know. But yeah, in terms of the time wasn't a problem. I just didn't like flying and stealing boxes off lobbies and stuff. That felt a bit yeah. So that's just my
fair enough. Hunk, did you hear my new title? Professional Blizzard employee back rubber.
Getting the elbows in while they're at the desk, mate.
You have turned into a complete Blizzard shill.
Oh my god!
In the last couple of weeks.
Oh my god! Somebody help me! Somebody help me!
No, I think in terms of the supply crates, and everyone says why are they unique? Why don't they stack, etc. What if? How many sides is there to a cube? There's 6 sides.
Is it about my cube?
All right, be serious for a second.
All right, I'm serious. Okay.
Okay. What if it dropped, instead of just dropping as just the crate, it drops as 6 items in your inventory, 1 side each. And then then they can just stack infinitely, but it just consumes your whole inventory. Sorry, they don't stack. I'm very sick at the moment. I haven't slept, so bear with me, boys. So it doesn't stack. But they're not unique. So rather than consuming 1 inventory slot, it consumes 6 inventory slots. That's what I'm getting at. You get the top side, side A, side B, side C.
All right, I see what you're saying. You can fill it. You can quote unquote fill it 6 times, but it consumes 6 slots.
Exactly. So you could fill your inventory up with them as many as you like, but it takes 6 slots per crate.
But are you doing anything with the rep?
No, leave the rep as it is.
Leave the rep as it is.
Keep the high amount of rep.
You had me until that last moment.
You want the rep lowered per turn in.
The Radric Waylaid Supplies, Tim is calling your ID hunk.
Just wait till they put dual spec behind Exalted. Fucking Reddit will explode immediately.
You fucking. Well, I was going to say it's coming, but they won't. They will have had that idea ubiquitous, and then they will have gotten scared off by everyone crying foul over having one fucking rune locked behind a rep grind.
Yeah, give us a dual spec behind it. What else can they put in there? Depends how toxic they feel when they go to work on Monday.
I reckon dual spec.
I'm not even joking. Actually do that. Put dual spec behind Exalted. Please do that.
I'm saying SOD
You
Premium
fucking guys are
Edition.
killing me.
$45,
I'm telling you, I haven't
$40.
turned a box in. Everybody wants Exalted.
Yeah, I do. I feel as though you could literally have not put in a rune, and if they just put a raid tier level item, the community would still just bitch and fucking moan. So I always go back to that and just think you can't win anyway. I don't think having a rune there was quite right, but like I'm saying, they could have just put nice loot and people would have bitched about it. So
all I'm saying is I'm like the world's greatest fucking advocate for the Waylaid supply system. I think it was great design, and like Sig, I know your opinion on this is like very, very popular. There's a lot of people out there hammering this thing. I'm in the small crowd going like, this grind was significantly easier than people are making it out to be, and it was driving me wild. But hey, that's just me.
Do you guys remember the AQ, like the scenario rep to get the pre-bis for AQ 40 that everybody did? Like that was so much harder than this. So much harder than this. I don't know.
I think the Waylaid supply, thing is hard. It's one of those things that I haven't myself put much effort into. Because again, it has come down and everything gets data mined. So like when runes were being discovered and then they figured out what it wasn't one of the things that appealed to me, right? So say they put Divine Storm behind this thing as me playing a Rep Paladin, 100% I would have been on top of it because that's the class I'm playing. But for like Beacon of Light, for a spec that I don't plan on playing very much, or Divine Sacrifice for tanking, which is something for either holy or tanking that's very viable, for the class and spec that I'm playing, it wasn't locked behind that. Therefore, I didn't put the effort needed to get it because it didn't really apply to me.
That's also a good thing in a way, Sig. You know what I'm saying? Because now you be like, I never got the rune. The rep was too hard. You know what I'm saying? And then Josh probably go mad at me, but it'd be like one of those things where it's like you can almost, if you don't want to interrupt, you can just be like, I never got the rune. You know what I mean? And then like the raid has to adapt. It's like the Warriors when you get to the second and last boss. Oh, I don't have a shield, mate. Can't interrupt.
/ kick, you're out.
Yeah, sorry, didn't get removed. Can't kick, Yeah.
We may not check gear score, but at least please have the right runes.
But Sig, from how you're talking about how you're interacting with it, you're still like handing them in empty. You're like at least doing that. You're gonna get there, mate. You're gonna get the rune eventually, right?
And that's how I feel. Like it's not something that I had to rush to get. It's something that the gradual play that I'm doing, right? Like I just logged onto my alt now because my wife and kids, I said, fell asleep. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to log in, right? Yeah, fucking hooray. I log in. First thing I do is open my bag and I'm like, oh shit, there's one in my bag while we're talking about this. Am I going to turn it in? No, I'm in town. I'm going to do everything else I have to do because it's not a priority or something that I like running out of my way.
Then you'll leave town and you'll forget about it.
Back to town and turning these things in and spending golds and silver because, it applies to them in a more appealing way than it does for me.
I just want to say that, Tim, if you're listening, whoever came up with the Waylaid Supplies design is a genius and deserves a promotion. There, I said it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think it's a great system. I really hope you guys don't think I'm shitting on it. I'm saying I just got lucky enough to play a class that didn't get locked behind it like a lot of classes. And Tim, please don't go and lock me behind this now that I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah. It's one of those things where I just happen to be lucky enough that this particular system didn't apply to me. Therefore, I am at my leisure to get it at my own pace versus rushing to it like a rogue tank or somebody that this really, really applies to be a critical part of their gameplay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, Ubiquitous,
Tim,
you gotta
like-
go. Wait. Ubiquitous, you gotta duck out.
In a couple of minutes, I was
Okay.
going to just say, it feels as if listening to Pallies is just them describing their Rolls Royce experience thus far, and I hope it doesn't continue for them. It's just like it's like listening to kids explain like what brand new car they got bought at 16 while you still catch the bus. It's just like what's going on here. I was on top of the Waylaid supplies thing. I just think I always like to be a backseat dev and stand on their shoulders a little bit, and I just think where could they take it from here? Like I know we talked about bounties for the PvP shit, but I mean some people might just say it sounds like you're trying to put dailies in, but it could have been, go hunt down this specific supply and you can bring any of 10 to a particular NPC and make these like new crate drops in like lootable crates in Ashenvale. Like go to this cave because I don't know, the spiders took our steaks for some weird fucking reason, because I mean the waylaid supplies don't make much sense at the moment anyway, but the spiders stole our crate of steaks. Go in there, loot it, bring it back, and you'll get like a minor reward. Probably not as much as the random boxes drop. I don't know. I'd like to see him take it somewhere there where you can just log in. There's a guy at Crossroads saying, go do this for me, and you can get some rep. At least as a consistent version, rather than the RNG, because everyone quickly figured out chests were the best way to do it. So you just got like 50 heathens running around barrens desperately looking for chests in the
I'm
central hut.
loving this spider there going like, you're like, did you take our steak, spider? And the spider's like, yes, and I'll do it again.
Yep.
All right, we'll move on, guys, and look, system's not perfect, but I think the overall concept is great in terms of lifting up the economy. We'll finish up the podcast, guys. I'd like to do like a quick complaint corner and anger management. I won't necessarily go through everyone, so otherwise it'd take forever. But if I could get you guys thinking of some constructive criticism in terms of the game design that you might have from this week, notes for Tim while he's listening in, and then maybe an angry story or something from a PvP encounter or whatever, or maybe a BFD raid that didn't drop some loot for you. We'll get people fuming. So I'll does anyone want to yell out first off the bat for a constructive criticism point for Tim?
More PvP gear game through PvP, please.
Okay, fair enough. Sig?
I think they're doing a great job, and no matter all the bullshit we talk here, drinking beers and just having a good time, I think the classic team is doing phenomenal, and despite what we say, just keep doing what they're doing.
Fuck, I thought I was the back clapper. Here we go. Fred, do you have any specific or poignant remarks after 2 weeks in the game that you might like to go to the ears of Tim in regards of constructive criticism?
No, nothing really. I'm really enjoying it. Again, the only 2 points of criticism I have really are, I like the Battle of Ashensvale, and I think, going from, at least on Lone Wolf US, going from 1 every hour to 1 every 4 hours is a poor change, because I actually like to play it.
Okay.
And then also, I do think it would be cool if Wild Strikes could be reverted and actually be, once again, not a temporary weapon in Chance-a-Lot.
Yes, I felt that, absolutely. Anyone else?
Tim, speaking from a hunter main perspective, nerf us into the ground if you have to. I don't care. Please don't make cat like just the meta. Make Crocolisk or turtles and just make us weird as hell. Just make it weird, dude. That's it.
Someone's going to tame a turtle next week, and it's going to like breathe fire and do like the most DPS. It has to be discovered, of course.
Tim, your game appears to have the momentum of a runaway freight train. How are you so popular?
Yes. Yes.
In saying that, fuck, can I just raise? Did you see that thing I posted? Look, it's far from official, obviously. Did you see that thing I posted in the Discord about the official World of Warcraft YouTube channel ran a poll saying which version of the game are you playing right now? And I think it was, I'll have to double check. I think it was like 45% or something were playing SOD. I'll have to double check. But either way, the guys noted when you added up all the classic game modes, hardcore, classic Wrath or SOD, like it was 54% of the player base was playing a classic variant of the game as opposed to Dragonflight. Now, not using this opportunity to dump on Dragonflight. Dragonflight's gotten very positive reviews, but fucking classic, again, that little classic team, how fucking much do you think the execs are happy with them right now if half of their subscribers are playing classic? I get that SOD's a new thing and Dragonflight's not new, but that's still huge numbers.
I hope the guys from the basement get an invite to the yacht this Christmas party.
Right.
Let them out. Don't just feed them fish heads down there. But no, big props to them, to be honest, because it doesn't look like it's a particularly massive team for how many players are like playing this game. So
that poll, was that on Classic WoW Reddit or the WoW?
No, so
Reddit?
that was on the World of Warcraft YouTube channel, and with 49,000 responses, 41% were playing Classic SOD, 47% were playing Dragonflight.
I withdraw
Well, I
most
mean-
of my objections. That's interesting.
But it goes back to to even have the sheer nutsack to go into executives and say, okay, we have a current product. What we're going to do is remove all the updates for the past 10 to 15 fucking years and put that on the market as a product. And that's going to be, our new cash cow. And like I said, as an executive, with all the marketing stuff and all that kind of thing, and not understanding what classic WoW is or what the original Warcraft was, that's why there was no classic rant like that. It was such hard pushback on stuff, and to see kind of like Josh said, that classic team be the train that could, that's what kind of, like I said, it's this is where it's changing the cooking game. A second time over, even though it's just re-released, and it's like I said, we basically have a game where there's fast travel, there's all these kind of enhanced features, look for group, all that kind of stuff, and it's the players would rather have the longer experience because it's like I said, it has that impact of the world. That's what makes it feel like classic or kind of well in and of itself. The only complaint, like I said, still 11 out of 10. Tim, the only complaint I have at the moment is that I'm an alchemist. And everyone keeps asking me to make the mana potions that I can't because it's 160 level, not 150. But they're on the auction house because you're technically able to fish them up. So it's that's kind of fucked up where it's the alchemist can't make the mana potion, but the fisherman can. But apart from that, like I said, I'm in love. It's like the teenager, butterflies in the stomach kind of thing.
Alrighty, guys. I'll give you one anger management. Anyone else? I don't know if you guys will want to chime in. Think of one if you can, if you've got one. But I'll just say for anger management this week, look, listen up, dickheads. Let's talk about the Ignition quest and your complete fucking inability to hold your dicks when it comes to this quest. If I run into one more fucking cunt that I grew up with, and, we all agree, we stand there and agree, nobody start the next fucking part of the escort quest until we've all handed in the first part. It's not that we don't expect players to know the game inside and out. I understand that new players might not know that you can't, accept the fucking escort quest or it fucks it for everyone else. No. This is situations where I'm clearly talking in party with everyone and going, hey, you other 4 dickheads. Now you all know, just hand in the first part and don't start the second part yet. Yeah, boss, we got it. Yeah, we'll do that. Every fucking time there's one piece of shit that starts that escort quest before everyone's turned in the fucking first part, and that doesn't exactly have a small respawn timer, you are killing me. I hate you. You are the worst people in the world, quite frankly. I can't stand you. And I've tried. I've tried, yeah. But here's the problem. You flag it in advance, and I'm literally saying, get on your Leatrix Plus or whatever and turn auto accept off. And they go, yeah, boss, got it, boss, no worries. There's always one idiot that hasn't done it. And I light them up and I break social contracts. And I'm like, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, it drives me up the wall. I've tried to do that quest 3 times in my alt, and there's always one dickhead. That's my anger management. Anyone else?
Two-handed warrior tanks. Yes, are great, but please let me have a sip. I was in a SFK with this one guy. I struggled to get a group as a priest. And he just chain pull, and then we wiped, and he blamed it on me, really heavily blamed it on me. I'm like, dude, man, if you just let me have a sip, we probably could have survived that. It wasn't because of the fact he was 22, he ran into that thing and pulled the patrol up the top and pulled the whole room. No. It was, my manner was right. I was in the wrong. That was what got me this week.
Very good, very good. Anyone else? Anything they really need to get off their chests where they've been wronged on their server?
I had my gripe, but we did actually learn this morning. Horde have stacked for an Ashen Vale boss as of about 9 a.m. today.
Oh.
It took us 17 days, but we've figured it out, boys. We've rubbed 6 fucking neurons together, and we found out standing in one pile makes us shred those Ashen Vale bosses to pieces now, so props to them.
The things I have seen about hunters in Ashen Vale is outrageous.
My favourite was every hunter tells everyone else to trinket out of the roots. Because, trinkets just get you out of everything. And it's just like, you beautiful little hunter. You silly boy. That's not how the trinket works at all.
There's actually just one thing that came to mind about the botting thing. Apparently there's like this bot thing where like rogues can like go through the floor or clip the thing and like they're getting like grave moss or herbs and all that shit. Yeah. One thing I was thinking about how to combat that is that if there's ways to check, like the other way the players in the world will have like an X, Y, and Z axis. Like to be able to check what are those coordinates that say in a dungeon where a player should never be, and check like any accounts that are going into like clip through walls, all that kind of shit, and then to be able to run a report and then ban based on that. Because like I said, like the sorry, this goes off in tangent, but it's just kind of something that came back to mind because this is a conversation I've been having like with a couple of my rogues because he's desperate to try and get into the grave moss, but that's what he's noticed where it's like there's like if you look at Scarlet Monastery, I think, and the chest and stockade, I think, is how they do it as well. So if you just do a /who on those things, but like I said, that was kind of something I was thinking about, but it's very technical where it's like you basically just kind of look at the coordinates and it's like, okay, if this player has been in like basically under the floor, then we know he's been doing it. You know what I mean?
All right, guys, is that it? Anyone else, or are we going to wind it up there? That's it.
I'm still tilted by the way some quest items, if someone uses them, come back immediately, and there's others that just take a minute.
Yeah.
Can't we just get everything back immediately?
No, you have to pay for Classic Plus to get those conveniences, boy. that's up their sleeve, all
that's
right?
That's the Classic Premium subscription.
Yeah, that's the real game. Maybe in 2 years.
Yeah.
Things like that get fixed.
Oh dear, very good, boys. Well, look, we're over 4 hours. I've kept you here way too long. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone, I will grab a beer, and you can go to bed and go do your own thing if you'd like to. I'll stick around for a little bit and have a casual beer for whoever wants to stay. And yeah, guys, I'll say my goodbyes real quick. If you guys have anything to shout out, please do so now. Ubiquitous.
No, nothing to shout out. Just hope everyone's having fun. I am. And it's good talking shit about it every week. So
Mate.
I'll catch us next time as well.
Loving it. Tariak?
Yeah, like I said, it's like, they call it puppy love. Like I said, I'm struggling to find like things.
No, I'm still in love with the game as well. It's brilliant. I feel it. Hunk.
Oh, mate, just Outback Roadhouse, the boys, Loaf, the other boy.
Very
just
good.
remind everybody to be good to each other. There's another person on the other side of that screen.
No, you can't say that after I've just told my story about lighting people up over the ignition quest. Leo, mate, thank you so much. Any shout outs?
No, good, mate. Thanks for having me.
No, too easy. Thanks so much for being here, mate. Midas, mate, it was good catching up again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I hope to drop by again soon. And I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you intensely, but we haven't crossed paths yet.
So you're Alliance, yeah?
I am.
Well, and oh god, yeah, you'll find me. Don't worry, you'll find me.
I won't be stream sniping. It'll be natural.
I killed a mate the other day in World of Warcraft, and I was very tempted to send him the screenshot of the combat log, but I thought that might be a little bit too toxic, so I held back. To be fair, I didn't really kill him. I killed him with the assistance of about 19 other hordes, so...
That's speed running. That's certainly speed running mate to acquaintance right there.
Oh, dear. Hideous John, mate, thanks so much.
Yes, it's always good to drop in and have a yarn. It was pretty spirited today in a couple of points, which was nice. And I just want to know where you get those hunk posters to put up in your bedroom wall.
I know. God, that's what we should sell on the Countdown store, isn't it?
Yeah, just
hunk.
Well, I think when we can make posters out of the hot tub stream, right? Like,
oh, fucking oath. Yeah. We'll get all the Brisbane boys together for a hot tub photo shoot.
It's going to be so much hair in that hot tub.
We'll make millions. Then we'll sell the hair.
Exactly.
We'll sell the hair.
Yeah. So you've heard of there's been
Belle Delphine, eat your heart out.
Now there's going to be Gamer Boy bath hair.
Yeah, fucking oath. Sig, mate, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I just want to shout out my guild, Here We Go Again, on Wild Growth. If anybody is on the server Alliance, my buddy is Shake and I am Bake, both Alliance Paladins. I just want to say, fucking right. Server second fastest BFD runs. So hit us up.
That's the way. And Fred Monroe, last but not least.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. It's always so great to be on the show, really. Appreciate you putting the podcast together, man. It's great.
Pleasure. All right, guys. Look, that's it. We're done. So if, nothing holding you here. If you want to fuck off and go to bed or whatever, more than welcome. But I am going to get a beer and just hang out for whoever wants to very, very, very casually and non-podcasty shoot the shit. So bear with me for babysit them for 2 seconds. I'm just getting a beer.
I want to get a beer too.
I can't do it. I'm going to get a feed. I'll be back in a sec.
I need to go out and get some beers, boys, but maybe I'll drop back in later. Thanks again, Josh.
See you, Midas.
All these amateurs, I've been drinking through this whole thing.
Oh, yeah, so we started pretty early here in Australia.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that I'm like, 24 hours ahead of you, so yeah.
So, whoa, you're back.
I'm back, sorry.
That was quick.
That was quick. Well, the fridge isn't fucking far. How far off is your fridge? Do you have to pack a bag to get to it?
I've got to go downstairs.
Oh, that's rude.
Yeah, that's right. I have a multi-level place.
Oh.
I'm fancy.
Yeah, you are a bit schmancy like that.
Hunk, I'm a down, low key need an address to send you a mini fridge, brother.
Oh my god!
And just plug it in next to the computer.
Bro, it's deliberate. It helps me curb my excess if I have to get up and go a distance.
The problem is if you get up, then you got to pee, and then it takes more time.
Oh,
if you
I'm
just
definitely
sit
gonna
down
pee.
and keep drinking.
I've needed to pee for about 4.5 hours, and that podcast will be 4 hours.
So your eyeballs are floating.
Fuck off! Didn't you tell me at one stage you got up to go do something?
No, I went up to get a cup of tea because I'm sick and I was coughing.
To make yourself want to pee even worse.
Don't shame me, all right? On your platform, you're abusing your platform.
Oh yeah,
to shame me
old
right now.
he's using his fucking.
I'm
spread.
being bullied.
Oh, I swear to God, if I get a fucking death threat from a fucking soda poppin' fan, I'm gonna be very unhappy.
We didn't say anything bad.
I
about
don't
him
think
at
we
all.
did either.
I think we were quite charitable actually towards him.
I think we were fine.
I was anyway. I think we were.
You made sure
Maybe
to
not
skirt
you.
the line well.
Don't give me fucking death threats, dudes. I'm good. No, I think we were. There's been a lot of most of the takes have been very angry gamer. Oh, you should have gotten permabean.
Do you think it was okay to talk about? I was 50-50 on whether to raise it or
Definitely. I think it's topical and it was good and it really fed right into that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up.
not. Oh, good.
I wasn't going to bring it up because I was wondering if you were where you were going to land on it, but I'm really glad you did.
Yeah, well, I'm typically I'm very hesitant to sort of do shit like that.
Oh, it's not. There's a line between news and drama. Just because it involves someone doesn't mean it's you're feeding into the drama cycle, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing controversial about what we discussed, and it wasn't personal.
Just business.
Just business, baby. All right, I'm gonna go get a ginger beer.
All right, mate.
The Brookvale Union ginger beers.
Oh, very good. I'm very jealous. All
And
that
Dan
sugar.
Murphy's $71 for a case at the moment.
What?
If you have to buy it online and be a member.
I am a member. If you're not got it, it's un-Australian not to be a member of Dan Murphy's.
I know, right?
Do you like drinking mules? Ginger beer and mules.
Moscow mules are fucking amazing.
Fucking
I've never
right.
tried one.
What?
You never had a fucking Moscow mule?
Oh my god, Barry, you don't know what you're missing. If you like
they
fucking
serve it
ginger
in
beer,
they serve it in the copper mug, and it's just like ginger beer and vodka, and I don't know.
No, I never had one.
Oh, I mean, it's very refreshing.
I do like vodka.
That's
Maybe
it, isn't it, Sig? Vodka, ginger beer, and some green shit? I don't know.
Some green shit?
I don't know. Don't they put some fucking aperitif style garnish on top of it?
What's aperitif?
Listen, I have all the time in the world to explain to you this thing that I absolutely know the definition of, that I could go into great specific detail, but you know that would just eat up the time of the stream. And...
I'm going to go get a ginger beer. I'll be back. I'm done staring you up for a minute.
Does a Moscow Mule have mint? Is it mint or something weird?
it's lime. It's lime, ginger beer, and then you can do vodka. A lot of people do vodka mule. So it's vodka or ginger beer, lime juice. You can do whiskey mule. So obviously Moscow Mule is involving vodka.
Yeah.
So I mean, I went to my wife's Christmas party this week on Thursday, and I had it was a little bit like upper class, but I'll tell you what, it was fucking phenomenal. It was peach vodka, lime juice, cranberry juice, ginger beer, and then frozen cranberries inside the drink. I mean, it was a fucking godsend. I must have had about 10 of them because I didn't have to pay for it. It was on the company, but Christ, when I tell you they were fucking delicious, they were out of this world.
Oh, I can imagine, mate. I'm working class now, but I'm former upper class, and I know the kind of shindigs you're talking about. They fucking know how to throw on some drinks.
Yeah, so my wife's a hygienist, so the dentist, every year throws he takes everybody plus significant others out, and it's just open bar.
Beautiful. Open bar, the two greatest words in the English language.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, fuck. I've got the worst beer in the world in front of me now. Never ever, you know when you go to your liquor store and they've got the specials and it's like, you know, $30 for this case of beer, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cheap. And it's always like you buy it thinking the best, and it's always the worst fucking beer in the world.
It's the reason they're special, you know?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. For the fucking special drinkers out there. Oh my God. Tariak.
What is it, out of interest?
Oh, it's a Han Ultra. Just their low carb beer. Their answer to fucking whatchamacallit.
I thought all you guys drank was Foster's.
We don't drink Foster's, actually.
I'm ironically...
I've gotten into this argument with the Aussies before and how they absolutely hate that.
Well, it's not so much that we hate it. Like, I'm ironically wearing the T-shirt today on stream, but most people around the world that don't realize that Foster's doesn't basically exist in Australia. Like, it's the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that Foster's exists in Australia. It's very hard to find.
It's in the slogan. It's literally Foster's, Australian for beer.
It blew all my American friends' minds when I told them that most pubs or bars don't carry it.
Yeah, there was a Yahoo Serious movie, Reckless Kelly. That was it. Where
I used to love that movie, dude.
It was like it's an advertising campaign for Foster's when they're sweeping all the Foster's cans out of the pub after a big night. But even then we didn't drink it, and that was 25 years ago.
It's never been a thing.
I was going to say,
holy
hell! I think Reckless Kelly came out. I think I was probably a teenager. I don't even know if many people, honestly, in the States that probably even know that movie exists. But that was like one of my childhood staples. Like, I absolutely loved that movie.
Did I just get back and we're talking about Yahoo Serious?
Yes,
we are.
And it's so funny. I actually named a WoW. I named a WoW
back.
character 2 days ago. Yahoo Serious. This is so weird. But anyway,
you did?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Fucking. And the Aussies can back me up on this if they've had a similar circumstance. But like, I'm not exaggerating in the slightest when I say, and I was a heavy drinker in my teens, 20s, and mid 30s. I have never in my
And now 40.
life heard any Australian at an Australian establishment utter the words "one Foster's, please."
Yeah, neither.
I knew someone who drank Foster. She started drinking Foster because she was an exchange student to Bolivia. And she's picked up a Foster's habit in Bolivia.
Well, I drank
She'd
it in
order
I drank it in
Foster's.
America, oddly enough.
Yeah, it's not a thing, is it? Like,
Every fucking bar in South Carolina had it for some reason. I was like, why the fuck are you cunts carrying Foster's? All right, I'll have one.
What should they have instead, though? VB or Tuies or something?
I mean, there's much more of an argument for them carrying VB than Foster's.
depends what state you're in.
I don't know. Isn't VB pretty in like countrywide?
I mean, VB if you're in Victoria, 4X if you're in Queensland.
VB is nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be.
Neither's 4X.
Yeah. Anyway, off the beer.
Yahoo Serious put bubbles in beer, didn't he? If I recall.
So I heard. So I saw.
So I believe that was because he's the same guy that played young Einstein, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where the bubbles invention came.
That's right.
That's why they cracked the atom to put
Yes.
bubbles in beer.
The funny thing is, right? So, like, I mean, I get completely off topic of the game, so please,
that's all right.
I apologize
No,
if.
go nuts.
But like, so, I was in a well-known motorcycle club for a very long time, and there was a controversy around the Reckless Angels logo. So I don't know. Do you guys know anything about that?
No.
No. So, I mean, obviously, out there, so like you have the infamous Hell's Angels, right?
Yeah.
So they use the exact same rockers on the Reckless Angels, and then they took the Hell's Angel logo and then modified it for that movie. So there was if you actually type in Reckless Kelly and you look at the picture of him, because he had like the garbage can helmet and the modified bike, and if you look at the Reckless Angels vest or jacket that he wears, it's the same exact Hell's Angel logo modified with the same rockers top and bottom. So there was like a huge controversy that came in with that movie in the States, and I think there was like a lawsuit that actually incurred because of it.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny.
Oh,
suing the guy who put bubbles in beer?
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
I mean, he also put kittens in pie. If you watch the other movie.
Oh fuck! You just.
I'm sorry, he
reminded me.
saved the kittens from the pie. My mistake.
I need to eat lunch. I actually completely forgot I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Yeah, me too.
All right, guys. I might have to jump off because I do need to eat. I just realized.
Yeah.
It's been fun. Thanks for doing this, you fine gentlemen. And
Easy.
thanks for listening in, everyone. And we'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh, always a pleasure.
All right.
Guys, great
boys.
talking to you.
Catch you around like a Rissole.
That's the way. All right, see you, boys. Bye.
I'm out too, boys. Catch ya.
All right, thanks, stream guys. We'll catch you at the next podcast recording. I'm gonna have some lunch and then probably work on my paladin a little bit more. Hope you have a great weekend and keep enjoying Season of Discovery.